there, everybody. My name's Meg. I'm super excited to be joining you for today's virtual diversity summit. We're super excited to get the day started with Maya Huber, who is the co-founder and CEO of Skillset. So good morning, Maya. How are you?
Hi, Meg. How are you? I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome. So are you ready to get started?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So I'm looking up here to see what we've got going on. Hold on, so sorry, y'all, my computer is like not wanting to do things today. So give me just a second here. Maya, would you like to introduce yourself to the group and let people know why you are so excited to be speaking on this subject of revolutionizing the HR screening process?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of Skillset. We are basically the new age marketplace that connect job seekers and companies through the most meaningful thing, which is their proven, tested skills. And the reason I'm so excited is because this is what we do every day. We try to make this workforce much more inclusive and to provide better job opportunities to everybody.
That's so cool. So you are going to be joined in conversation with our own amazing Limor Bergman-Gross. Limor, would you like to join Maya and I can hand the stage over to you?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Happy Monday. Thank you, Meg. Hi, Maya. So nice to meet you. And this topic is definitely fascinating. And because we are already late, so I want to dive right in, if that's okay with you.
Yes, please.
I wanted to kind of learn a little bit more about you. If you can share with our audience kind of a little bit of background. We don't have too much time, but a little bit of background about you and kind of what brought you to focus around this topic about HR and recruiting more specifically.
So I hold a PhD in occupational therapy, and under my last 15 years as a practitioner working in the field of vocational rehabilitation, I met through the years so many people they were qualified to work, great skills, great experience, and they were rejected by companies, first of all, because their CV. So those people they have great skills, but their CV do not reflect them. And that's what encouraged us to create this solution, because we understood there's got to be a better way for people to show their skills up front. And most of the solutions are still questionnaires, or they're all words-based solutions. So we created a solution which is performance-based solution in order to change that.
Thank you so much. And you talk about people with skills but no ability to even get the opportunity, which is I know it's a challenge with many people. What typical problems that you see in modern day-to-day in hiring or in general in the field of HR?
So I think I know everybody's talking about the post-COVID phenomenon we see through the workforce, and now it made things even in some aspect even worse, or I think it brought more, it expanded the problem that was occurring to some type of people in the population, people who were neglected by job seekers, people from underrepresented population. But now there's a lot of people who forced into career change. So those people, their resumes also do not reflect these skills. And in some way, for us as a startup and as an HR solution, it provides us with a with a better solution to companies that are not only focused on those just on diverse population, but it became like the problem of today's new workforce. How can you test people and to better understand their skills once you do not really know how to test them, because their resumes means nothing. You understand? So I think in the future of work, there are two things. First of all, there's a huge opportunity because of accessibility, because of new approaches, because of cultural aspect that put diversity up front. But in the other end, there's not enough tools to do that.
So can you share a little bit perhaps about your tool, about the process, just that our audience understand a little bit what does it mean? And feel free to share, your screen if you want to share anything more visual to the audience.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share the screen, but just in a minute, I will share the concept. So the concept is, this is a platform of live simulation tests. So imagine you as a job seeker. You get into a platform. You can either select a specific job or try whatever you want out there. And you experience a live experience of a simulation, which is a live experience of a job for 10 minutes. So let's say you want to interview to be a customer success representative. You will get like a short introduction and training, like explanatory about the job, about the simulation. And then 10 minutes, 12 minutes of calls right after the other. You provide service to clients, to whatever they will require you to do, work with a live CRM. We analyze your performance live. And by the minute you will end the simulation, you will be provided with a personal skill set profile that share, first of all, with you, your matching level to the job. And in terms of diversity and specifically to disability, we also have this opportunity to share specific requirements in terms of accessibility or accommodation needed. So it's also out there in the output. Once you are suitable with a job, you will be offered specific positions that are suitable for you based on your scores. We will follow you up until we will make sure a company on the other hand saw your resume. The other thing we want to do, we need some more data to do that. We just started in this specific solution, is that we also provide you other opportunities based on your performance. So let's take the customer success again. You were great providing service, but your back office job, like data entering or etc., was not that good. So we will offer you other jobs that require better service than kind of a back office job. So it's much more objective and better. We want to support a better decision making as a job seeker and then for a company.
Mm-hmm. And how does it work from the side of the companies that are looking to hire talent?
So we are a B2B company in the end. Job seekers do not pay for this service. This is free for job seekers. Company are paying for us pool of vetted candidates. They want to work with us because they get the opportunity to work with this untapped pool of candidates they want to reach. They want to stand with the diversity requirements. This is meaningful for them. So it's both, and we reduce them hiring costs, which is always better. I want to emphasize that as a go-to-market, as a strategy, we work with partners through the US, with partners which are NGOs or agencies working with diverse job seekers. We provide them with this tool for free and some guidance. And that way we also reach this pool of candidates who are looking for a job and help companies stand with their diversity needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we all know that during the application process today, it's all automated. It's about submitting your resume and some robots, that process your resumes. Is your solution kind of replacing that or coming before that? How does it help people to really get the opportunities they deserve? That right now, they're, because of those automations, they may not be even selected.
So exactly as you said, Limor, we do both. We put it up front. First of all, there's no CV at all. We don't ask about where you learned, what you did, what was your last job, nothing. We ask your personal details, like where you live. We make sure you want to work with a specific shift that the company wants, etc. No other data required. And companies working with us only they judge our candidates only by their profile, their skill set profile. What you see here is this is a photo shoot of one of our simulation of banking call center. So you see, this is like a CRM, you record calls, there is the data of the client. You can move back and move forward. And you, for the
Can you
other
go to the
side,
next slide, please?
yes.
Whoever is presenting, yeah, thank you.
This is our output. Okay, like this is an example of a call center representative output. So you can see here, you see the green squares, those are your performance. And it's not really clear here, but there's black lines who represent the good enough worker to fit the job. So you can see where you stand. And what we wanted to make sure is, first of all, you know, there are assessments out there, but most of the time, the candidates do not receive them. So we want to change that. First of all, at the job seeker get the profile. Now he can choose whatever he wants to create an application to the job or not, or move to other space. But this is his decision first. You can please move forward. You will see that this is just a way for us to present how we connect people who tested for one simulation into other position in the market. So if you can press, you will see, press again, here. A candidate made a customer representative simulation, but what we do here, because we have the numbers you see, are core tasks that are mutual to jobs. So we can connect people to different opportunities in the market. So it's not a one-on-one, like, position and a job seeker match. This is a much more wider perspective of the job force.
So basically, you help really, if I understand correctly, you help people figure out what are the possibilities for them, other than, oh, I'm looking for a customer representative job or whatever. You give them more options of, oh, actually, based on your skills, you can do other things as well. So you kind of open up the opportunities for them.
Exactly. We want to change, you know, in the market, there kind of stickiness of people working in the same, like call center people working the same position. They do not move. There's not a huge mobility in the workforce. We want to change that. We will connect people, work as a, let's say you are a great customer success representative. You can move to be a customer success representative at a high-tech company. Or you can be to start at other different position, you know, in therapy space, whatever. We want to make people move from opportunities based on their skills.
Mm-hmm. So, which kind of people are the right people that should try your platform?
Actually, more everyone. I believe that every person want to be tested, but what his skills are and not his stories. I also give myself as an example. I have a PhD in occupational therapy. If a person in the high-tech industry will check it, no one will source me or invite me to an interview to be a head of product. And I am head of product in my company and created this great product which I sell. And I think this is where the market goes to. So everyone would want to take part of that and put these skills up front. We're a solution for him.
That's great. By the way, Maya, is there any other slides you want to share, or we can stop sharing?
You can close it.
Please stop sharing so we can see your face. Great. And kind of what are your messages to companies that are interested in your service? Like, what is the main benefit for them?
So what we learned is companies, our go-to-market, we started in the mass hiring market. So those are industries who are really looking for working hands and struggling, reaching out to different populations. So by working with us, they get this opportunity to reach this untapped pool of vetted, qualified candidates. We also improve their cost per hire, which is important. We reduce it by, with us, it's quarter than what they spend on a regular cost per hour, average one. And we provide 25% more diverse candidates. So company who really want to stand with this target can enjoy doing that. And companies want to be more diverse, but there's not enough tool out there. And with us, they can really do it. We get those candidates in, and they are hired. We are really excited about it.
Yeah, that's very exciting. And you also mentioned people with disabilities. I mean, how does your solution helps them get the visibility that they need?
So I think basically by putting their skills up front, they can show the company what they are capable of. Walking through the years, I believe that the only way to do it is that will be to do the match is that will be that an employee will be useful to the company. And with our platform, they have the ability to show their skills and what they are capable of and being tested just by that. And there's the feature of the accommodation needed. And that way they can put their needs up front, and a company will know that those are the conditions they need in order to fit into the company. So this is important as well. We are accessible. We are working on our accessibility and getting it better and better all the time, because this is really one of our core values.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Can you just share, I mean, what in your screening process is unique compared to, what other I mean, I know that some companies have some, different kind of tasks that they do. What is the uniqueness of your process?
So I think, first of all, there's no CV, none. Not data that collected in any part of the process. This is all focused on your skills. And there are simulation out there, but most of them do not simulate the whole job and the environment. So let's say there are tested out there to test my Excel skills.
Mm-hmm.
But my Excel skills can be amazing. But if I will work as a help desk representative, like as a secretary, when people come on all the time and disrupt me, my Excel capabilities will reduce, right? So what we really, really put our focus on is simulate the whole environment. And what we create in terms of our tech is the ability to create general simulation, which is live and simulate the core task of a job, but this is not specific to a company. So we can reflect from one simulation to dozens of job openings in the market.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is one of our core values.
And can you share what are some of the metrics or criteria that you use to evaluate someone's abilities?
Yeah. So we test is performance. So it will be is speed, is accuracy, is content, like the words he was saying in the internet, doing the right input with the word in a nice intonation if required. We test his behavior, not in terms of emotional distress or just in terms of stress. So we can see if a specific task encourage more stress or less, and test by that. So those are the metrics. It's a combination of all of them. What we take more in account is the performance.
Mm-hmm.
And then we add the other data up on top of that.
That sounds wonderful. So is your software available right now? I mean, if companies are interested, what do they need to do? I mean, please share how can companies contact you?
Just contact us. I will put the chat is open for everybody. I can put my
the chat I don't think is open for everyone.
So on the lecture side, there's the opportunity to link me personally on my LinkedIn or email. We have a team working in the US. We have already partners and some open positions for job seekers to apply.
Yeah, Maya, you can put in the chat here how to contact you, and our team will share it on the live.
Perfect. So I will put in my mail and our website. Is there any question from the audience?
I haven't seen anything. I mean, we are the first, so
Yeah.
people may be still, waking up and starting their week. But it has been a pleasure speaking with you today. I wish you best of luck. I mean, it sounds like really a service that is needed, both
you so
for
much.
candidates and for companies. Thank you. And I'm trying always to be on time. So Meg, I want to give the stage back to you so we can, I know that we have a busy day. I don't want to have other people, be late for their talk. Thank you so much, Maya.
Thank you. It was great
Thank
seeing you
both.
today. Enjoy
Yeah, it
your
was
day.
wonderful to get to overhear. So thank you so much to both of you. All right, so welcome to everyone who might just be joining us. My name's Meg. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and I'm super excited to welcome you to day one of our Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit Series. The theme for July is Tech for Social Impact. So I hope you all are just as excited as we are. If you are just joining us, I'm going to go over some real quick housekeeping before we intro our next speakers. So throughout the upcoming conversation, we would love to hear from you. So please feel free to add comments or questions in the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. And if you have any technical difficulties, you can tag myself, or I see I've got a couple coworkers in the chat room as well, Patricia and Arushi for sure. So please just tag us if you have any questions. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you'll need to refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And I'm also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. I'm going to put that into the into the website chat in just a moment. It's just there to ensure that this talk is a great experience for everyone involved. So now I'd love to introduce you to our next speakers. First up, we have Sarah Stamper, who is the SVP of Science and Innovation at Helm. Helm is a team of scientists, designers, engineers, and campaigners who are building a data and technology platform for organizers and issue advocates. Helm is also one of our amazing sponsors of this summit, so thank you to the Helm team. Sarah oversees Helm's product, data science, behavioral science, and design teams. She brings more than a decade of research leadership from within academia and her work with nonprofit organizations. Sarah holds a PhD from Johns Hopkins University in psychological and brain science and currently maintains a position there as a visiting science in mechanical engineering. Sarah also served in a leadership role for numerous STEM education initiatives, including Brain Awareness Week, Robo Challenge, STEM Achievement in Baltimore City Schools, and Women in Science and Engineering. So welcome, Sarah. We're so happy to have you here with us today. Sarah is going to be joined in conversation with Erica Wise, PhD. Erica is a social psychologist and the director of behavioral science at Helm. She obtained her PhD in psychology at Stanford University in 2018, where she developed novel psychological interventions to increase empathy and pro-social behavior. At Helm, Erica manages a team of researchers made up of behavioral scientists, user experience experts, and product analysts, and is spearheading research projects related to civic engagement and equitability in the United States. So welcome, Sarah and Erica. I'll turn the stage over to you.
Hey, Meg. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, hey, Erica. I have not seen you for 3.5 minutes.
Hi, ladies. How are you?
Good to see you.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. I'm very, very excited. I'm honored and I am stoked. I am a little too excited, so I'm really wanting to just like jump in. But quickly, just for the audience again, just quickly introduce yourself and just to like kind of shake it up a little bit. Let's do like one fun fact about yourself each.
Ooh, I love it. Okay, all of my fun facts are about bats. It's actually a running joke at Helm how much I can make any conversation about bats. So I appreciate the opportunity that the very first thing I talk about here is how much I love bats. I mean, as Meg sort of alluded to, I have done all of my scientific training, started at New College of Florida, studying manatees and dolphins and honeybees and lemurs, and then went and worked in a neuroscience lab at Brown studying bats, which is where my love came from, before doing my PhD at Hopkins in electric fish. Are you noticing a theme? Like, I have a zoo at my house, so absolutely love the critters. After like really like honing my science chops, went into consulting. and started a high school neuroscience program that was focused on helping to encourage persistence in STEM fields for women and underrepresented minorities, which I think is super critical to have those perspectives more in our education and our hospitals and, you know, our companies designing things like tech platforms. And then I came to Helm, where I think literally one of my smartest decisions was hiring Erica. So Erica, why don't you do your spiel?
Oh, Sarah. Well, thank you. Thanks again, Lucy, for having us, and Meg for the intro. So my name is Erica Wise, and I started my career as a researcher as an undergrad at the University of Vermont, where I worked with two very different populations. I worked with middle school girls and boys and rats. And so I became very interested in sort of social development and neuroscience. And that brought me to Stanford, where I did my PhD in social neuroscience. And like Meg said, the bulk of my dissertation work was about how we can leverage principles from social psychology and affective science and behavioral economics to try to make people more empathic, so to encourage empathy. And then before joining Helm, I was a postdoctoral researcher at Harvard, where I continued this line of work, looking at how we can nudge people toward being kinder to each other, more pro-social and helpful. And here I am with Sarah and all of my Helm crew, and I'm just delighted to be here with everyone today.
Yes, I love this. I love this. Okay. I would love to just jump into it with both of you queens. You do
Let's do it.
So obviously this is Tech for Social Impacts, Summit Series. So explores how tech companies create positive, social impact, and the very existence implies that we clearly need to explicitly address social impact in tech. So Sarah, I would love, if you don't mind, if I start with you first, just to switch it up. I want to hear from your vantage point, like what is the state of the affairs in tech?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, first, like giant step backwards, we are so happy to be here, and we appreciate the fact that you exist and that you are working to bring together voices to explicitly address the role of tech in social impact. So thank you for that. And we're excited to collaborate. Quite simply, tech purports to connect us. I think instead they have divided us. They have eroded democracy in the process, and they have obscured sort of our shared humanity. When we talk sort of like in tech, there's this adage of like move fast and break things. And I really hope that when that first came about, that was not the intention, right? I hope that it was about code and not actually society.
Yeah, but not our democracy.
Yes, exactly. But like, nonetheless, this is where we are. And given that this is where we are, at Helm, we see the urgent need to infuse scientific principles and ethics into civic technology. I think it should be in all technology, but we focus on civic tech because we care first and foremost about sort of creating an equitable world for all. We care about democracy, and we care about civic behavior. And, to us, civic behavior is a wide swath of things. It's volunteering in your community. It's participating in an election. It's advocating for important issues. And given the sort of multi-interdisciplinary nature of the problems that we're solving, Helm is really intentional about bringing in diverse perspectives. So while yes, Eric and I are both scientists, we come at research and data and, the problems that we're solving from very different vantage points. So as you heard in my intro, I study a lot of weird creatures, and only recently have started looking at what it means to study people.
Who I would argue are weird creatures too, as someone who's been doing it for a long time. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, let's not leave us out of that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I misspoke. The weirdest creatures, in fact. So, And I think about things like at a neural level and like really microscopically in some cases, like what are our actual cells doing? And Erica, by contrast, has, you know, profound research expertise at this really like macro sort of societal level.
Yeah. So Sarah and I think are really nice complements to each other. And this is why we're so excited to be having this conversation today, because while she's going to talk more about what tech is doing to us at the cellular level, we'll be able to kind of then start building up upon that to think about how it's affecting us, not just at the level of the individual, but also at the collective level as groups, countries, even baseball teams we'll get into.
So yeah, that's so fresh. So kind of getting into that, Erica, let's talk about the brain, right? So what do I'm like, what do I need to understand? But this is not about me. This is everybody here because we're being watched. So what do we need to know to understand the impact that technology is having on us at that level? Like,
yeah,
really?
Lucy, at the risk of being annoying, can I do the brain part and can Erica do the
yeah, please.
Domain of expertise. Yeah.
Else we're about to flex our flexibility and
yes.
from each other a little too much. I think at the crux, human beings have behavioral tendencies. There are patterns. And when there are patterns, it becomes predictable, right? Like what, how, why we do all of the things that we do. And when something has patterns and it's predictable, it has rules. And like anybody who like has been around a child for any extended period of time, right? Like rules are meant to be broken and rules can be exploited. And I think when we talk about like bad tech, one of the things that adds that value of badness to it is that it's tech that's doing this. It's exploiting our brains for their own aims. So the question is, how do they do this? We know a lot about brains, right? From sea slugs to humans, about shared sort of mental machinery. The cells, the neural pathways, and the chemical reactions like are really fundamental to how we learn and how we remember and how we process and interpret our environments. The crux of that is this like term that sounds fancy, even though it's sort of simple, and that's called synaptic plasticity. So like a synapse is the junction between two cells, and they communicate with each other typically by sending chemicals back and forth. Those chemicals are called neurotransmitters. You've heard of them, right? They end up in the news like serotonin, dopamine, glutamate. Mm-hmm. And based on what you're experiencing, if you get a stimulus and it repeats over and over and over again, those synapses strengthen, either by releasing more neurotransmitter or releasing it sort of easier or letting it sort of hang out in that junction longer.
Okay.
Those modifications, right? Like strengthening a synapse because you're experiencing something over and over and over again, I think seems intuitive. What isn't always so intuitive is that, like, if you're doing that, then there's something else that you're probably not thinking about or you're not experiencing. And so all of those synapses that exist that aren't being strengthened, in fact, weaken. And like cleverly, this is now called survival of the busiest, this notion of, you know, what we experience in terms of like structural changes to our brains is dependent on what we think about, what we do, what we experience. And so it doesn't take much for that to happen. We're really flexible based on experience and circumstance and need. And so I would argue that all of the tools and technology, like throughout human history, have changed our brains. Like when we went from, you know, fire to wheelbarrows to smartphones, like everything in one way or another has changed how we direct our attention. It has changed how we find and store and value information. And it has changed how we remember and forget.
Yeah, and I would add on and just say that you'd be hard pressed to design a system that's better at changing our brains faster than the internet. And maybe folks in the audience
Exactly.
like this is, I mean, I think about Google, for example.
We Google it. We're Googling.
Yeah, it's become a verb, right? It's not just a company, it's become a verb. Yeah, it's completely changed what I pay attention to, how I process information, and how I remember things. It's just such a ubiquitous platform that I've come to rely on it as part of my memory now. So, and they did this by just drawing on terabytes of data that they gathered across thousands and thousands of experiments that refine their algorithms to make it more appropriate for me and for every individual in the audience too.
Oh gosh, I feel like this is I'm so, okay, I'm sorry. I'm just so excited. So
we're excited too.
It's wild. Like it makes me start to think about how I process things, where my memory goes, like how I do. Okay. So
memories living outside of our memory as we think of it. So.
Yeah, that's exactly. So obviously we all know, like, especially now I'm thinking about like the world, right? Society and like, even specifically I can only speak for the US, but like obviously it's around the world, but like even in the last few years in the US, right? Like it seems like things have seemed to change.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things are changing. So what is it about how we organize into society, right? To make us susceptible to the disruption via technology?
Yeah, so I think it kind of starts with our most ancient ancestors. So we as a species evolved in these tiny communities, these little hamlets where you would see everybody over and over again. So your neighbors, if they weren't just your direct relatives, you would at least have set a string of repeated interactions with them. And if you're not talking to them every day, you have a reputation that precedes you. Everybody knows everybody. There are serial interactions that continue. And what that allows for is this sort of like currency of your reputation. So if I know I'm going to be seeing you again, I better be nice to you because we might need to cooperate at some point down the road. But by contrast, we live in these very, very, very different situations now that I would argue couldn't make things harder for us to sort of have this reciprocity-based society that relies on us having reputations that want to make us be good and kind and pro-social. And that's because many of us live in cities. So I'll pass somebody on the sidewalk, and if I bump into them, like I could say sorry, but I'm never going to see them again. I have no incentive necessarily through reciprocity. I'm nice.
You would
say
say sorry.
I know. I would. You don't know that. You don't know, Sarah. Maybe you just think that because we have a reciprocal relationship. Maybe I'm a total jerk outside of work. Who knows? There's only one way to find out. And it's to hire someone to tell me. But please don't. So we also have this problem where a lot of our interactions are taking place over the internet. So there's anonymity basically in our physical locations as we live in these cities with more and more people. But now we also have this problem of never seeing other people's faces with whom we interact. So we'll have entire relationships that happen over the internet with people we'll never meet in person. And then we have even more problematically, probably these like one-off communications with people on Twitter who we know nothing about, we'll never see again, and we'll never meet in person. So basically the problem is we have no accountability and we have a lot of anonymity. And from my perspective, as a researcher of empathy and pro-social behavior, this is a really, really hard problem to solve. There's no incentive basically for being pro-social or empathic.
Yeah, I think what Lucy was like in her introduction to sort of this train of thought that we're now on, remarked that like there's this sense of heightened polarity in the United States. And I think that is really, obvious to anybody who walks around, who engages in online communities. And, to your point of how we live now, right? We're siloed, both physically, but then also in our online communities. And our online communities, right? Like in the real world, you can like turn your head around and you can look at what you want to look at. And you can like walk this way or walk this way, right? Like you have autonomy in how you're experiencing that physical space, in the way that for an online environment, like we simply don't. There are algorithms sort of like behind the curtain who are based on predictions excuse me, of what they think we'll like, of what they think we'll agree with, and what they think will relate to, curating content for us. And that seems innocuous, right? Like I have 3 dogs. I love dogs. I want to see dogs on my feed all the time. I eat out all the time. Like I want to know the hot, like trendy new restaurants. But I also want to like get back to like my Kentucky roots and like know like, okay, I live in Baltimore now. And like, that's very much in some ways a blue bubble. But like, where's my mom coming from and what's she seeing and what's her experience look like? And that just now isn't possible on all of these sort of online tech platforms. We are creating echo chambers and filter bubbles, and that then, even though it's happening online, like trickles out into our real world experiences, because we're not bound by the same, set of talking points in the news or the same perspective on current events. It's like all highly, highly personalized, but also really targeted towards polarization.
So would you say then using these products have the potential to, like, they're changing our secular level actually? And is that like, is that part of what technology, like, what is it about technology that makes that the case, right? I don't know if I'm
sure
answering, like formulating the question fully.
We'll wing it. If I'm saying something that's not what you mean, like we can course correct. I think that for technology, right, ultimately it comes down to platform engagement. Like in the biz, we talk about this as making something sticky, which is not literally sticky because that would be really gross. So then like, what do we mean when like an app is sticky? It's something that like gets you to like pick it up, to check it, to like click into things, because we're operating on an eyeball economy. Eyeballs are what you're paying attention to. And the same stimuli that help make an app sticky are the same stimuli that are most likely to change our brain circuits. They are intense, they are interactive, they are repetitive. And the problem then is that they end up ultimately addictive. And, this now is sort of like the cutesy way of saying it is brain hacking. I think it's like totally trendy to just take the word hacking and stick it on something, right, to be more provocative. And I say that tongue in cheek because I work with a CEO who literally wrote a book called Regulatory Hacking. So like, I'm now a little nervous that came out of my mouth. It's a great book. I highly recommend reading it. But for brain hacking, like the whole idea is they have to hook you. There is some sort of stimulus, like a cue that triggers you in order to respond to something. And you respond because you're going to get a reward. What you respond to though, right, like depends on what you're paying attention to. And so like there's this pressure, right, to like be the thing that captures your attention. And as humans, we evolved to be hypersensitive to danger. So, right, like bright colors, quick movements, unexpected smells, sort of so on and so forth, are the things that capture our attention above and beyond anything else. And so, that's one of these rules that when we talk about tech companies exploiting things, much like Las Vegas, which I would argue has all of the bright colors, quick movements, and unexpected smells. Like the same thing happens in our apps. Erica, do you want to walk through like what that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I like the Vegas metaphor because my phone often sounds like a casino. Like it's dinging and donging, and there are all sorts of notifications popping up. And what happens, I guess, like Sarah was just kind of setting up for us, is you encounter a cue. So let's say I see that someone has retweeted something I said, and that makes me perform an action. Like I'll open the app, I'll go to Twitter in anticipation of a reward. Like maybe the person who retweeted me is my boss, Sarah, and that would be amazing. And then also maybe the person who retweeted me is my mom, and that wouldn't be so cool. No offense, Mom.
To your mother.
I know. I actually don't think she knows how to retweet. So it's, and this is just purely hypothetical. But if somebody like Sarah, whose opinion I really care about and value, is to endorse what I say through a retweet, for example, that would release dopamine, which is a neurotransmitter that Sarah already talked about and is associated with a lot of important things like subjective reward feelings. And we're not talking about the level of dopamine that I would get if I were to eat a square of chocolate or some sort of delicious snack, but it's a lot higher than that for these social rewards, especially for people whom we look up to and value the opinions of. It's more in the territory of shopping and gambling. And what's really powerful and maybe a little bit frightening about the way these apps work is that they're adaptive. So they collect data about me. So for instance, what time I responded to the pop-up notification, how long it took me to get onto the platform, where I went right when I got there. And it uses each action that it stores to adapt its algorithm for me specifically, for my preferences. And then it allows them just to figure out exactly how to tinker with my particular algorithm to figure out how to capture my attention if it ever seems to be fading.
Well, and I think what's most annoying about it is it captures your attention just to turn around and scatter it.
Totally.
Right. And so it's like the headlines, the ads, the flashing buttons, and you get immediate reward after immediate reward after immediate reward for very minimal effort.
Right.
And this reinforcement schedule actually makes it so that you need the likes, the reactions, the retweets.
Yep.
And, like going back to my high school teaching days, like absolutely profound implications for our health and well-being. Like the dependency that we create in needing these reactions and responses, I think is really, worth a healthy investigation into, especially for teens who are undergoing such dramatic, brain and hormonal changes and development. Because, we know that through decades of experiments and everything with like little rats pressing levers for food pellets to, people hooked up to morphine drips, that this is absolutely the most effective way to rewire brain circuits in order to like build and sustain habits.
So use of social media seems to have that profound effect on individuals, but is that the end of it? Because we got some, this is why.
See, distraction. This is literally, this is
I love this.
Sarah,
Teresa Sullivan, Teresa with a TH, that's like my middle name, says, this is why I turn off my notifications.
That's right.
LOL, my poor attempt to not get brain hacked.
Well,
right?
exercising any sort of autonomy over where your attention goes, it's harder and harder to do these days. And I think all the more important because of that.
Well, but let's be human about it, right? Like everything in moderation. And so, I don't think we're here to say like, oh my gosh, throw your smartphones out the window. They're ruining your lives. Like what we're here to say is there's a way to reimagine technology such that it is working with us to have positive impact, not only in our communities, but also in our own day-to-day lives. And like, let's think about what that takes so that, yes, we are not at risk of, Teresa ending up brain hacked, unless it is to help her do something positive, right? Like, save money for retirement, eat healthier, lose weight. Like, there are a lot of actions that people very much want to take. And there's then a gap between our actions and our inactions. And, when we talk about bad tech, then maybe what good tech ends up doing is like actually helping us to overcome those gaps in our intentions so that we are doing, whether that's civic behavior, like we care about at Helm, right? Like helping to encourage people to volunteer at a soup kitchen, to run for a school board, to, start a petition for, like there's a lot of positive things I think that can come from technology when we do it with people at the sort of forefront of our thought through the sort of build and design process.
So let me ask you this, Queen. So if tech companies know that they're having a less than healthy impact on their users and society, like why don't they change?
That's the question, right?
I mean, honestly, I don't think, we're going to get that.
No,
1 + 2 is 1 + 2 is 3 answer. But seriously, I mean, I feel like we're so into like, why would they, or why don't they?
No, I mean, I think that that's the crux. Like, we are arguing that they should change. And that is why we founded Helm. At Helm, we are taking, right, you're speaking to two scientists now because we are taking a scientific approach to better understand human civic behavior, to understand which interventions drive impact, and to scale those towards a more participatory democracy. We think about civic behavior, we also think about civil behavior. And so like when we think about democracy, like let's have one that's healthier. Let's make sure that people are engaged, well-informed, but also open to different perspectives. And, if we do that, then like the question is, well, then why aren't other tech companies focused on actually connecting people or focused on having positive impact? And I think that circles back directly to like your attention, your eyeballs are a finite resource. And Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, like TikTok, they're all competing for the exact same set of eyeballs. And so that's how you develop this sort of consequence of the parade of distractions that we get on our phone, is that everyone's trying to pull you into their platform instead of one of their competitors.
So could you ladies tell me more about tech platforms with the respect that to improve the social and emotional well-being? I mean, it sounds a little like kumbaya-ish and wooey and like all of our, we're around fire with like,
that's the goal.
But
that's
why we're there's got to be, right?
I think so. Like what I always am talking about is, tech companies are playing with our, brains. And then like, my partner in crime over here, Erica, is like, but they're playing with our hearts too.
I know they are.
It's just as important.
Yeah. So we covered a little bit about what's happening, about how tech can kind of govern the thoughts that we think and sort of control our memories a little bit. But we also know that there's a lot of cases in which tech and different apps affect the feelings that we feel too. So you can probably, and it's a little scary, right? So you can think of times, I bet, where you have kind of caught somebody else's emotion. So I remember when I was an undergraduate, my roommate Olivia was a chemistry major, and whenever she had an orgo exam, I would get palpitations. I would get really, really nervous. And I was a psych major. I never took a single orgo class, and I never will, but I still had this vicarious stress response.
We will put it on your development plan now.
An Orgo class. Well,
Yeah.
thanks. Well, thanks. Okay, so now I can have this stress firsthand instead of vicariously. But well, another example is back in the day when I used to fly on airplanes before COVID. I would sometimes feel anxious, especially when there was turbulence. And when that happened, I would look around the plane, and if my fellow passengers were very calm, I would just kind of chill out myself. But if they were keyed up, I would start to feel a little bit more nervous. And so social media, I think, offers a really interesting twist on this kind of centuries old feeling of catching other people's feelings, because there's this interim step that happens a little bit behind the scenes where these algorithms curate what you see. And so to use my airplane example again, what that would be like is if I was going to sample the space around me, see how my peers were feeling, and I was only to see the 3 most anxious faces. So in an effort to try to show us content that they think we want to see that already kind of aligns with our experiences, they know I'm a little nervous, they want to show me other nervous people, they actually modify the way I feel by presenting me a specific subset of feelings. So we know that on Twitter, the tweets that are the most emotional get more retweets and more likes, and they spread through the network faster. So there are incentives for tech companies to keep us engaged by showing us emotional content, but that actually changes how we perceive events and the emotions we feel around them.
Yeah. I mean, one, if they only showed you 3 nervous people on a plane, you would still see my face, Erica.
Right.
I
2
do,
anxious flyers.
Well, I mean, I think we're anxious in general, but yes.
2 anxious. Yes, that's
yes.
right. That's right. Many scientists are.
I think, you talked about the retweet sort of experiment. There was that, really famous experiment that actually ended up in the news that Facebook did, where they varied the amount and also the extremity of emotions that, right? Like, is it a little happy? Is it super happy? That people saw in their feed. And the results showed a withdrawal effect. So if you were exposed to fewer emotions in your news feed, you actually started sharing less content. And so I think that's exactly what you're saying, right? Like that then incentivizes them to make sure that your news feed stays emotional.
Yep, very populated with high intensity emotions, positive and negative.
Yes.
Yep.
Even if it's at the sort of consequence of it's skewed, right? And like as humans, we are profoundly interested in comparing things. And there's nothing we like comparing more than ourselves to other people. And so when we then look around at all of like the happy toasts and the cheers, and it's really a like hyper selected set of experiences that you're shared, that, yes, like my friends just got engaged, super happy for them, right? But like it's 27 posts of like the highest highs and emotions, and it's not then showing you. But like, yeah, they also like ate breakfast, and then they kind of thought about coffee, and then like, the dog ran away. Like it's not showing you all of those sort of like other moments that happen in somebody's life. So you end up comparing like your whole 24 hours to somebody's very best 2 minutes.
Oof.
And that distortion, I think, is really, really not ideal.
That literally happened to me this weekend.
What happened to you, Lucy? Do you need to talk about it? We can talk about it.
We're here. Yeah,
getting engaged right now, y'all. A lot of people getting engaged. And I'm just like, what is my life? But then I'm like, I'm really happy with my life. I have a new job, but then you start going down this rabbit hole. Ruth, Stephanie, and Catherine, we are gonna definitely get to these questions. I don't want you to think that you are being ignored. So I will definitely ask those. I wanted to just ask a few more in regards to where we are actually going with this. So all of this in mind, are tech companies actually doing anything to undo their what they've kind of started? Is there any is there a way to step back from this or kind of correct this?
Yeah, well, Sarah and I were just thinking before we got on the call about what's already happening in the world of tech. And this is kind of related to the question that Catherine asked in the chat here. And there are things that people are doing. So for example, a few years ago, Facebook had a group of their researchers look at the consequences of their algorithms to see sort of what was happening. So they were curious to get some sort of quantification of what impact they were having. And what the research team found out, according to this Wall Street Journal article, is that the algorithm is kind of, as presently designed, it might exploit these sort of tendencies that we have toward tribalism and toward divisiveness. So there is interest in these tech companies, which I think is where we start a lot of the time. But obviously there's still a lot more work to do in this space.
Yeah, YouTube, I think, actually just changed one of their algorithms to try and curb the radicalization that they were seeing on their platform. And I finally, this is so embarrassing to be in tech, but I had a 7-year-old smartphone. And so I finally just switched phones, and it now comes with like all these cool new features that notify and limit your screen time. It's like comparing how much I've been on my phone to weeks past and letting me set limits. So I think that, you know, Apple and Android too are thinking about like, well, what can we actually do at a device level to try and curb some of this addictive behavior that people are having with their phones?
Okay. And so like beyond like those kind of things that they are doing and improving on, like, I know I keep on kind of asking the same question, but I mean, I have like literally 2 scientists on like speaking to, is there anything
At your disposal,
else?
my friend. Yeah.
Yeah. My thing is
Ask
like,
anything.
besides that, or like, you know, apps of like, you're using it this too much, or like the data, being aware that this is the data that we're using and things like that. Like what else are companies doing, or what can they do to try to deliver on their promise of connecting people, but also still improving their users' lives? And I know y'all have been talking about it, but like, I just still feel like there's more.
It's a big question.
This is great, because this is literally the thing that Erica and I like to geek out on the most.
I know,
right?
our favorite soapbox.
Yes, our favorite soapbox is that, like, from our perspective, the next big thing for tech is to start exploring what it means to be values driven. So
say that again.
Values driven.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Yep.
Can you break this down, please?
Yeah. And so what many tech companies have done is to declare their commitment to being objective.
Yep.
They are not objective.
Yeah. And the reason that they're not objective is because nobody is objective, it turns out. And I'll take us on a quick tangent, but I promise it's relevant. My old social psych professor at Stanford, Lee Ross, who tragically passed away a few weeks ago, spent his entire career studying this thing that he called naive realism, or the objectivity illusion. And it's just basically this idea that you are under the mistaken assumption that the world as you see it is the world. It's the objective truth, the same way that everybody else sees it. And of course, it causes a ton of trouble when we think that we see the world objectively and other people don't, because it colors the whole way that we interpret our thoughts, their thoughts, and everything that happens around them. And he, like I said, did a lifetime of research on this. But if I can just get really geeky for a minute about one of his studies that was my favorite, with his then grad student, Emily Cronin, and his collaborator, Tom Gilovich, they gave these questionnaires to undergraduates that asked them to talk about their views about all sorts of hot button political issues. So at the time, abortion and capital punishment. And after they filled out these questionnaires, Lee and his colleagues took them, they shuffled them, and then redistributed them all over the classroom. And they asked the students with other students' questionnaires to indicate 2 things. So first, to show how similar or dissimilar the other students' views were, and then to indicate how much the other students' views were driven by rational considerations like attention to facts and concern with long-term consequences, or sources of bias like wishful thinking or unreliable information sources. And what they found is that not only did students judge their own thinking as being more rationally driven than bias driven, but also that of those who thought alike. So if Sarah and I have the same views on capital punishment, I'll attribute her thinking to sort of rational sources rather than bias. But when you look at somebody who differs from you, then you think that their thinking is more biased than it is rational. And so what that means to me is that declaring objectivity as an individual or as an agency is not the way to go. And Lee used to quote George Carlin, the comedian, and he said, have you ever noticed that anybody who drives slower than you is an idiot and everybody who drives faster than you is a maniac? And that really, I think, succinctly captures this idea that we see the world relative to ourselves, and that's not how the world is. It's only how the world is relative to us. No one can be objective.
Yeah, but that then means that if we think we are we idiots, right? Like if not a scientist,
We're
if not an
naive.
engineer, if not a journalist, if not even a CEO can actually be objective, then tech platforms can't be either, right?
So long as we're working at them.
Exactly. If we're working at them, if we're designing the tools for, if we're leading these companies, then it almost seems like you're doing a throwaway. Instead of declaring your values, it's a way to sort of eke out of that. And as users, we shouldn't fall for that. Like, it's not, you can't just say you're objective, like full stop. Like, that's not a thing. So
it's naive. Yep.
So what are your values?
Ladies, we are like blowing up in the chats. Y'all are killing the game. While I'm like kind of going over these, because I definitely want to hit these up, and we might kind of be going back and forth in that conversation. Not to be kind of cheesy, but I feel like I can be assumptive saying it sounds like that's what makes you all excited. Y'all seem very excited about where y'all are working at Helm. And it seems like that's kind of part of this kind of journey and this solution that I think that you got. Would that be kind of fair to say? I'm kind of just like throwing that out there, but
no. I think that's
the whole time you're talking, like y'all kept on bringing up Helm, and I'm like, this has got to be the reason. This is part of why y'all work there.
Absolutely. So I think, what is most exciting about Helm is that we are building scientific principles and ethics not only into our culture, but also into the platform that we're building. And we're doing that proactively from the very beginning. We are guided by what we call a theory of change, which is a collection of hypotheses, right? That as scientists, we will support or refute over time based on research and experimentation. And our theory of change is all about what can people do in their own communities? What can organizations do at scale? What can people and organizations achieve together? And so from our perspective, civic engagement isn't an undertaking to be abandoned after every election, right? Like there's all this ramp up, an election happens, and then it's crickets. Like I was getting 200 text messages like before the presidential election last year. And then now a lot of the organizations and people who were trying to like mobilize and do work in the community are a little bit more quiet. So we think about, well, what's the day in, day out work that has to happen over years and decades and generations in order to really get us towards this more equitable future for all that's based on, a participatory democracy. And that's a tall order, right? And as an organization, then there are expectations that we put on ourselves to represent the ideals that we want to see in the world. And that means that, we're building a company that values diversity, equitability, respectful debate, open communication, and extraordinary ideas so that we can, get there together.
You guys are signed. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Erica.
Well, no, I was going to say just that Sarah and I are scientists by training, and one of our priorities that comes from the lab is sort of democratizing information and science, because we think that that's what gets us closer to the truth. And so as scientists, the best practices and the standards to which we try to adhere are those that let us post our materials openly, that let us share and collaborate with labs from not just outside of our university, but all over the world. Being transparent about our science sort of helps us keep each other accountable and lets us correct our mistakes. And we recognize that corporations aren't necessarily beholden to the same principles because they have a bottom line, right? So there needs to be some sort of protection of proprietary data that they have. So although we can't sort of import the exact same principles that we learned in the lab into tech, we can certainly learn from the example, and we can be sort of collectively thinking about how we can be transparent about the data we're collecting, the experiments we're running, the implications we're taking from our experiments. And though we haven't yet figured out this solution at Helm, we're still a young company. These are conversations that we're having all the time. And these are just critical to our values as a company, as individuals who work here.
Well, I know that you all are a young company, but I mean, the people want to know, like, I mean, y'all are scientists, but like y'all also have designers, engineers, and campaign. Like, are you all hiring? Like, people want to know, like, how do they, I mean, do y'all have open positions right now? Because people are wanting to know.
Yes, we're definitely hiring. If you're a rock star engineer, if you are a leader in advocacy or an organizer, if you're a data scientist, if you, want to sort of harness the power of data science and community to rekindle civic participation, we would love it if you would come join us. We've got the employer page up through Power to Fly, and our website is helmteam.us, and there's a link where you can drop us a hello note. One of the things that I just like, if I can close for 1 second, is how important it is to us to work with an interdisciplinary team from a variety of backgrounds as we tackle these really critical questions, like what are our principles and how do we develop frameworks to ensure that we have both ethical research and data practices. We would love to have many more voices in those conversations. So if that sounds like something that appeals to you, like, by all means, would love it if you would reach out.
So I'm going to try to get some of these questions. Forgive me, I'm reading it cold. So Sarah or Erica, if you want to jump in, help me out. So Ruth just says, you guys are #goals.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Ruth.
Okay. Espita
high fives.
says it's vital to clarify the difference between naive objectivity versus just making stuff up.
Yes.
Gaslighting.
Yeah. I think so if I understand the question,
while propaganda. Okay, gotcha.
It's a really hard line to walk, right? Because we want to be objective, of course, as scientists. And I'm not saying that there is no such thing as truth, of course not. But what I am saying is that we're mistaken when we think that we are the arbiters of truth, that we're the people who singularly hold what is true and what is objective. And so at Helm, what I like is that I can kind of come in with my values and be unapologetic about them and very transparent about the fact that I value equitability, diversity, truth, and I can state them and let people know how it informs the work that I do. Like the projects I'm doing at Helm about equitability are informed by my values of equitability. And so what that does is it invites reactions, and people have alternative perspectives. Mostly at Helm, everyone happens to share that particular value, but sometimes we hear constructive criticism about, say, a way that I'm implementing something. And in this way, we sort of leverage the wisdom of the crowd, assembling all sorts of different non-objective, but people think they're objective viewpoints, and we get closer toward truth, something that we all agree on. So this certainly isn't to say there is no such thing as truth, but it is the point I'm making is that I am not the world. The way I see the world is not the truth. It's not objective, and we need to be values driven instead of sort of this fake posture of objectivity, which doesn't really mean much in the end.
I would love to scoop up Teresa's observation question, which says it's a fine line. Tech companies like Facebook does a great service by uniting people with similar interests, like Facebook groups, and affords people not to feel alone, but it could induce tribalism. So there are these amazing studies, most of which have been done in sports fans. So Erica lives up in Boston, and I'll shout out her postdoc advisor who did an amazing, like now famous study looking at Red Sox and Yankees fans and scanned their brain as they watched baseball plays, and found that, like, subjectively, when something bad happened, for instance, the rival team was successful or your team had a setback, that the brain regions that sort of facilitate the processing of physical pain were activated. And when something subjectively good happens, like the success of your own team, and counterintuitive, the failure of the rival team, right?
Exactly.
Erica?
Other people's failures.
Yes, exactly.
That's right.
That you got activation for reward and subjective pleasure.
Which is terrifying. Yeah. Like, and in subsequent analysis, what Mina, my postdoc advisor, found is that the extent to which you saw activity in this brain region called the ventral striatum, which is associated with the processing of reward, the more likely you were to endorse harming the fans of a rival team. So that's scary.
And we saw that in the experiment where they also, different lab group brought people into the lab and they had them write about their love for soccer or their love of a specific team. In this case, it was Manchester U or Liverpool.
Yep.
And then once you left the lab environment, you happened upon a jogger who needed help. And he was conveniently, right, a member of the research team and either wearing a Man U t-shirt or a Liverpool t-shirt. And what you had written about primed you. Like if you had written about the team that you like and love, you were less likely to help the rival. If you had written about your love of soccer, you were more or less equally likely to help both of them.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating that like this sort of like in-group, out-group, us versus them is actually really malleable. And so when we think about tech, like what we have not seen is a platform actually using interventions like this in order to unite people.
Yeah.
As opposed to like continuing to like, you know, fuel the flames and divide people. And
to Teresa's question, you could imagine an intervention just like this that sort of presents people as a superordinate within a superordinate category, like soccer fans, like Americans instead of Republicans and Democrats, anything that bumps us up to expand the circle that we think of as us instead of us versus them.
I mean, I was in high school for September 11th, 2001. I was a senior in high school in Kentucky. And like the overwhelming infusion of patriotism where it wasn't, we're Republicans, we're Democrats. It was like this moment in time where we were Americans that really sort of overarched and is another example then, right? Of like the flexibility and how we group ourselves based on what it is that we're actually experiencing.
But using that same example, you'll recall that shortly thereafter, this totally deteriorated when people, especially white people, started attacking people who looked like the folks that they thought perpetrated the attack. So, I mean, in both cases, it's malleable, but we know it can go up or down. So it's not just that malleability itself is a good thing. We need to steer it towards what our values are.
So we technically have about like 2 minutes, and I'm so sorry, y'all, if we haven't gotten to all of your questions, but this is so exciting, and it sounds like a lot of us should just go deep and check out Helm because they are killing the game right now.
Well, you can find us on LinkedIn and send Eric and I messages too. We're happy to chat offline.
Yeah, let's do. And I might be butchering the name, so forgive me, but Toy Kim says companies are also vulnerable to setting success metrics that foster unhealthy behavior. Go ahead.
So we, fun fact, we know her. That is Kim, who is an amazing senior product designer on our team. So I think that's our first bleed through sort of Helmate out in the wild asking questions. And she's exactly right. You know, a lot of companies optimize for growth. They optimize for speed. They optimize for revenue. If I were to say what we're optimized for at Helm, we're optimized for impact. And so when we think about what our success metrics look like and the behaviors that we would like to encourage, it is all through the lens of like, let's optimize our work at Helm in order to create the impact that we care about. So it's maybe she listened in all hands. I think very astute observation.
I'm going to try to sneak one more in before I wrap it up. Eileen says, the reason tech companies don't change is often misguided short-sightedness. Bad, addictive habits are easier to create and fool people into buying something they didn't really need or waste time. But ultimately, those behaviors end up making people feel worse about themselves. Facts. Afterwards, a lot of engagements this weekend, guys. A lot of people got engaged this weekend. Negative association with companies and trick them into something. And if instead they promote healthier, positive behaviors on their platforms, people would actually feel trust and respect for themselves. Preach, preach, preach.
No,
Yes.
I think what did Ruth say earlier? Hashtag goals.
Yeah.
I think that, you know,
Yeah, that comment.
To Elaine's point, exactly, right? Like our goal at Helm is to promote healthy, positive behaviors such that as a company, like not only are we proud of the work that we are doing and the work reflects our values as individuals and as a company, but that then users and people in the communities that we care so much about, where we're hoping to drive impact, actually feel trust and respect for us as well.
I want to thank you, ladies. Y'all killed the game. And for the people that I did not talk to your answer your questions, blow them up on LinkedIn, blow these queens up, blow Helm up. This is great. We need this conversation to continue in order for us to be better as humans, as a society in the US, internationally. So thank both of you, Sarah and Erica,
thank you.
doing y'all
Lucy, thank you.
And also sponsoring. You guys are just, I've learned so much. So thank you again. And I will be in touch with you guys, but you all please Helm is hiring and get them on LinkedIn and also check out their website and get involved as scientists, engineers, volunteers, whoever you are, humanists. Let's just do it. So thank you all so much again.
Thank
you so much. It was so nice to talk.
Thank you to all of you. This was an absolutely amazing panel. So thank you so much. All right, so as we go and onboard our next set of speakers, I just want to say welcome to everyone who is just now joining us. My name is Meg. I am part of Powerfly's virtual hosting team, and we're super excited to welcome you to day one of our Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit Series. The theme for July is Tech for Social Impact. So if you're just joining us, I want to go over a couple of quick housekeeping items. Throughout this upcoming conversation, we would love to hear from you. So please feel free to add questions or comments into the chat that's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. If you have any kind of technical issues, you can always tag myself or one of the many members of Powerfly that is hanging out in the chat right now. I believe my coworker Arushi is there, as well as Cynthia. So please feel free to tag us in if you have any kind of technical issues. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, you're going to want to refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. If you're not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, you don't need to worry about the code, so no pressure. And then I'm also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that I'm going to be putting into the group chat on the right-hand side of your screen. This is just included to ensure that this talk, as well as all of our virtual events, are a great experience for everyone involved. Now, I'd love to introduce our next speakers. First up, we have Robert Branson. Robert Branson is the president and CEO of the Multicultural Media, Telecom, and Internet Council, which is the MMTC, which is a nonpartisan national nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting and preserving equal opportunity and civil rights in the mass media, telecom, and broadband industries, as well as closing the digital divide. Branson received his law degree from Harvard University and his undergraduate degree from the University of Virginia. Joining him in conversation, we have Joy O. Cheney. Joy is a domestic legal policy expert, political strategist, and former chief of staff to the United States Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York. After leaving the Senate, Joy relaunched JOI Strategies, a consulting firm that develops strategies for organizations and companies seeking to achieve justice, opportunity, and inclusion for America's underserved communities. Let's see, Joy began her career at the former Bach, Robinson, and Lewis PLLC and the Democratic National Committee. Joy is a graduate of Howard University and Harvard Law School, so welcome to Joy. They will be joined by Evan Marwell, who is the founder and CEO of Education Superhighway, which is a leading nonprofit focused on closing the digital divide in America's most unconnected communities. In 8 years, Education Superhighway closed the digital divide in America's K-12 schools, connecting nearly 47 million students in 99.7% of America's classrooms to high-speed broadband. Evan is an honors graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Business School, an advisor to high potential social entrepreneurs, a board member at Direct Relief and Recidiviz, and the board chair of MyAgro, an NGO helping smallholder farmers in Africa move out of poverty. And they will all be talking with Lisi DoCanto, a veteran of public policy, corporate strategy, healthcare communications, and diversity and inclusion. Lisi is managing director at APCO Worldwide's Washington, D.C. office headquarters and the Mid-Atlantic region lead. Lisi is a well-respected expert in public health and healthcare policy with nearly 3 decades of experience at the international, national, state, and local levels across the nonprofit, philanthropic, corporate, and government sectors. I will also love to introduce you to our amazing own Catherine Zaleski. So I will turn the floor over to you and you can take it away.
Thank you, Meg. Good to see you again. And good day to the thousands of you who are joining us for yet another Diversity Reboot Summit. I'm Catherine Zaleski, as Meg said, the co-founder and president of Power to Fly. And this time around, we're focused on the larger mission of how tech can be a true catalyst for social good. And it seems like, as always, our first keynote will be led by my dear friend, who's he can turn on his camera now as I introduce him, advisor and leader of so much social goodness, Lisi DoCanto, who is the managing director for APCO Worldwide in Washington, D.C. He will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern for another star-studded panel. So please make sure you sign on for that or check the schedule. For today's talk, Lisi has brought together leaders who are closing the digital divide at the top levels of government and policy, as Meg pointed out. Robert Branson, Joy O'Chaney, and Evan Marwell. And it's only fitting that we kick off the summit with a core and yet very challenging problem to propagate social good. So Lisi, I'm gonna let you take it from here, and thank you once again for kicking us off.
Catherine, thank you so much, and welcome to our audience that is listening and viewing us from wherever you are. Welcome to the Diversity Reboot 2021 series. I'm glad to be joined here today with Joy Cheney, Robert Branson, and Evan Marwell for a powerful conversation about broadband access and really what it means to have inclusivity and equity and diversity within the tech industry. Over the course of this summit, you'll be hearing from innovators and entrepreneurs building tools, platforms, and communities that leverage the power of connected technology to drive change and to advance progress. But in order for that to all work, for marginalized communities in particular, to benefit from these types of tech innovations, those communities must be first connected. And as the late John Lewis, congressman in civil rights, once said, access to the internet is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. And so for the next hour, I'm really excited to welcome to the Power to Fly family table, if you will, 3 of our nation's most impactful leaders doing extraordinary work in and around this issue for so many years. We're going to have an important, powerful conversation about digital inclusion, how we can equip unconnected households with connectivity, with devices, with digital skills that they need to fully enjoy and benefit from the tech ecosystem, but really to benefit from what it means to engage and be part of the 21st century in all the ways that we are going to talk about. So I want to dive right in. Joy Cheney, in particular, welcome to the Power to Fly family table here. The National Urban League, of course, has been a leader for many years to advance digital inclusion. And earlier this year, of course, you released a comprehensive set of proposals to really get at the issue of digital equity. And that effort, of course, is known as the Lewis Lateral Plan. To start off our discussion, let's dive a little bit into hear more about what that approach means, the work that you're doing around digital inclusion, and giving our audience a sense of sort of the work and the legacy of the National Urban League on this issue and the leadership that you all bring to a more diverse and equitable future. Joy, thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Lisi. Thank you so much. Thank you to Power to Fly and all of the organizers, including Tim, who's not on here, but who helped put this event together. I'm thrilled to represent the National Urban League in talking about these issues, which frankly, we put out a report recently, and we're so thankful to everyone who's helped lift it up. But we've been talking about this for a long time, right along with MMTC and so many others who have been, sounding the alarm and saying that our technology boom is really important. We're very excited about it, but it really stands to expand the gap between the haves and the have-nots if we do something about it, and if we are not intentional about equity. And it won't be enough even for everyone to be given all the same access. We actually have to do more to ensure that communities of color and communities with lower incomes actually benefit from the technology boom that we've been in since 1996, really. And so that was sort of the premise by which we began the Lewis Latimer project plan for digital equity and inclusion. And we launched it at the beginning, the research at the beginning of the pandemic, because we could see all the things that we have been saying. When we did our digital divide State of Black America report a couple of years ago and talked about it, all of those things we talked about, the things that MMTC talked about, and perhaps Power to Fly talked about, were coming to fruition, and we could see it all of a sudden overnight. The third spaces that people used for their internet access went away with little warning. And all of a sudden people were, in parking lots trying to gain access to the internet. They didn't have libraries, and they didn't have schools, and they didn't have workplaces to do that work. And so what we realized is we needed to be aggressive, and we needed to be intentional about dividing a plan that would be a unique and comprehensive look at the digital divide. And we focused on availability, which we know is important, but we wanted to also talk about adoption issues. Adoption gaps, which include affordability issues, which are what predominantly plague communities of color, people who have internet all around them, but they cannot afford it. We also wanted to talk about access to digital literacy, or we call it digital empowerment, right? We wanted to talk about the folks who have access to the internet, right? They could probably afford it, but they don't know how to get on, and they don't know how to utilize it. And some of those are older Americans, but some of those are younger Americans who, because they haven't had access to the internet, aren't using it and don't understand all the ways in which they can utilize it, and it can benefit their lives. We also talked about utilization. There are government services that should be easily provided through the internet as if they were private sector services, but are not. And that means that the people who rely on those services don't have ease of access in interacting with the federal agencies and the state and local agencies that make their lives possible. And we saw that when so many people were unable to file for unemployment benefits during a pandemic, when that should have been something that was clearly able to be done over the internet. We saw government systems shut down and not be able to keep up with the demand. And then the last piece, because like I said, we are the National Urban League. We hear a great deal about closing gaps to economic opportunity. So there are the gaps that of economic opportunity that not having broadband create, but then there are also just the gaps of having a technology system that doesn't employ enough people of color and is not intentional about employing them. Having lack of diversity in the boardroom, lack of diversity in the ownership circles. We want to see those gaps closed. And we want to see our corporate partners be intentional about closing those gaps. So we looked at all four of those areas. And we put together the Lewis Latimer plan, and I look forward to talking about some of the solutions as we go through today.
Thank you very much, Joy. As a reminder, please put your questions in the chat. We'll be taking them momentarily. I want to go to Evan. Joy talked about so many important aspects of what we're addressing here today, particularly around sounding the alarm and closing the gap. Your organization, Education Superhighway, has worked for many, many years to do just that, if you will, to get every school in the country connected to high-speed broadband service. I think many of us, especially parents of young children in the school system, know full well what happened when the pandemic hit and education shifted online for just millions and millions of students almost overnight. Tell us a little bit more about what you and the organization did to respond and what you've learned throughout this pandemic, if you will, that could help inform us on how we better tackle digital divide more broadly.
Well, thanks for having me here today. It's great to be on this panel. I had the pleasure of watching Joy on another panel either last week or the week before, and she was inspiring. So it's really great to be here with her today and with Robert as well. Lisa, as you said, Education Superhighway, the nonprofit that I founded in 2012, spent 7 years going from 10% of schools in America to 99.7% of schools in America having broadband. And we were actually getting ready to shut down, having finished our missions, sunset the organization, when the pandemic hit and we sent 55 million kids home. And when that happened, we started getting calls from people around the country, from policymakers in DC, from governors' offices that we'd worked with across the country, from superintendents of schools. And they all basically had the same questions, which were, how many of my kids don't have internet at home? Turns out it was north of 15 million. And what do we do about it? Because school districts had never actually purchased internet access for kids at home before. And so it was a whole new thing. So we spent the next 8 months working with them really on solving 3 problems. The first was, how do you figure out who is and isn't connected? And that remains a critical problem, not just in schools, but for all the communities that Joy was talking about. You know, one of the biggest challenges that we have as a country is, if we want to solve problems, we need data to tell us where the problem is so that we can focus our resources and focus our efforts. The second thing we helped them with was figuring out, okay, who do we buy from? And in our work connecting schools, this turned out to be one of the biggest barriers. Most school districts didn't realize all the different options that were available to them. And importantly, they didn't realize what they should be paying for those options. And so by creating transparency around that for school districts, schools were able to drive the cost of internet down by 90% over a 5-year period. So creating transparency for communities about who they can buy from and what services are available is really important. And the third thing that we did is we helped school districts start to think about the adoption problem. And Joy pointed this out, you know, just making broadband available is one thing, making it affordable is a second thing, but there's a real challenge around building awareness, building trust for programs, helping families sign up for these broadband services. These are all major roadblocks that sit in front of them that we have to overcome. And so during the pandemic, we've done a lot of work in all of those areas. And there's a couple things that we've learned and that I want to sort of reemphasize about what Joy said. So the first is, you know, we talk about the digital divide. And historically, the narrative has really been one about access. It's about building infrastructure to rural America. But the reality is that of the 29 million households in this country that don't have internet access, 2/3 of them, 20 million of them, don't have it, not because there's no internet available to them, but because they can't afford it. And, you know, Joy said something great on the last panel that I listened to her, and she said, you know, Washington's been very good about addressing the issues of people who don't have access, and now it's time for them to address the issues for people who can't afford it. And the good news is that we're starting to see moves in that direction, whether it's the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program or the Emergency Connectivity Fund program. Those are great steps in the right direction for connecting these communities. But as I'm sure Joy will tell us later, they're not permanent. They're temporary programs and they need to be made permanent. So that's one thing, is that we really have to focus on this affordability issue. The second thing, though, that we learned is that to solve the affordability problem, we really need to make internet free. We've had affordable broadband programs available across the country for the last 10 years, and we still have 20 million households without internet access. And so the bottom line is that, you know, if people can't afford $10 a month or $15 a month, we need to make this free. And there's interestingly two ways we can do it. We can do it like we do it in airports, where we just bring free Wi-Fi networks to places where people are. And that means largely apartment buildings and community centers and places like that. Or we can provide subsidies. And if we provide subsidies, we then also have to do the work of understanding the adoption problems that I was speaking about before, and really helping folks overcome those issues so that we can get them signed up. And then the last thing I'll say in terms of what we learned along the way is policy. And there really, you know, there's some great work being done right now in the infrastructure bill. It's important, though, that our leaders don't ignore the affordability problem as part of the infrastructure bill. And part of the way they can do that is by, you know, adopting some of the language from the Bridge Act around allowing infrastructure funds to go to the communities, the low-income communities and communities of color where access is available but not affordable, to invest in free Wi-Fi networks, and setting those communities on the same level of priority as rural America, where we need to build out access. And then finally, the last thing we have to do, as Joyce said, is we do need a permanent subsidy. And I don't know that that will be addressed in the Infrastructure Act, but we need to keep pressing on Washington to make sure that they create a permanent subsidy for broadband for all Americans.
Thank you. Robert Branson, you have been working on these together with MMTC, these issues, of course, these challenges, and in the trenches for many, many years. Evan talked about broadband access and broadband adoption, particularly in low-income communities. Tell us a little bit more about what MMTC has been doing to address this issue. And of course, Evan mentioned the emergency broadband benefit, which we'll talk a little bit about later. But how have you and MMTC been working to help more families, particularly underserved communities, get connected with broadband? Robert, the perennial message for the pandemic. You're on mute. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much for inviting me here this afternoon. I'm very happy to be with my co-panelists and you as a moderator and the group Power to Fly. It's a very important time that we have. Of course, it's always tough when you have two great speakers going in front of you and you have to follow up. So I'll try to do my best and add something to the conversation. If you don't mind, I'd like to take 1 minute or two to sort of set the stage a little bit about what the emergency broadband benefit is, because we've all sort of been talking about it, but no one's really said what it is yet. So I don't know how many people in the audience, you know, understand what it is or what it isn't. So then I'll talk about what we're doing with it, if you don't mind. Okay. Late last year, Congress approved a COVID relief package that included about $3.2 million to establish the emergency broadband benefit. Now, that's a lot of money. Of course, that's a big deal, $3.2 billion. What does it include? Well, it basically makes sure that eligible households can receive discounts up to $50 a month for broadband service, or up to $75 if they reside on tribal land. Participants also receive a one-time $100 discount for a computer or tablet. I know that's not a lot, but that's a start to get people up and running, because frankly, you can't do what Joy was talking about, filing applications for jobs, unemployment benefits with a cell phone. You need a computer or laptop that has the functionality. That program went out, and the FCC partnered with about 24,000 groups, including groups like ours and the other two participants here, Boys and Girls Clubs, school districts, YMCAs, food banks, you know, pretty much anyone they could connect with. And after that, we have seen with all the people working on this, the program actually has been quite successful. You know, they've been able to sign up a lot of people. Unfortunately, a lot of people have not signed up, and that's where we come in, and I think, and then these other groups come in. How to get those people who are afraid to sign up because, one, they think this is a government benefit that won't last long and therefore will disappear, and they don't want to sign up for something that's going to be here today, gone tomorrow. Number two is, you know, these are people have heard about Bill Gates' check that would come in, and some people think this is sort of like that. that is going to go away. I still haven't gotten any money from Bill Gates, by the way. But but so what we're trying to do, so we decided at MMTC, what's the best way we could get the message out, using our connections. And therefore, we came up with a program called Black Churches for Broadband. And what we've done is we've reached out knowing that, particularly in the Black community, inner city, and even rural communities. I come from a very rural area in Virginia. And the churches where people get information, either from the pastor or from the other people in church. And people trust the church. So that's what we do. We've had I think up to 4 convenings now with the Black Church. We have one tonight at 7 p.m. Joy has been helping us. I think she's going to help us again tonight on or other ones we have. And then next week we got a call to action. So we will have people, we'll have these ministers, pastors, whatever we refer to them, going out into the community and talking to people and telling them about the program. We also have a call to action where we're asking them to write to their legislators to let them know how important the program is, and more importantly, how we want to keep the program going. In other words, it's the emergency broadband benefit. It needs to be a permanent or something similar to what a permanent broadband benefit is. In other words, enough money there that you don't have to worry about allocating every year through a congressional process in order to get funding for this. So we've got that going on. We've also teamed with other groups like Alvanza and OCA to basically bring in the Latino groups and the Asian groups. And we've had meetings and tried to get information with them as well. So like I said, it's a large process. We are working as hard as we can to let as many people know what we know. But frankly, we can't do it alone, nor can Joy do it alone, nor can Evan do it alone. We need help from Congress. We need them to appropriate for education. We need them to work hard to help us with adoption. And that's why the people who are watching this today, you can do your job too. You can make sure that the member of Congress knows, is well aware of what's needed going forward. So I'll end it with that note, call to action. So thank you.
Robert, thank you very much. Again, thank you for everyone who is submitting questions in the chat. We'll be taking them here momentarily. You've heard a lot of information thus far in terms of the efforts that are taking place across the organizations that Joy and Evan and Robert are helping to lead. We've talked a lot about what efforts exist at the federal level to drive equitable and digital inclusion. But I want to ask now, what can the private sector do, and what are examples of efforts that are showing real meaningful progress in addressing digital inclusion and equity? And I want to go to Joy to talk about what some of those private sector opportunities are, and what are the models that we should be looking at. Uncle Sam is one approach, and we're going to get into some of these federal legislative efforts that are taking place, but what can the private sector do, and what are they already doing to tackle these issues?
Thanks, Lacey. One of the things we know, I won't say company names here, but there are companies who have low-cost programs, right? Low-cost, high-quality programs, and I think we know who some of those are. We need more of that, right? We need to make sure that people are able to get the most for their emergency broadband, any subsidy that they are currently having. And then for those who even don't get the subsidy, right? We want to make sure that there are fair pricing for programs, and to those companies who are doing that, really my hat goes off to you in expanding the numbers of people who are able to afford broadband in the home. I think what Robert has said is really a point worth repeating, is that your cell phone, which is really important, is not enough. You can't do everything on your cell phone. Lacey, Evan, Robert, none of us on here do our work purely from our cell phone. Our kids don't write papers on their cell phones, right? We have to have computers to do that. And indeed, most of us are on computers now. So you have to have that. And so the more that these companies are doing that, is having low-cost programs with high quality is important. The other thing is some companies are getting into the making sure that we have device adoption, right? Making sure that people have access. Know that here we're talking a lot about broadband, but people also have to have devices. The FCC has, in this past stimulus bill, we've been able to provide people not just access to broadband, but also access to devices. And so as companies begin to look at their equity work, making sure that people can have computers that work is really important. And in some cases, yes, having phones that work too, right? Because there are some folks who don't even have that. That's really, especially in some of our elderly communities, that's very important. The other thing is, there are companies who are handing out, working with school districts to hand out free, what do you call it? What's wrong with me? Hotspots, right? So that people can have expanded service where they would not otherwise have it. So there's a lot that corporate America can do and is doing. The other thing is spreading the word about the emergency broadband benefit. That is really important. Believe it or not, the United States government doesn't have a lot of advertising dollars that were committed to letting people know about the EBB. And I know that one of the things that we are fighting for when we talk about a permanent program is to make sure that they have the dollars that are intentionally allocated so that they can spread the word, and that we're thinking about ways to do it, attaching it to other types of benefits that people get. Because obviously you have to be able to get it. And what some would say is these programs aren't utilized in the way that we would have thought they could be utilized. But how are people going to find out about it? They don't have the internet. So we have to be intentional about getting out there and making sure that people find out about it. And also, a lot of folks are afraid, right? They heard about Lifeline and $9. They don't quite realize that it's $50, which is what the emergency broadband benefit provides. And then even if you know it's $50, a lot of people are asking, but if it's not permanent, then am I going to get hooked on something that I will have to then take away from my kids, in a couple of months? So we have to have a sustainable program. Maybe $50 isn't the number, some other number is the number, but we have to find a sustainable program so people can rely on it, so it's worth it to them to adopt. And so getting companies to make sure that all of their customers and their potential customers, advertising is something companies do well. Getting them to be encouraging adoption of the emergency broadband benefit is essential, because we know that success here will beget success in any kind of permanent program.
Thank you, Joy. Evan, Joy raises, as we all have here today, the question around cost. You, just a few moments ago, indicated that one of the key objectives for the work that the Education Superhighway is doing is to make the internet free. But I point out a recent statistic from Pew that said among Americans who don't have broadband at home, more than 70% say, I don't want it. We're not interested in getting it. So how do we change the dynamic and better get unconnected adults the value and opportunity to getting online to all of the things that you and Joy and Robert have talked about? Is making it free simply going to provide that when 70+% of those who don't have it at home say, I'm not interested in getting it?
Yeah, so I think we need to delve a little deeper into that statistic. If you look at who the sample is of the 71%, the vast majority of those people are people over the age of 65, and we've known for a long time that there's an adoption problem amongst elderly Americans because they just don't see the point of having it. I think that the pandemic, which has caused so many things to change, is starting to change that as well. They've started to realize they need the internet to see their doctors. They've started to realize they need the internet to be able to see their families. They've started to realize they need the internet to be able to get their benefits from the government. All the things Joy was talking about earlier. But I think if you look at more broadly the families and the households that don't have internet access, if you take out that group that's over 65, the vast majority of the people who have access to infrastructure but don't subscribe is because they can't afford it. Now, that being said, we do need to do the things that Joy was talking about. We do need to educate, make sure people have devices. We do need to educate people on the digital skills that are necessary to be able to use the internet, to be able to use Zoom and things like that. Now, what I'm encouraged about with all our work in schools over the last 8 years, we've seen a very clear pattern, which is that if you get kids access to devices and to internet, kids know what to do. They figure it out. And it's not just kids. I think, anyone pretty much these days, anyone under the age of 50, give them a device and the internet and they'll figure out what to do. But making the internet more useful for folks is definitely something we need to do. And we do, I think, have a special challenge around elderly Americans.
Evan, very quickly, Borley Green asks on this question of free, how are cities that have free Wi-Fi, how have they shown this model to actually work? Just very briefly, since we're talking about making Wi-Fi free, how has it been shown to be working effectively in cities?
Yeah, so the interesting thing about free Wi-Fi programs in cities is that, unfortunately, in most cases, the Wi-Fi isn't where people want to use it. Right? Most free Wi-Fi networks are outdoor networks, and you can use them, when you're in a park or walking through the streets. But that's not where people need to go to work and go to school and see their doctor and things like that. Where we've seen tremendous success with free Wi-Fi is in places like airports, like hotels, like coffee shops. And so the key is, how do we bring these free Wi-Fi efforts to the places where the people are? And the place that we're focused on is apartment buildings. And it turns out that 20 to 25% of the families of the households that don't have internet access are actually in apartment buildings. And so extending that airport model, that hotel model, into apartment buildings is a way that we can actually deliver free internet access where people need it. And the really interesting thing is, sort of coming back to your question about what can the private sector do, landlords are really interested in doing this, because landlords understand that if they provide free internet in their buildings, then it's going to be attractive for people to come and be tenants in their buildings and stay in their buildings. And so I think there's a lot of public-private partnership that can happen between cities, between landlords and others, and ISPs, to make these kind of networks available where people need them. And we've actually been doing some experiments with this. We've had pilots running in Oakland, California now in a number of apartment buildings for over a year. And we don't have any adoption problems. People know all I have to do is find the network, say yes on the splash screen, and I'm on the internet. So I think it's a really promising model, and one we need to make sure that the infrastructure bill enables more and more cities to do.
Robert, we've touched on some of the challenges in Roblox preventing greater digital inclusion. Grace Lee asks, however, so what exactly is the problem? Is it available connectivity, or is it a lack of devices to be connected in? But she goes on to say, and is it about educating people how to actually use these devices and making them available online? What's your thoughts on that? Those two questions.
Before I get that, can I go back to your statement about seniors?
Of course.
Yeah, we have been working with AARP. That's one of the groups we were on our last webinar we did, because we recognize that issue as well, that seniors are a problem. I've got an 89-year-old mother, so I know a little bit about seniors and their reluctance to get involved with things. So that's our approach to doing it, is hooking up the private companies with seniors to talk to them and find out from a few of them what it would take. Now, as the question that Grace asked, frankly, it's a little bit of all of it. It's sort of like a three-legged stool there. You've got affordability, you got access, and you got the educational component. All need to work together, which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to work on affordability by having Congress appropriate enough money. We're trying to work on educational and adoptability by getting out messages to the community. But just like when we came out with the COVID vaccinations, they didn't just put them in clinics. They had a large effort to educate everybody exactly why this is good for you and the benefits of it, and to help people who had fear of doing it. Now, obviously it didn't work in every state, but overall it has been quite successful in a number of people who have been vaccinated. And I think we sort of have to take, and while this issue is not as important. Obviously, I'm not trying to say it's as important as a COVID vaccination. It is important though, and I think we need to have a similar effort of education, of helping people find devices. And I think a lot of the companies I know I've worked with, because I work with a lot of these companies, a lot of the major providers over the years and various jobs. They get it and they want to help, but they need to have an idea of what works best. And that's where I think organizations like the ones you have here are going to hopefully have more conversations with the major corporations and help them provide what the people really need. And like I said, because we're not just focusing on the FCC. And let me say right here clearly, I think what acting chair woman Rosenworcel has been doing, I think she has been fantastic. I will, and other commissioners as well, because I've seen their remarks as well. So it's not a slight on the FCC, but we need to do more. So,
Robert, of course, yes, yeah, go ahead, Jen.
I was going to say, I mean, this is why, in terms of older Americans, this is why what Robert's group is doing around churches is so important. So many older Americans have discovered the importance of the internet through wanting to engage with their churches during a pandemic. It's their lifeline. And there are people who were not going because they were a part of the sick and shut in crew, right? And they couldn't get out, that are able to get out now. There are people who would not have been able to go because they had fears about exposure, who are able to engage with their church and other churches elsewhere, right? A little moonlighting perhaps in some other institutions people are able to do now, that they have access. So what I love about the Churches for Broadband that MMTC is doing, because it's really meeting older Americans where they are and in their institutions that they are socializing in. And we have to utilize that so that when we take that poll again post-pandemic, we might have different answers.
Indeed, thank you. And all of you raised the importance of working with a coalition of organizations, public and private, which I know Robert, MMTC and others here are doing to help expand access to broadband adoption, particularly in low-income communities. Joy, I want to highlight a portion of the Latimer plan that the National Urban League is embracing, and that you talked about before. And one part of that is creating a core of digital navigators to help unconnected Americans overcome the barriers to broadband adoption and get online. Can you just tell us a little bit about what the digital navigator effort is, and why do you think that would be successful in helping to get at some of these barriers that we've been talking about?
Absolutely. That's one of the more popular parts of the plan, right? I think everyone realizes that we need digital navigators in the same way that we use navigators during when we were trying to get people to sign up for the Affordable Care Act. We need folks who speak the proverbial as well as the literal language of the folks that we're trying to get online. People that are trusted voices within those communities. People that understand the challenges being faced to get out there. And we have, Urban League chapters. We have UNIDOS US chapters. We have other, and when I say chapters, affiliates, it's a better word. We have folks who are getting out there and are providing direct services and are making sure that people, can actually get on, on the internet. And so we need to invest in those organizations that are doing that work. The federal government, just like it can't do all of its advertisement, it can't do all of its adoption work on its own. And so it has to invest in the organizations that are in communities already. That's what they're there for. We utilize their help on workforce development. We utilize their help on healthcare adoption, mentorship, et cetera. And so, of course, we want to have a digital navigators program and really state and local, federal plans for actually seeing this internet, deployed, right? And broadband actually out there. We also, we have to invest in organizations who'll be able to do that work. And also making sure that they're trained too. So they're not just out there fly by night, but they're actually, trained to get people online and to, teach them how they can use the internet and also all of the benefits that it provides for them. And it's not just individuals. I think we also have to remember, it's families, but it's also small businesses. There are small businesses who are not using the internet in the way that they need to. They don't know about the advertisement opportunities and the social media opportunities. And, there are companies that, to your point about companies as well, there are some who are really doing a great job of trying to assist small businesses in being savvier. But some of them too have, speed issues, broadband issues that they are getting, that are getting in the way of their ability to grow. And so a digital navigator program should be able to help people and meet them where they are at all levels.
Thank you, Joy. And I know part of the success story for the America's broadband industry, if you will, is performing under stress, which we know so many did very well during and as we go through this pandemic in terms of how dealing with the traffic surges and outcompeting countries abroad. I want to continue to encourage everyone to ask questions through the chat. We've got a lot of great questions that I see here that we'll get to in just a moment. Evan, I want to go to you. Education Superhighway, obviously focusing on, in particular, the digital divide and all of the digital issues or lack thereof, if you will, inclusivity and equity and diversity in the education system. So when I was taking a look at the extraordinary numbers that tell the story about what's happening, particularly, for example, with 75% of 8th graders in the US who lack digital proficiency, or another study that reported 32 million US adults lack basic digital literacy skills. More than just how can we make progress in closing the obvious digital literacy gaps, which are disproportionate among underserved communities, how is that impacting our overall competitiveness here in the United States when we have so many at that level, these levels, who are lacking the basic digital literacy? How can we achieve equity and inclusion within tech if we have these outstanding numbers still apparent?
Yeah, well, we've often talked about achieving digital literacy and other digital learning goals as being a stack, right? So at the bottom of the stack is connectivity. If you don't have connectivity, it doesn't matter what else you have, right? You can't do anything else. Then comes a device. If you have connectivity but no device, you can't really use the internet. Then comes content and applications that allow people to learn. And we've spent a lot of time working on this in K-12, and I have to tell you, I'm super encouraged by the progress that we've made. Of course, there have been all kinds of horror stories about kids not showing up for school and not having the connectivity or the devices or being able to engage. And for sure, remote learning is no replacement for being in person in your schools for most kids. But it's incredible. When we started our work 9 years ago, very, very few school districts had one-to-one programs where they were giving kids devices. Today, before the pandemic, 50% of school districts had one-to-one programs where every kid had a device. And after the pandemic, I think we're heading fast towards 100%. So we're overcoming some of those issues. The other thing is that one of the silver linings of the pandemic, in my opinion, is that millions of teachers who sort of were thinking about digital learning, were not really sure what to do with it, saw their colleagues having some success with it in the classrooms, suddenly were forced to have to embrace digital learning during the pandemic. And what you hear from them when you talk to them about, what's going to happen post-pandemic when we're back in schools, you hear a very consistent message, which is we're not going back. We're not going back to not using technology in the ways that we learned to use it during the pandemic. Of course, we want to be in person, but there's all kinds of amazing things that we can do with technology, and we need to keep marching forward. So from my point of view, we've accelerated digital learning in this country by 5 to 10 years as a result of the pandemic. And that's going to be one of the silver learnings. And as part of that, when you're putting the devices in the hands of these kids, when you're putting internet connectivity at their disposal, when you're making the use of digital skills more and more common in the classroom, we're going to see those numbers, dramatically accelerate. And I do just want to point out that study, it's about what I would call the gold standard of digital skills. It includes things like computational thinking and people being able to do coding. You don't need to get to that gold standard, just like we didn't need to get to the gold standard of internet to use the internet as a productive tool in your life, to learn, to work, to get healthcare, to get jobs, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, thank you very, very much. The gold standard here, very important to be aware of. We've of course been talking over the last many minutes about the role of public and private sector in this powerful discussion that we've been having. There is a question that's come in regarding the subsidization and the questions that we've been having around free and access to Wi-Fi. And I want to get in a moment to some of the existing legislation in Congress that are looking at broadband investments, and of course the stimulus packages that have provided that. But the question here is, to what extent is free or subsidized subsidization leaving vulnerable communities opened up to privacy issues, and both from the public and the private sector? And specifically, the question is, how do you talk to representatives about access that doesn't create what this person viewing us right now is saying, that doesn't create disproportionate vulnerability to data exploitation? Robert, I want to go to you. You spent a lot of time working on this, of course. What's your perspective?
Yeah, and I have worked on privacy issues. Before I started MMTC, I was with Verizon, so it's an issue that I'm sort of aware of. I'm not just use them as a company, but I know a lot of people in this space. I mean, they think day and night about trying to keep the network secure, as we've seen most recently with ransomware, which has come over with the Russian hackers and things of that nature. I mean, it is a concern, and I think though the Biden administration recognizes that. I think SEC and other agencies are looking into it. Can I say right now the issue is solved and resolved? No, I can't say that. But I can say that everyone is trying to make this internet service as private as can be, make the networks as secure as can be. Because much of the information going on there it's not just people chatting to each other, emails. A lot of information going on involves health information, involves banking information, so financial information of that nature. So it's incumbent upon them and incumbent upon those who are providing it to make them as secure as possible. And I think I have not heard a lot of stories about anyone who has been taking the EBB or been hooked up through that mechanism having a problem so far. Not saying there isn't one, but I haven't heard of that so far. So I think right now we sort of have to trust that those who understand the IT issues are working as diligently as they can, and will make it right. I think that's the best we can do at this point in time.
Joy,
yeah, I'll just say it really quickly. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think that we would, if we had digital navigators, that's something that we would be talking about, right? I mean, at a basic level, we have to make sure that people are protected, right? When they, you learn to drive, you got to learn to protect yourself. But just as a nation, we need to be looking at data privacy, not just, so I don't want to make this some new hurdle for new adopters. I mean, this is just something we all need to be looking at. And I'll wear my former Gillibrand Chief of Staff hat and say that Kirsten Gillibrand has a bill out there that is encouraging us to create a data privacy agency so that we can have an updated system where someone out there who's actually looking at data privacy and making it a priority in terms of the government. So I think everyone should be looking at that bill if they have not already.
Terrific. Thank you both. I want to stick with you both here. As you and we all know that Congress is negotiating a very large $65 billion package of broadband investments as part of other work that it's doing right now. And of course, both the National Urban League and MMTC, as well as others, or among a number of civil rights organizations that sent a letter to Congress earlier this year, and the administration urging support for a permanent long-term income, low-income subsidy program. What do you think ought to be included in this bill that's not there already? And how do we get at, and how do you think that piece of legislation, it gets at the goal that we're talking about here, digital inclusivity? I'll start with you, Robert.
Well, first of all, why not include part of the Latimer plan? That'd be a good stuff. You think, Joy?
Yeah, I was going to say 65 billion is not enough.
Exactly. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. So I right. The number is I understand, and I've met with a lot of the staffers on the Hill who've been very, very responsive, and we all have the same goals. It's just finding the right bucket of money. So first thing is adding more money to it, and I know most of the money is going toward deployment, but we also need more money going toward the Digital Equity Act and other actions like that. Because we've been talking all day today, but I mean, it's great. We build a network, but they won't come unless we show them how to come and show them how to use it. So that's where I would focus more of the effort and put a little bit more money. The numbers I'm seeing on the Hill right now, you know, they have been increasing a little bit more in the last week or two, and as they discuss things, I'm still not sure that they're where we need to be. They also, frankly, they need to put some provisions in there to work with groups like Evan's group and Joy's group and our group. You know, that's not included in the legislation books right now. Finding those partners that can help spread the message out to the community. We need that. But we're doing it ourselves right now. You know, private partner, you know, we're doing it. We're not getting one dime from the federal government to do what we're doing. I suspect that's the same with Joy and Evan. So, you know, perhaps if they would look at other ways to help us get the message out, that could be very helpful as well. So,
Joy, thank you also for commenting. We have just a few more minutes left before we wrap up. What's missing in this package that, other than the Latimer plan, of course, that should be included?
Well, you know, look, I don't want to, you know, scuttle any negotiations, but one thing that is absolutely true is we need to make sure that in the bipartisan bill, so the core 65 billion, which actually doesn't necessarily include the Digital Equity Act, but within that core 65 billion, that it includes money for availability, sure, but also for affordability. And that we don't make it all about about availability and nothing about, we want to make sure that there is we're not looking for, you know, equality, right? It won't be the exact same number because the problems are solved on a different scale of number, but we got to have some money in there for some kind of extinction of the emergency broadband benefit, and then perhaps we can do more in reconciliation, and perhaps you can do more, you know, down the road, but we must have some money for affordability. That is really key. So, you know, it's just something that we're honing in there. Won't be good if we come out here and we have solved for one community's problem, right? Rural America is diverse, by the way. Rural America includes all of America, but the vast majority of people that need help in terms of getting access to broadband are people who cannot afford it. And those people look like Robert, Lisi, Evan, and I, right? They look, you know what I mean? Like they don't, they're Black and brown and Latino and Asian Americans, and they are Americans who are low income, including Caucasian Americans. So we have to make sure that they are covered. And I just can't imagine a bill that in this day and age that will come out that has solved for one problem, one community's problem, but not the other community. And that community is Black and brown and other people of color, Native populations. I just cannot, that's not an acceptable, it's not an acceptable outcome.
Indeed, and I think we all can agree on that. We can and must do more to create equity and inclusion and certainly diversity within the tech industry. We've had a very powerful conversation today. We've talked a lot about affordability and access and both the roles of the private and public sector and some of the initiatives that are taking place in both to help get at these issues. As we close, I want to ask each of you, starting with you, Evan, we just have 3 or 4 minutes to very quickly say what's the one takeaway that those listening, both now and afterwards, when people watch this online, what's the one takeaway from the work that you're doing, this conversation, this people should take with them today?
Well, I think it's right where we started, which is that 2/3 of the digital divide is people who have access to the internet but can't afford it. And we need to help make sure that there are ways that we can make the internet free for them.
Great. Thank you, Evan. And it seems, I think we may have lost Robert due to some connectivity issues, in fact. But Joy.
We got to get him broadband.
Yeah, we do. Joy, what's the key takeaway for you and the National Urban League today in our conversation moving forward? What do you want people to leave here with in terms of the work that still needs to be done and the work that is being done to get at these issues?
Yeah, so my key takeaway is that we have a common understanding that people in rural America don't have access to broadband. It's sort of like everyone knows it. Right? It's a household understanding. We need to have a household commonplace understanding that the vast numerical number of people who don't have access to broadband are our neighbors, right? The people who live next door to us, who are trying to steal our internet because they don't have it themselves. That's not, that's crazy. And I mean that as a joke, but the vast majority of people don't have access to broadband because they cannot afford it. And those are our children's classmates. And those are our family members who say, oh, I don't need that, but it could be that they can't afford it. And we have to be focused on that. That should be a common understanding. And that in 2021, having access to broadband in the home, consistent, not going out, not falling out, that is as essential as having running water. That is as essential as having electricity. It's the modern electricity. It's the modern indoor plumbing. That's what I want, this whole experience. And I really believe due to the work of Evan and Robert, who peeled off here and Power to Fly and others, that mantra is out there and that is now the new understanding. But we have to continue making it an understanding for our friends in Congress. And so we want to encourage everyone to do as Robert said, I'll speak for him, and saying, get out there and be active on this issue as a major part of infrastructure.
Yeah, indeed. I started the talk today by quoting John Lewis about access to the internet is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. As I think we all know, he also said it's time to get up into some good and necessary trouble. And so you've heard a lot about doing just that and advocating and raising your voice and fighting for communities, especially vulnerable and underserved communities who still face many of the issues that we talked about today. But I want to thank Evan Marwell at the Education Superhighway, Joy Cheney with the National Urban League, and Robert Branson, who regrettably was disconnected with the MMTC, for your extraordinary comments and remarks today. For those of you listening, if you want to learn more about all of the initiatives and actions and steps that are being taken and that were discussed today, please visit their websites and check them out online. I want to thank you all again for joining in for this keynote discussion and wish you all very well and for the continued rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everyone on that amazing panel, Robert, Joy, Evan, and Lacey. That was absolutely wonderful to get to listen in on. So thank you so much for that great conversation. All right, so as we move into our next panel and get our speakers onboarded, I just want to highlight for y'all that if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, refer to the code that's at the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And as we get going, in case anybody is just now joining us, I want to say a big welcome and thank you for joining us for Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit Series. July's theme is Tech for Social Impact, and we hope you all are just as excited as we are to continue these amazing conversations we've been having. Throughout this upcoming conversation, we would love to hear from you. So if you want to, please feel free to add any comments or questions that you have for the speakers into the chat box. It's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. And if you have any technical difficulties, please feel free to tag myself or one of the other Power to Fly team members that's in the summit room that can help you with any kind of tech issues you have. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And now I'm really excited to introduce our speakers. First up, we have Ada Bernier. Ada is the founder and CEO of Skill Crush, an online tech education company helping our students make a career change into tech. Skill Crush has been featured in the New York Times, BBC, Fast Company, and PBS, among others. She will be joining conversation with our own Sanmaya Mohanty, who is a virtual summit assistant at Power to Fly. So I'll turn the stage over to you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
All right, well, we're getting Sanmaya joined up and participating via audio and video. Oh, there he is. There you go. Okay, I'll turn the stage over to you.
Hi, Ada.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thank you for
Hi,
having
Ada.
me.
How are you? Thank you for speaking in the Tech for Social Impact Summit. So shall we start the summit by, getting to know about your journey and getting to know about a bit about you, and how did you pivot from side hustle to creating Skill Crush?
Yeah, so I'm like, oh gosh, you're asking me about ancient history here. So I originally founded Skill Crush in 2012. Prior to that, I had spent a little over 2 years freelancing as a developer, working for a lot of different media companies. And basically, I was looking to transition from doing sort of hourly client-based freelancing work to selling a product directly to the customer. And at the time I was working on a couple of different things. And to be honest with you, Skill Crush was sort of like a side passion project that I didn't think had commercial viability. And it was really driven by just, feeling like I had transitioned myself from being a non-technical worker to being a technical worker post-college and without any sort of formal training. And I had at once found that experience confusing and hard to figure out and all of that. But also I'd found it really, really it was like falling through the looking glass, being Alice in Wonderland, and all of a sudden this whole world opened up to me, and it was just such exciting work that I was getting to do, so many cool opportunities, great pay. It was like all these wonderful things, and I was like, why aren't there more women in this field? And so we had started this passion project, like I said, to just encourage more women to get involved, and then a million different things happened, and
that
poof,
Skill
Crush was born.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, so as you just said, you didn't have the technical. From academic point of view, so you were trained in non-tech, and then you made the pivot to tech. And
yes.
So basically, while I was researching to ask you questions, so I saw that you mentioned that how it feels to be unemployed with no clear path forward. So.
Yes.
Why the tech industry? Why does this pivot? So why did you think about going to the tech industry? What about it, drove you to take that plunge?
Yeah. So at the time I was working in media, and it was online media. So it was sort of like tech adjacent. And I actually got a job, my first job out of college, my first sort of real office job. I worked a bunch of odd jobs first, but after I got it serious, I got a full-time job. It was a photo editor at an online magazine. And it was really just so lucky, because what happened was that, I had applied for what I thought was like an editorial position, but they saw it as a production position. And so they placed me, my desk was next to all these developers instead of being next to all the editorial staff. And I basically, it turned out to be a very kind of boring, easy job. So I got to the point where I could finish all my work really early. And then I would just sort of look around and be like, what is everybody else doing here?
Yeah.
And I remember often thinking these developers, they're doing all this work. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it lives, but it seems to be really important and really impactful on the business. And so I just started asking a lot of questions. And that was kind of my first introduction to the world of technology and sort of understanding. I think before that point, I sort of had never even considered how does an online magazine get published to the internet? I just hadn't even asked that question. I just took it for granted that poof, like you hit a button and poof, it magically appears. And so, yeah, so that was my first introduction to that, the idea that there are people behind the scenes that do a lot of work to make all that possible. And I think that has been a big revelation for me about technology, period, and still continues to be a revelation that like, I think like there's a way in which like when you're dealing with like a machine, like you just take for granted that it like came this way and you forget. Yeah. It just like poof came out of the air like this, but actually there's human beings to make every single, like, if it's like a rounded edge and this color and this font and this size and like all those things, it's like a million decisions get made by humans to deliver to you whatever technology you're using. And so, so I just became really fascinated with that aspect. And I was like, oh, all of it is designed by humans. And that sort of gave me this idea that like, maybe I could participate in that process. And then otherwise, it just felt, otherwise in terms of why I picked tech, like, I think at that moment in time, this is like 2008, 2009. And it just felt like, sort of like a snowball rolling downhill, you know what I mean? It was just like, everything was pointing in the direction of tech being increasingly important. And, and it's interesting for me because that seemed really obvious in 2008, 2009. And now it's like,
so maybe the economic scenarios, maybe that propelled you a bit because, 2008 was the time where, we were hit with all those recessions and everything. And so your story of literally stumbling into tech, that's great.
So I think, in terms of, I guess for me, there was a critical moment though, because I do think I suffered from a lot of like self-doubt because I wasn't academically trained. Right. So I, and even at the age of like 20 something, I was like, oh my God, I'm too old to do this. This is a big transition. Am I capable? Am I going to be smart enough to like learn how to code and all these things? Yeah. And so then for me, the economic recession and getting laid off, it really sort of forced my hand. It kind of pushed me over the edge into just going for it because I had nothing to lose.
Cool. So basically, when you decided that, okay, it's now I'm going into tech, and then you decided, there must be more people like me who are facing the same problems. That led you to kind of, conceive the idea of Skill Crush. So was entrepreneurship new for you, or what are some of the challenges that you faced on your entrepreneurial journey? So
entrepreneurship was very new to me. I think that I entered into it in a way that I think a lot of people do, which is that I started freelancing. And that was just out of economic necessity because I was laid off and I needed to make money. And so I started taking small jobs, and then those sort of built up into bigger jobs. And then at a certain point, it made sense for me to team up with a graphic design friend of mine. And so I would be the developer and she'd be the designer. We'd go and get projects together. And then all of a sudden we had more work than we could do on our own. So then we started outsourcing to other friends of ours. And then we ended up having so much work that we hired full-time people to work under us. And so it was a really organic thing that, to be honest with you, like I really did not conceive of myself as an entrepreneur, or even recognize that I was running a business until I was like quite far into running one. And I just hats off to anyone who sets out on day one and is like, I want to start a business or I want to start a startup. That is amazing to have that kind of vision and confidence, but I had absolutely none of those things. I totally kind of stumbled into it and then sort of came to and was like, oh crap, we need to have an employee handbook. What's that? We need some contracts. What are what needs to go in them? It was very much brick by brick, sort of one in front of
the other. So basically you figured it as you went along. Yeah.
And the good news is you can do that. It's totally possible and it worked out. But I definitely did not know what I was doing or have any sort of business plan or anything like that going into it. So
great. For all the people who are tuned in the chat, for anybody who wants to venture into an entrepreneurial journey, you're a great example and of how success could look like. Looking down, the dots seem to connect in the retrospective, but while you're doing it, you're just flying blind with faith. That's it. So Ada, tell us about your podcast, Hit Refresh. You have a podcast called Hit Refresh. We'll love to more about that. How did you conceive it and how did it all begin?
So It began just, with the team wanting to try a different medium. And so we did a podcast, and it's been great fun for us because we've been able to talk about a lot of stuff about how we build the business, which is not something we normally talk about. Because, when we're talking about Skill Crush to our audience, we are by and large talking about issues like, what tech skills do you need to learn? How do you transition? Stuff that's more sort of bread and butter in terms of what our customers are looking for. But with the podcast, we had the opportunity to talk about some ways that we've constructed the business, to your point. And, one of the beautiful things about running your own business is that you can, obviously there are some things that are best practices and that you want to kind of follow, and there's good reason for it, but then there's tons of stuff that isn't, right? And this is sort of, I think, probably like a very important sort of topic of discussion that's happening in this very summit, which is, great examples are like the total lack of diversity in most of tech, right? That's terrible. We should change it. And so if you start a business, you can have a very different approach to how you hire staff. And I mean, Power to Fly is like gold standard in terms of how they do this. But yeah. So, and the podcast has just given us that opportunity to talk more deeply about some of those issues. So salary transparency, remote culture, like those types of things.
So, so basically, I've been going through your podcast and I have loved it. So, one thing that actually, I remembered it. I mean, the statement that actually stood out to me. So, you made a comment that to stand out in any domain, your solution, whatever you're working on, it should be a painkiller and not a vitamin.
Yes.
So, could you please tell us more about that? I mean, what do you mean by that?
I have to say this, I cannot take credit for this. This is is totally one of those like quotes that gets thrown around in the startup space a lot. That I don't even, it's one of those things, like, I think it's been around for so long and become such a truism that people don't even know who to attribute it to. But the fundamental idea there is that the difference between a painkiller and a vitamin is a vitamin is sort of like something that you do in order to make yourself feel better, but it's not driven. It's driven by sort of like an aspirational goal of wellness, as opposed to a painkiller, which is like, I'm in a lot of pain. I need to take that pill right now. Right. So it's sort of that sense of urgency. And so the idea is that when you're creating a product, it is your chances of success are much higher if you sort of think about a really acute, urgent problem that your customer has, and then solve that problem, rather than something that's a little bit more of a nice to have. So, I think, to take Skill Crush as an example, like for us, it's like, for our students, sure, there are people who are sort of interested intellectually in learning to code. But, what the core customer or student that we serve are people who are really acutely in need of getting a new job because they would need to make more money, they need more flexibility, et cetera. And so we provide them with a solution to that.
So basically, the need versus want analogy, right? It should be a need and not a want. So continuing on that note, so what does Skill Crush do to make landing a job so simple? And now maybe we could share the presentation that we had from you. So shall we begin with it?
Sure. Yeah. I'm worried about time, whether we can get through it all. But in terms of, what we do to help people transition from non-technical to technical is just provide a roadmap for how to do it, and then kind of make sure that you have all the things you need along the way. I will say, for better, and I say this to encourage people, not to discourage you, it's not simple to make a career change and to learn a whole new skill set.
Absolutely.
I would never want to characterize it that way. And not because I think that anyone should feel intimidated by me saying it's not simple, but I just want to make sure that you're not surprised when it turns out to be quite challenging. But I think, like, what I would really encourage people to think about if they're making that transition is putting themselves in a position where they can have as much structure in that process. I mean, I think the thing you have to think about when you're making this kind of career change is that there's like two aspects at play. One is figuring out what's the right stuff to learn, what's the right steps to take, and the other one is actually doing it. And so what we provide for our students is the what to do, and then their job is to do it. And then we, work really hard to just really provide a lot of, like both technical support in terms of just like providing our students with answers to their technical questions and all those things as they need it. And also just like emotional support, like I think that making a career change is
that's a
hard
huge
emotionally.
deal. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And it's important to just recognize that that's the case for everybody. The stakes are so high, right? Like your livelihood, how you make money, like your sort of what you're doing in life. Those are really core issues. So yeah. So in terms of 4 key steps to changing careers in 2021, the things that I would really focus on is figuring out what skills that you need to learn. And if you want to just jump ahead, I think that,
shall we move ahead?
Yeah.
Oh, is he a cute
There's
kid?
some, yes, cute kid pictures. Yeah, you can keep going. So keep going. I think there's a slide that says like key step number 4.
Okay. So so in the meantime, so let me just ask you this. So I'm from a technical background. So I have a background in data science and analytics. And the one thing that I learned that, so learning programming is a bit difficult. I mean, is a bit different. I wouldn't say the word difficult. It's a bit different from learning, let's say economics. I mean, other humanities or other related subjects. So you are a self-taught programmer. How was the journey like? And, for everyone who is pivoting from a totally non-tech related field, like for instance, in your case, it was media. How would you suggest? Because, so in tech, what I have felt, what I've personally felt is that often, so at the initial stages, the things are really difficult to grasp. And once you keep at it, things get easy and you get to understand, okay, this is a really small thing. And Stack Overflow comes to the rescue many of the times. So, how do you suggest that people who are making a change should just, should be perseverant about it and should keep on doing this. Just want to know.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I just want to second what you're saying. I mean, I think for me, there's many layers to answer this question. Like one is that I do think there's sort of this like fundamental hurdle that you have to get over if you're learning to code and program, which is fundamentally like learning to program. And I think programming, in my conception, is not coding something in HTML and CSS. It's really learning to understand how computers think and how to talk to them in a way that makes sense to them. And I do agree with you. I think that can be very hard to make sense of, and it takes a while. But after you get over that hurdle, then it's really just, like, are you going to speak to them in Spanish or Italian? You know what I mean? And it's like, and learning those languages is actually, it's much easier. So I find that like, people often ask like, what language should you learn first? And the answer is like, it doesn't really matter, right? Like there's a fundamental programming thing you need to learn, and then what language you do it in is kind of just variations on a theme. But I think the important thing to know at the same time is like, there's a lot you can do before you get over that hurdle that's still really valuable in a technical context. And so I think that you don't need to think about it like, oh, I have to climb this mountain before I can make a single dollar as a developer or have anything to contribute here. That mountain, like you can totally parallel track those things. And I say that because I did that. Like, I think it took me probably a couple of years to get to the point where I would say I really knew how to program. But in that time, I did a lot of front-end development work. I also did a lot of design work, and I did a lot of like product design, kind of product management work. And all of that stuff was really valuable in my process. And then, helped me in terms of learning the programming. I think if you go, skip way ahead, it's the number one key, which is just talking about feelings and self-compassion. I mean, I do think that being an adult career changer is hard because I think it's really easy for people to feel like they're too old, or like they're off track, or they're so behind, or, like just all these things. And I just think that, in that process, like I could tell you reasons, I could argue with you about reasons for each one of those statements and tell you, no, it's not that. But I think fundamentally in this process, you just have to really, really develop your self-compassion muscle and know that like you are awesome. You're on the path that you're meant to be on. There's so much that everyone has to contribute. Also, a lot of this you had no control over, right? Like if you were born before a certain year, then you're going to be old learning to code, because code didn't really even exist or go mainstream until so recently. So there's a lot of stuff that's just not in your control. And Yeah, if you want, so self-compassion is the key to achieving anything. If you want to go to the next slide. Yeah. So basically the sort of scientific background of self-compassion and the reason why it works so well is that shame and self-criticism put you into fight or flight mode. And when you're in fight or flight mode, you can't learn anything. So basically, if you're sitting around being like, I'm too old, I'm too this, I'm too that, that's really counterproductive to you making progress towards your goal. So don't do it. Although I shouldn't shame you for doing it. I will have compassion for you, you and me will both have compassion for you having shame and self-criticism, because we all have it. But basically, being compassionate towards yourself bathes your brain in dopamine, and that takes you out of fight or flight mode. It puts you into your learning mode, and that makes it possible for you to become the tech skill genius that you are destined to be. So
next slide.
Go to the next. Yeah.
I think,
yeah. So some examples of shame and self-criticism are, I'm too old, I don't have time to learn the tech skills. I'll never learn the enough skills in order to be qualified. I can't possibly get a job without a computer science degree or a college degree. And I can't possibly compete with people with other years of experience. So you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so self-compassion is about treating yourself like you would your best friend, partner, or child. In other words, with love and compassion. And it says something like, you don't have to be perfect to be worthy of love and kindness, or you don't have to be perfect in order to be worthy of getting hired and paid to do tech work. And it's okay to make mistakes as you go along. And believe me, I have made every mistake in the book. I just, thank the universe that I'm still able to continue to make them. I really have thought a lot about this, and with running a business, I'm pretty convinced that all that you can, people talk about success and making all this money, but really, the best you can hope for is the opportunity to continue to make all the mistakes. And that's what I'm thankful to get to do. And then self-compassion asks what's good for you, not why aren't you good? So I see you have put a question.
Let me just, let's just fast track the slides a bit. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
So basically, just to combine and put a gist to what Skill Crush does. So, can you give me an end-to-end, journey of, let's say, a learner enrolls for a course on Skill Crush. So how do you help him, starting from mentorship to, let's say, finally landing him on the job? So how does the actual process look like?
Yeah. Not to call you out, but over 80% of our students identify as women or gender non-binary. So it's most likely a her. About almost 50% identify as Black, Indigenous, or people of color. So we're really proud of those statistics. Diversity is incredibly important to us. But in terms of how we help our students, we offer this thing called the Break Into Tech program. And the purpose of this program is to take you from never coded before, I've never seen code before in my life, to I am now applying for a full-time job as a either front-end developer or web designer. So those are the two roles we help people with. And, I don't want to take up too much time to go through all the different classes, but basically we have a really structured program of classes that sort of builds up over time. We work with our students to make sure they build a portfolio. We do provide a lot of mentorship all along the way. So you both can email anytime. There's a Slack community that's super active. And then most importantly, you can meet one-on-one with your instructors to work through stuff. And then what we do is once they're done, once they have sort of reached the skill level that we deem to be qualified to apply for jobs, and that sort of qualification is the standard that we develop in conversation with employers to make sure that, our students are ready. Then we put them into our job search process, and that, whereas our learning section is much more sort of fluid and flexible, and we follow the student's lead in terms of timeline and all those things. The job search process, because job searching tends to be a much more sort of time sensitive undertaking, we really do follow a schedule there. So it's a 12-week process. And you work with our career counseling team, and you get your LinkedIn resume in order. You make sure your portfolio is perfect. And then we sort of put you through a job searching boot camp. And that process is really, really good at getting people jobs. So that's what we do.
So let me just take a question from the audience. So Ruth asks that how do you balance maintaining new coding skills, keeping up with the rapidly changing tech stacks while picking up, computer science fundamentals for interviewing? So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say what I'm reading between the lines of this question is like the feeling of total overwhelm, and I completely understand that. And also, all I can say is lots and lots of self-compassion, and second of all, just understanding that you can't boil the ocean, meaning you can't do it all at once, right? So in terms of how do you do it all at once, you don't do it all at once. That's not possible. But what I have found in my process, and then also in watching a lot of students, I think like very naturally, you will find yourself sort of figuring out naturally what is priority at this moment, and learning the things that you need to learn as you need to learn them. So you don't need to know it all at first. I mean, that would be great if you knew it all ahead of time, but that's not humanly possible. So
taking it step by step.
You just take it step by step. Yeah.
So
and don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Sure. So for everyone who's listening, who might be wanting to move into a tech role, what are some of the easiest and common mistakes that you can make at the beginning of your journey?
I mean, I think that the biggest mistake is like over analysis, right? The analysis paralysis. So it's like spending too much time trying to decide what's the perfect language to learn, what's the perfect first step to take, et cetera, et cetera. Or, to this question, like sort of this idea of thinking you have to, chase all the trends in tech, because the thing that you have to know about the trends, for the most part, the trends are on the way, much more sort of niche technologies that have very specific uses, and they're not in the sort of fundamental stuff that everyone is using that you need to learn first. So those things tend to change at a much slower pace. So don't sort of like get too distracted by all the shiny objects. There's going to be, I mean, that is just going to get crazy, or only get crazier and accelerate more. And really just focus on the fundamentals.
Okay. So now that we are, going to come towards the end of this session. So how can we connect with you? And, for all the audience who wants to ask questions for you, how can we reach with you, and how we can add to your mission and to the mission that you are striving for?
Yes. So you can find us we're at skillcrush.com. We have an awesome free 10 boot camp that we offer people. So it's basically like a whole bunch of lessons that we pull from our actual classes that you can sort of test drive how it is to learn with us. So you can just go to skillcrush.com and sign up for that. And it's absolutely free. And then we're SkillCrush on all major social media platforms. And in terms of if you want to reach out to me personally or to anyone on my team, you can just email hello@skillcrush.com and we will get right back to you. And in terms of, advancing the mission, I mean, our mission as a company is to get more women and underrepresented minorities into the tech field. So anything you can do in that spirit, obviously, like we'd love to have you come and work with us to do that. But I mean, really, even if you don't come and learn at SkillCrush, we just want to see more people and more women and more, diversity in the tech field. So anything you're doing to advance that.
Sure. So finally, it was really great to have this conversation with you, Ada. Thanks for speaking at the Tech at the Social Impact Summit. It was really great to have you with us. Meg, you can take the stage from here.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sanmaya and Ada. That was a really interesting talk between the two of you. So I was really excited to get to sit in on that. Thank you so much. As we go into our next session, I just want to say hi and welcome. If you are just now joining us, we are at the center point or midway point of day one of Powerfly's virtual reboot 2021 Diversity Summit. So we're super excited to have you joining us, and I hope that you're just as excited as we are to continue these great conversations that we've been having. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits for these talks, you can take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And as we onboard our next speakers, I want to say, if you are looking to participate in today's session, we want to encourage it. So if you have any questions or comments for the speakers in this upcoming session, we really want to hear from you. So add those comments or questions into the chat box that you'll see on the right-hand side of your screen. If you have any questions or technical issues, please feel free to tag myself or some of my coworkers are also in the chat. Arushi is there as well as Cynthia. So we're happy to try and help you out if you have any kind of technical issues. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits, that's for the Society of Human Resource Managers. That code is going to be in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And I'm also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct, which Arushi is adding to the chat right now. It's just there to ensure that this chat, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. So now I'm really excited to introduce you to our next speakers. First up, we have Johanna Briscoe. Johanna is the managing director of Some of Us, a global nonprofit advocacy organization and online community that campaigns to hold corporations accountable on issues such as climate change, workers' rights, discrimination, human rights, and animal rights. Johanna has 10 years of experience in nonprofit leadership, advocating for workers' rights and social emotional learning. She has a degree in Black Studies and a certificate in nonprofit management. So welcome, Johanna. She's going to be joining conversation with our own amazing Mariella Marie, who is a virtual event moderator with Power to Fly. Mariella is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer who has spent a decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence, sharing the virtual stage with disruptive leaders such as Deepak Chopra, Rock Goddess, Catherine Zaleski, and many more. Mariella curates meaningful conversations and installations centered around belonging, amplifies underserved and underheard voices, and develops provocative initiatives that bridge our shared stories and connect us to an enlightened state awareness. I'm so happy to turn the stage over to you and can't wait to hear this conversation. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Meg. Thank you, Power to Fly. This is one of my favorite topics. So I'm so happy that I get to interview this phenomenal person who's going to drop a lot of knowledge in the next 30 minutes. Johanna, thank you so much for joining us today. Can you just let us know a little bit more about yourself, kind of, warm up the waters, let us know a little peek behind the curtain as far as your career journey is concerned, and then we'll dive deep.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much, Mariella, and also Power to Fly team. Thank you so much for having me and for all the work that you put into making the summit fantastic. So I always struggle a little bit with this question, as I think many people do, because I think a lot of us who are in kind of the tech for good or nonprofit space, it didn't just start when our formal career started, but our journeys happened over our lifetime. So I just wanted to share with everyone, I grew up in Vermont, which is in the Northeast in the United States. It's a really small state, and we're probably best well known right now for Bernie Sanders, who is our senator. It's a beautiful place. It's where I developed my love of nature. But what is less well known is the impact that corporations have had on my community and my community growing up. So Vermont is very rural. It was primarily agriculture based in terms of the primary industry, and corporations in the community that I grew up in decimated local dairy farming. So it was primarily small farmers, corporations came in, decimated that industry, and the ramifications of that are still felt today. There's lots of rural poverty in Vermont and lots of generational poverty. And so I really grew up learning about the power that corporations had to change people's lives, individuals' lives, and to impact entire communities. So that was just one really formative experience that led me to Some of Us. And then I also grew up in a household with a mother who was a nurse, and a very active nurse. She was an activist, and she helped to organize 1,300 nurses at her local hospital. And so I grew up going to union meetings. I grew up learning about how workers were treated poorly, and luckily the nurses won, and they're still unionized today. And then the last kind of pillar, as I was thinking about how do I answer this question, was that I'm biracial. And so I grew up in Vermont, which is a majority white community, a majority white state, and I experienced a lot of racism. growing up, and a lot of kind of being othered. And so that really fueled my dedication to anti-racism, to anti-oppression, and through my leadership, creating spaces that uphold those values and uphold those beliefs. And so all of those things kind of funneled me towards a Black Studies degree in college, really kind of going deeper, kind of the academic side of oppression and academic side of racism. And then when I graduated, I worked in a variety of different nonprofit spaces. I've worked in mental health, in international literacy. I worked in an organization that focused on workers' rights. And all of that led me to Some of Us, where I am the managing director and really kind of fight for collective power, collaboration, and really focus on helping our team and our impact in the world be focused on people living fulfilled, dignified lives and respecting and protecting the planet.
I think that in 2 minutes, you just became one of my favorite people, just from hearing your personal story. First of all, thank you for sharing. I know that you can totally dive in deeper there. So thank you for giving us, that well-rounded perspective of, where you come from, your roots, how you've been inspired, definitely inspiring to hear. And I just want to also flag for folks who are listening now, if you have any questions, please go ahead and drop those in the chat box. I'm definitely inspired based on what you've shared so far. So I know our live callers might be as well. Go ahead and drop those in the chat box and I'll raise those to our guest speaker. But for now, can you tell us a little bit about what you do as a managing director at Some of Us, and actually just to drill in a little deeper, what have been some, really pivotal moments during this, the past pandemic that we've been experiencing on a global level?
Yeah, so I kind of joke because managing director means many things at many different organizations. It's kind of one of those titles that's a little bit of what you make it. So I think the easiest way to equivalent what I do is to a deputy director. So I work really closely with our executive director. I work a lot in operations and HR, and then I'm also leading our strategic plan this year, which is really exciting, and I want to tell you more about in a little bit. So I think before I talk about COVID and kind of how we've navigated that as an organization, and navigated it for our team, and also in the world, we did some really cool things that I want to share with everyone. Fundamental to my role and fundamental to Some of Us as an organization is our dedication to anti-oppression and anti-racism and creating an anti-oppressive environment from the top down. So really ensuring that our leadership, our director level members of staff, our managers are all focusing on their own anti-oppression practice and how they're showing up in the work and how they're showing up in the world. Making sure that the onus is not on people of color to change our culture and to ensure that it's an anti-oppressive space, and that we're looking at anti-oppression holistically. So from the individual perspective, from the community, from our organizational perspective, and also from a systemic perspective in the world. And so we're really looking at this from a multi-pronged approach. And then I also, Mariella, just wanted to clarify anti-oppression because we have found that it can be a very academic, a very jargony term. And so I just wanted to make sure that everyone watching today, we're kind of operating with a common definition that for us, at Some of Us, when I say anti-oppression, I mean recognizing and acknowledging unjust systems and situations, both inside the organization and in the world, and that we're determining ways to interrupt them and stop them and transform them. So that's what I mean by anti-oppression. And then I just wanted to also elaborate, we also have a anti-oppression leadership team. And it started because we really wanted to live our values internally. And we realized that if we're asking corporations to change and we're trying to change the fundamental makeup of our society, then we needed to do that internally as well. And so this team is funded. It's made up of staff from a variety of hierarchical levels in the organization. And it has its own strategic plan, this team, that is being executed by cross-functional teams across our entire organization. So those are just some of the ways that we really prioritize anti-oppression and how I prioritize it in my work, you know, you asked about COVID, which I can share a little bit more about as we kind of progress. But one of the really beautiful things we did last year as an organization was create a mutual aid site. So we invited our members to join this platform that we created, and our members could talk to each other from around the world. We have nearly 19 million members. So all of our members were invited to this platform. Our team monitored it, and it was really focused on how can we support each other as part of this global community. And we had nearly 300,000 people who gave aid to each other in a variety of ways. And we distributed thousands of dollars to families in need who are part of our community. So that's just one of the ways we navigated through this pandemic that we've all been living with and through in the past year.
Thank you for that clarification. And I'm sure you can agree that this is one pandemic that it has, our focus and attention, collectively speaking, and that there are a myriad of other pandemics happening simultaneously that have, as you know, through your studies and through your work, historically speaking, are just, ingrained in our system. Let's talk about accountability. I mean, how can we, I love that you all are, practicing what you preach, of course, but deciding that we need to clean house internally, make sure that we have, leadership practicing what we preach, embodying these values before we ask anyone else to make changes. And I find that when we have these conversations at Power to Fly, a lot of people have questions. How do we hold each other accountable? How do we avoid, lip service? How can we have power as consumers as well to ask for accountability? I would just love to hear you comment on anything that I've said just then, because I know I'm bringing up a couple of different things. So please feel free to approach it however you'd like.
Yeah, so I think probably the best way, I really want to talk about kind of our policies and how we approach anti-oppression internally and some of the systems that we have in place for accountability and to be held accountable, for our systems to be held accountable, but also as leadership, how we're held accountable. But I wanted to just share a little bit more about some of us and how we work with our members, because this is like our number one accountability in the world is through the people that power this movement. That is some of us. So we have, I mentioned, nearly 19 million people from around the globe who are part of this movement. We are a global consumer advocacy group, and we're really committed to curbing the growing power of corporations. And we work primarily in Australia, North and South America, and across Europe. And this year, we're actually expanding into the Middle East and North Africa and deepening our work in South America. But we always say our members are our bosses, and that's how we do our work, right? Like, we are member powered, we are member fueled, we are member funded. We don't take any corporate money, and we stick to that. We couldn't do our work if we were corporate funded. And we are in constant communication with our members through our campaigns. Our members really choose the issue areas that we work on. And we do a lot of testing of framing. How are we going to approach this issue? What's the best way for us to gain some leverage here? What's the best way for us to make change? And we do that through communicating with our members. We have an entire membership team that's focused to just that. And they're constantly feeding feedback to us, to our campaigners, to the organization. It's such an amazing work that they do, communicating with all of the people who power our work around the world, but they do it, and they do it so beautifully. And so that's how we work. We listen to our members, and we really respond to what they're asking and what they're interested in.
I love that. And so I would love to hear your insight just on, I was speaking with my partner about this the other day, how there's this disconnect between the digital community, right? We go online, we're plugged in, and then the reality of the physical world, right? And I live in Argentina, I live in Patagonia, I'm originally from California. And so sometimes I feel like I'm seeing, as far as different things that happen in California, that are happening now, but let's say in California, they happened 20 years ago. So I kind of have this insight on, okay, the way that we're treating nature, the way that we're, buying and supporting from different corporations, we have power as consumers. I would just love to hear you speak about how we can be more mindful when we're plugged in. Social media is just giving us so much feedback. And then sometimes it could be overwhelming to actually put things into action, in the physical world. How can we not bamboozle ourselves, to know that we are really making change versus just, I guess, passive aggressively participating in the digital space?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really big question. And I don't know that anyone has the answer. But I think for some of us, how we approach that. So a lot of our work is around misinformation. And we do a lot of work around misinformation and how to stop it, how to interrupt it, and holding big tech companies accountable. So I'd say that's number one, is just be aware of the platforms you're consuming, be aware of what their values are, what their policies are, how do they treat their workers, what are their privacy policies, how do they interrupt misinformation, just really being aware of what you're consuming. And then I'd say the second is kind of the flip side of that is whatever you're engaging with, whatever nonprofit, whatever movement you're engaging with, like really do your research and be aware. And then, one of the things that some of us does, I mentioned that we are in constant communication with our members. Well, one of the things that we do to be held accountable and to be accountable for using our members' money responsibly and for creating impact in the world is to report back. So whenever we have a win, whether it's a campaign that took a few months, whether it's a campaign that's ongoing over the course of a few years, we're always updating our members. We're always sharing with them what's going on. Here's where we won. Here's where we didn't. Here's how we're going to come back and approach this from a different angle. But just make sure you're in good communication and that you're holding whatever you're engaging with accountable to telling you what they're doing and what they're doing with your money and what they're doing with your time and your energy and your power, your collective power.
I love that response. Thank you so much. I love speaking about the importance of emotional intelligence at home and in the workplace. So I love your response was, be mindful of what you're consuming, make sure you're triple, quadruple checking, sitting with yourself, and then, taking action from there or not. And then the other side of it is the transparency side through, the organization or the company expecting that transparency. So I love that you all are putting that into practice as well. So it seems like there are two pillars, right? The consumer practicing emotional intelligence, knowing when to stop, scrolling, knowing when to, research other entities that might give a different perspective. And then also the, the business side, which is, being transparent and making sure that, we're holding each other accountable. I wanted to flag something that I've been bringing up. I try to bring this up as often as I can because I think it's fascinating. And, just as quickly as things are changing, I mean, we have so much opportunity to ride the wave of change and hopefully, be more impactful in a positive way. So GLAAD is a leading LGBTQ+ advocacy group. They've recently analyzed the social media sector and found that essentially all of the leaders are unsafe for LGBTQ+ people. I encourage everyone to go and check out that research. I would just love to get your opinion on this. I love also bringing up the fact that the digital space is being colonized. So, when we don't have different perspective, diversity in thought, diversity in culture, diversity in, gender, all of the things, essentially we are living in a colonized digital space, which effectively means, and of course, for people of color, for queer folks, for any non-binary person, it is not fair because we aren't creating that tech. I would just love to hear you reflect on that with me.
Oh gosh, really great questions. Again, I'm not sure that I'm the person to be speaking about this, but I would say join our campaigns and start to push back against big tech companies who do monopolize the space, who we know aren't safe for sure. And yeah, join our campaigns and participate in stopping misinformation and holding big tech companies accountable for their actions and really putting in place better regulations. Because I think that's where it all starts, is a lot of the big tech companies are largely unregulated and get to do pretty much whatever they want. And the only way to stop that is by coming together and really pushing back and standing up and asking for them to have better accountability for sure. Yeah, that's my immediate reflection.
And I love to philosophize. So of course, there's no right answer because we're currently going through this all together. So it's just an opportunity to reflect together and try to be more mindful. So sorry to put you on the spot there, but I appreciate you diving in there. Speaking of being pushed back, so can you tell us a little bit more about how you personally, in your role, how you handle pushbacks when standing up to such big, deep pocketed and established organizations?
Of course. So this is one of our favorite things at Some of Us because we do not back down. So there's lots of ways to achieve a goal, right? So that's one of the things we do in all of our campaigns is we do a power map at the outset and really figure out like what are the leverage points, what are our different strategies to achieve our goal. And so, for example, we might be putting pressure on a CEO to change a policy, right? We might be putting pressure on Twitter to change a policy or to have better regulations around disinformation on their platform. And maybe the CEO isn't listening. Well, okay, so maybe the board chair will listen, right? Or maybe now it's time to go to the consumers and really ask them to put pressure on the company. So there's lots of ways that you can exert influence and exert leverage. But I think the thing about Some of Us that really sets us apart and makes us unique is that we don't give up. It's something that our community is really invested in. And I mentioned earlier, we have campaigns that can run for a couple months and we have campaigns that can run for years. And we just don't give up. We keep reporting back. We keep figuring out ways to achieve our goal. Another way we do this is through giving our members pathways to speak to decision makers. So whether it's through Twitter, or sending messages directly to a decision maker or recording video messages, that's something we always try to include is just how can you speak truth to power and how can we enable that pathway? And then I mentioned showing our wins. So we do that a lot. But, I think the thing to remember that it's easy to forget because corporations want us to forget that is that corporations are not all powerful. They are tools to serve our needs. They do not exist without consumers. They don't exist without employees. They don't exist without investors. And ultimately, they're here to serve us. And so we have so much power and we really can't forget that. And we can't let corporations let us forget that we are powerful too.
Absolutely. So someone who I love listening to, I don't know if you have this person on your list. If not, I invite everyone to do some research on Yuval Noah Harari, who is a historian from Israel. He is now speaking, with folks. Well, he has been speaking at Google. He has an interview with Mark Zuckerberg. I was like on the edge of my bed, like biting my nails, like, yes, ask him these questions. One of the things that he mentions that you just hit the nail on the head with your response, he speaks about the power of fiction. And the one thing that we do as Homo sapiens really well is storytelling and fiction. And he talks about the fiction of corporations, let's say, and as you're saying, they cannot exist without us believing in their values, what it is that we're exchanging, how we place importance on all of that. So I love that you're echoing that sentiment with saying, this corporation wouldn't exist without us. So we essentially have power there to ask for a different story if it calls for that. I would love to hear your reflection on that as well.
No, I mean, yeah, like that's the deal, right? Is like we can choose to believe this fiction that corporations have a vested interest in, that they're all powerful and can pretty much do whatever they want, or we can choose to believe in our collective power. And I think Some of Us is a great example of that. I mean, we have nearly 19 million people, individuals from around the world, real people who are invested in making this world a better place and invested in holding corporations accountable. I can give an example recently that's kind of a small example, but one of our campaigners noticed that Walmart in Canada had All Lives Matter t-shirts up on their website for sale. Obviously, this was unacceptable to us. And so our campaigner wrote a campaign, put a campaign plan together, got it out to our members. And within 24 hours, thousands of Some of Us members had flooded Walmart with messages and calls about removing the t-shirts from their website. And within 48 hours, Walmart had released a statement that it would stop selling the merchandise in Canada across the entire country. So this just a little tiny example of some of the work we're doing and how we're so powerful, and we really just have to ask and you really have to stand together.
Congratulations. So inspiring to hear because it can be overwhelming. It's great that you all exist. I'm so happy that you're now on my radar. And actually, I'm going to figure out how to join and be a part. This will be a good introduction as well for folks who are curious of, how they can join the community and be heard through the space that you're creating. Can you let us know?
Of course. So you can always donate. We are a nonprofit. And as I mentioned, we are member funded. We don't take any corporate money. So we're all mostly small donor funded. So you can go to our website, which is SumOfUs, SUMofus.org. And you can sign up to donate there. You can also become a member and join our community and participate in our campaigns and our actions. We love that. There's so many ways to get involved. So I really encourage you to go check us out at SumOfUs.org. And then we are Some of Us on social media. So please check us out there. And then you can always email info@someofus.org. And Mariella, I'm not sure, is there a place where this information will be shared with people?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
So we'll have them simultaneously drop this in the chat box, and then we'll have this posted on Power to Fly as well.
Great. Fantastic. Yeah.
Awesome. So we've got just a little under 5 minutes left. And I just want to pick your brain a little bit while I've got you here. What have been some of your favorite initiatives and campaigns that you've had your hands on while working at Some of Us?
Well, there's a lot that are my favorite, but one of the things that I love most is, yes, we're campaigners and we do amazing campaigning work, but also we're a community. And so just, again, I want to just pump up the COVID support network because that was so responsive and it really took everyone across the organization to put that together. One of the things that I find most unique about Some of Us is our shareholder campaigning. So we do a lot of working with our members who are shareholders in a lot of these big companies to file resolutions at annual meetings. We're all shareholders, so please get in touch if you'd like to figure out how to use your power as a shareholder to make change. But anyway, in 2020, Canada's largest bank, TD, committed to net zero carbon emissions by 2050, which was a huge win. So that was really exciting. Last year, Apple published its first ever policy on human rights. That was a campaign we ran. Nestle is selling all of its American water bottling operations. That was Some of Us. It's huge. And then PepsiCo, we do a lot around palm oil, and PepsiCo is finally cleaning up its palm oil policy, which is very exciting.
Thank you so much for just having the courage to, find out how to share your gifts and your talents with the world. I mean, through your introduction and just, you coming from the place where you grew up, what you decided to study, what you see presented, to you on the streets and just on a global level. I just really applaud you, and I'm very inspired by your work because you're able to effectively make change. And it can be so discouraging to see all of the lip service happening these days. So I just want to say thank you. I see you. I appreciate you. And while I've got you just for another minute, remind us how we can connect with you all, and then any food for thought you want to leave us with for this to end this interview.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And Mariella, same to you. And Power to Fly, you're amazing. And thank you so much for having me and for all the work you're doing. Ultimately, we're in it together, just different ways of achieving a similar goal. So thanks so much for everything you do too. So you can join our list to donate, and you can become a member at someofus.org. And you can also email info@someofus.org as well with specific questions. I'll be happy to follow up on any of those. I guess my parting thought is just remember that we're powerful and we're powerful together. So hope to see you as a member and hope to see you join our list.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Johanna. It's been a pleasure to interview you. Meg, I'm going to pass the mic back to you. Thank you so much, Power to Fly.
Thank you to both of you. That was absolutely amazing. Can we, as we get ready to onboard our next speakers, I just want to say a huge thank you to Johanna and Mariella. That was so great. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits for this conversation in this session, please take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. That is what you'll need to redeem continuing education credits for the Society of Human Resource Managers. If you're not part of that, don't sweat it. You don't need to do anything with the code. Now, as we get our next speakers onboarded, I just want to say hi and welcome to anyone who might just be joining us. You are joining us for day one of Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit Series. The theme of this month is tech for social good. So as we get going on today's session and this upcoming chat, I just want to highlight that if you are, if you want to join the conversation, we would love to have you participate. So you can do this by adding any questions or comments that you might have for the speakers into the chat feature in that box on the right-hand side of your screen. If you have any technical issues, please tag myself or my colleagues. Arushi is in there as well as Cynthia. So if you have tech issues, please let us know. We'd like to try and help you. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And then I'm going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that we're going to put into the chat there in just a moment. It's intended to make sure that this session, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. I also see questions in there from people wanting to know if previous presentations will be able to be rewatched on recordings. Yes, absolutely. We are going to be putting those recordings up on our website as well as our YouTube channel in the coming weeks. To introduce our speakers to you, first up, we have Elizabeth Gore, who is the co-founder and president of Hello Alice. Hello Alice helps businesses launch and grow, and it is a free multi-channel platform powered by AI technology, which guides business owners by providing access to funding, networks, and services. Outside of the boardroom, Elizabeth is a world champion equestrian, a sprint triathlete, and has climbed Mount Kilimanjaro to raise awareness on behalf of the UN. Elizabeth is the chairwoman of the First Partner Project on behalf of the governor of the state of California. Elizabeth resides in Sonoma County with her husband, James Gore, who is a California elected official, and their two hilarious children. So welcome, Elizabeth. Joining her in conversation is going to be Carolyn Rhodes, who is the co-founder and CEO of Hello Alice. Carolyn is an investment banker turned three-time award-winning Latina entrepreneur from Bolivia. During her time at Hello Alice, Carolyn was recognized as one of 17 women to watch by Inc. magazine in 2020. And she was also named Hispanic CEO of the Year by the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. She has testified before the U.S. Congressional House Small Business Committee and was featured in a U.S. Senate report by Senator Shaheen entitled Tackling the Gender Gap, What Women Entrepreneurs Need to Thrive. So welcome, Carolyn. They are going to be in conversation with our own amazing Leslie Karstens, who is an enterprise account executive with Power to Fly. Leslie recently joined the Power to Fly sales team, having spent the last 15 years selling geeky products to people wearing pocket protectors, where she learned that sliding a pizza under the door is the best way to get meetings. Leslie hails from sunny Southern California, but now resides in drizzly Portland, Oregon, where she has worked tirelessly to convince Oregonians that heels are superior to Birkenstocks. I might fight you on that, Leslie. Leslie lives with her two teenage offspring and enjoys poetry and weightlifting, although not at the same time. Welcome to all three of you. I will turn the floor over to you, Leslie.
Thank you, Meg. I'm excited to be here. And I really wanted to welcome Elizabeth and Carolyn. And by the way, I have recently started my own entrepreneurial journey. So I was so excited to interview the two of you, and I was looking around your site and I just was like, my jaw just hit the floor. I wish I'd found you guys sooner, but I'd love to hear, about your journey and how you guys got here.
Sure, I can kick it off. I started off in investment banking, as was mentioned, and really jumped into entrepreneurship pretty blind, honestly. My father was an entrepreneur. My grandparents were entrepreneurs. They ran a cookie factory in Bolivia, but I really had no idea, I think, about the day-to-day of what that really meant for a business after leaving banking. And learned a lot of lessons the hard way. I ended up closing my first company down after a couple of years of spinning my wheels and realizing it was going to be a really tough way to make a living. Started a second business in the digital media space, which I ultimately sold. And then really after that, after both of those experiences, I would say, kept realizing what systemic barriers there were out there for people who weren't tapped into a network, who hadn't been exposed to how to raise capital and how to acquire customers at scale, and really thinking about how to build a scalable business. So that was really the catalyst for starting Hello Alice.
And we're still on the journey, right? That's the funniest part. I don't think the journey's ever going to end, but we're glad to be on it together. So my background was actually with humanitarian. I was with Peace Corps and then the UN for almost 10 years at the UN Foundation. And within that, I was very passionate about once the UN left or once societies were getting back on their feet, the most important thing was to ensure that small businesses could succeed, particularly those owned by women. And when I got home, I saw how critical it was here in the US as well, and got super passionate about how are we helping entrepreneurship overall as an ecosystem, how are we helping small business owners, and was incredibly lucky to meet this lady. And we're really lucky to be sitting side by side on the same screen for once. But we both just connected on the vision that if we gave complete access to small business owners, particularly who we call the new majority, women, people of color, the LGBTQ plus community, entrepreneurs with disabilities, our US veterans, that we would see a completely different country, a different economy. So, and what got me excited about Carolyn is she just kept talking about the upside. So I was at Dell Technologies as entrepreneur residence and had run into Carolyn a few times, and she just kept talking not about the problems, but the huge opportunities facing women and people of color in this arena. So we joined forces, and we time everything by our kids. We both have 2 kids, around 6 and 9, and it took each of us having 2 kids and building a business, and now here we are.
Wow. Well, I'd love to get more into the nitty gritty, you know, and learn like, what is it that Hello Alice does to make that journey for entrepreneurs easier?
Well, the thing I learned through both of my experiences was how much so many of the factors around both who you are as a business owner and the type of company that you're trying to run impact the journey of what running that business and launching that business actually looks like. And so we knew there was a need to make the process that's really dynamic, to take into account all of these factors around the owner and their business, and to incorporate those into a milestone by milestone path through launching and growing your company. So Hello Alice says, here's the next best step for your business, but also here are all the tools, networks, resources that you need to execute on that step before you move on to the next. And so it really breaks it down, I think, into kind of digestible pieces, these really complex or seemingly complex processes into the most simplistic format, but also into a format that is relevant to your business. Because you can imagine the experience for a Black female veteran building a tech company in Houston is very different from a white male veteran running a manufacturing company in New York. How they hire their employee is going to vary based on the state they live in. What type of capital they can access is going to vary based on the industry they're in. So there's all these factors that are influencing how they should operate and at what stage they should tackle certain milestones.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And, you know, I'm sure as you guys started on this journey, you faced your own challenges and obstacles. Any of those you'd like to share?
Every day. Every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like probably most business owners, access to capital is always the hardest thing. And whether that's in a growth time or a tough time like 2020. And Carolyn and I bootstrapped this thing together years and years ago. And we, you know, I'll always not shy away from, you know, us being a woman and Latina owned business. You have to run a little bit harder, I think, than some of our male counterparts. And then also we really are investing in what was previously seen as a high-risk community or an unprofitable community. So we were thought of as a social good company, which I'm proud of that. But at the same time, we really wanted to show that by working towards and working for small business owners that were in this new majority, that's a very profitable endeavor. So, you know, that early capital was super tough. Also, we were with babies and trying to figure all this out and the risks that you take around that. I will say we were super lucky to have each other. So we always really encourage, if you can find co-founders, if you can find a team that balances your strengths and weaknesses, that is always incredibly helpful. Or if you're a single founder, really think about that first hire being a partner of sense. So, and you know, it's interesting because small business owners are very hard to reach and acquire. So we really had to learn that it took community, not just a great software, to provide a safe space for all of them to come in. So of the nearly 500,000 small business owners we support, they're all supporting each other every day. So this interesting mix between, you know, e-learning platform that's data-driven, helping every small business owner with their individual journey, but also the ability for them to connect with other people in their industry or their geography, or maybe other Latinas or other veterans who've just been home 3 years trying to build a business. So, you know, there's the technical side that's difficult about the business. There's the funding side. And then, you know, entrepreneurship, 1 minute it's freaking amazing and you're on this high, and then we're crying 10 minutes later. And, you know, we just closed our Series B, and
congratulations.
Well,
Wow.
thank you. Thank you. But, you know, there's challenges and obstacles at every stage. So I think it's really important to celebrate the wins along the way.
Yeah, I hear that. You know, I think you hit on something interesting about the community, and, you know, like any good relationship is built on trust and respect. So I'd love to hear how you guys keep that, you know, how you ensure that the people in that community can trust each other.
Yeah, this is something that is so key to the way, I think, just the culture of our company and the way that we build everything. But our owners sit at the center of everything. We don't call them users on our platform, we call them owners. We always want to remind ourselves that they are individual humans with unique stories that have risked a lot to start these companies. And I think that comes partly from both of our experiences. Yeah. Elizabeth seeing just at a macro level how this impacted societies and cultures and what that meant even at an individual level within those communities. Myself, obviously having lived through shutting a company down and the difficulties of that experience and what that actually means to, you know, put a bunch of money on your credit card and risk that personally. It's incredibly scary, but also exciting. And, you know, there's this optimism that exists within the community. And so I think we're always making sure that our team is fully exposed to the individual stories that sit inside that. You know, we have obviously that number of 500,000, but every single one of those individuals has something so unique to their own experience that we're trying to bring out and highlight and lift up in any way that we can. And then also just through ongoing events, we're constantly pulling in like micro groups together of 30 or 50 or 100 people to have conversations and to understand. Obviously, we have a ton of data through the platform, but to understand the stories behind that data.
Okay, I love it. I love it. And, you know, the timing is so interesting, right? We had 2020 and, you know, everything was in a nosedive, and now everything's, you know, going straight up. So, we, you know, like, you know, just if we stop and take a snapshot of where we're at today, you know, how does that, you know, how do you factor that in, or what would your advice be to entrepreneurs like today?
You know, we're telling everyone to be very cautious and smart about their cash flow, about how fast they're rebuilding, how fast they're rehiring. We still have some unknowns coming ahead of us. I mean, the state of California this morning just re-mandated masks, for example. And so at their capital, and it might flow, but we have variants coming, there's different things. And so just because, let's just say your shop is completely allowed to open tomorrow, be very smart about what's the customer behavior. When are they actually going to walk in? When are folks going to start consuming again? I think back to school is going to be a really interesting time to see what schools are open, what childcare is available to our small business owners. So I would say, no matter what your business plan is, just be very smart and reassess it, you know, I would say every couple of weeks, and ensure that you're being really smart about your cash flow. Diversify it, be as tight as possible. Don't start spending too fast yet. And then we're doing the same thing. I mean, this is a really interesting time. And if anyone does have a crystal ball, we'd love to meet them. But, you know, being nimble is always important. That's why small business owners are so resilient. You're seeing a lot of optimism because they're amazing. You know, they want to succeed. Even those who had to completely close their business, you know, like Carolyn, are rethinking of new business ideas, which is great. But I do think it's a time to be incredibly frugal, very smart about your rehires, and then really talk to your customers, listen to them, understand what is the new normal with their behavior.
And a focus. At the end of the day, it's staying so focused on a vision that doesn't waver. I think lots of times when I see people struggle, it's the big picture keeps changing. And I think you can't change you can change and need to change constantly, or the tactics, but learn what works at a moment in time, keep double down and keep chipping away at that and making it better and stronger. And then constantly be innovating and introducing tactics and strategies that help to achieve that vision. That's how you always stay one step ahead of anybody else who's trying to catch up from behind.
Yeah, yeah. So as you guys look out to the future, whatever that looks like, how do you think about the evolution of Hello Alice and the platform and the community?
Well, we and many of our business owners, we think next year is going to be the year for small business. 2022, I think, is going to be really interesting. And part of it is because when people come through crisis, they learn so much. They're so resilient, We're seeing major digital transformation with small business owners starting to use software more. That software spend's going up. They're doing a better job on e-commerce, payments. I mean, you're just seeing things that had to happen to survive. But then also there's this political will and community fervor about how amazing small business owners, which we've been yelling from the rooftops forever. But now when you realize your childcare, your cup of coffee, your accountant, I mean, every
The Power to Fly community, and of course, we're working primarily and representing primarily job seekers. So I was interested in, kind of what advice you might have to people who are, working a day job, whether they're looking to move or not, but then maybe looking to spin up a side hustle and eventually start down that entrepreneurial path. How's that, in other words, how's it different than someone doing it full time?
Well, it's how almost all of us started. I mean, 2/3 of women, for example, in corporate America have been thinking and are thinking about starting their own business, which is so exciting.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, and then the same thing, both of us had full-time jobs going into building Hello Alice, and then Carolyn took a big risk for us and went all in while I kept my day job. It is completely normal. I mean, I think I'll quote you, Carolyn's always like, just start. Whether you're starting at night or in the morning or in pajamas or after the kids go to bed, just try it. And the other thing I love is partnership. So also seek out, go on hellos.com in our communities and seek out if there is a business that you're really passionate about. Somebody might also be passionate about that idea and you all can merge like we did. But you always say just start.
Yeah, I think the luxury of the side hustle is that you don't have the pressures, right? You don't have to worry about the bills at that moment. You don't have to worry about speed to market. It takes so much time. It takes more time and more money for any company than you ever imagine.
Yeah.
So let that sort of like nurture itself. I think when you have paycheck coming in, I think it's a great way to start a company. Also, it really shows yourself how much passion do you have for this business, because if you aren't excited to come home from work and jump into whatever you're thinking about starting, you're not excited to wake up on Saturday morning and think about this company, you're going to hit tough times in the future, and that passion is only gonna wane a little bit as you get into some of those struggles. So it's got to be so strong and prevalent at the beginning.
The other thing I would say for your job seekers in the Power to Fly community is most small businesses and startups are hiring right now. So it also might be exciting to get into a ground level business as they're growing. And that's a great experience to have. We've had a lot of wonderful employees go and start their own companies, which is, the coolest thing in the world. So that's another thing to think about is if you're not quite ready, maybe go into a newer company and just learn from that growth, learn from the hustle, learn from the mistakes. Everyone's hiring right now. I mean, it's actually a bit of a crisis in a good way. So I would really take a look at that and see if there's somebody you admire, like a founder you've seen before, seek out their company. It might be a cool time to jump in there.
We're hiring too. So
oh my gosh.
Check out.
Marketing, engineering, sales. We prioritize diversity. So bring it on, please. Alice at hellos.com.
Yeah. Well, that was going to be one of my next questions is how do people find you? How do they reach you?
Well, primarily hellos.com. Join us, join a community, get to know other owners, join one of our sprints,
and regardless of whether you're an entrepreneur or not, everybody has expertise to offer to the community. So really encourage all of you to check it out and see how you can either start your business or contribute to a business in some way.
And at the bottom of our website, you'll see the jobs page. So please let us know if you're interested in a job or pass those along to your friends. Most importantly is to support your small businesses, please.
Yeah.
Go in there, tell them they're doing great, support them, promote them on your social media. We'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, I've gotten to where I won't mention any names, but I'm trying to order, much more from local businesses than anybody else. Yeah. What other advice do you have for, maybe, and again, we have primarily job seekers, but, what would your advice be to them just sort of in general about maybe managing their careers? I'm sure you guys are in a great position to talk about that too. You both had amazing careers.
Well, I'm going to share the superpower of my co-founder, which is building a strong network. And I think the importance of leveraging that network in any capacity for yourself or for one another, but following up quickly and efficiently with that network and making sure that you're sharing your wins, sharing your struggles. I think the transparency of those relationships and the speed of response and information that you're providing proactively is so important. That is something I've learned from Elizabeth, because I think she is a world-renowned expert in that department.
And the other thing is go outside the vertical you're in. So I've loved I've been in public. So I've been at UN, I've been in private with Dell. I've been a nonprofit, and it might be interesting to see. I think this generation has the cool luxury of going across verticals. And I think that brings great experience to have different types, because we all engage with all sectors, no matter what you think about it. So the other thing is the job you're in, to Carolyn's point, make sure to soak every piece of learning. So if you're at JP Morgan Chase right now working, make sure you try and meet all different levels of that company, different geographies. I mean, sometimes your network could be exactly where you are. And pull that in, and then always give back to your network. It's important that, you're sharing ideas and focusing. And the last thing I'll say right now is a lot of people are still in isolation. And I just say, even though we have Zoom fatigue, still try and reach out, like this Power to Fly event, listen to people, get out of your own head, out of your own environment. It's, I think, important to make sure our mental health, we're not just stuck in one spot right now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And I'd like to double click on something you were talking about, because I think most of us, we know we should be networking, but we're still not very good at it. So could you get a little bit more tactical? Like, what is it like, are there daily practices, weekly practices, like, in other words, what does it look like when you're taking the time to do that outreach? And are there events, or is it just one-off type engagement?
Both, and I'm big on calendaring. So you can set an objective to where there's 2 30-minute time slots in your calendar, and no matter what, you're using those to network. And it might be that you've reached out and asked someone to have a virtual cup of coffee during that time. It might be that you're joining one of these events at that time, but then it holds you accountable. Even though I'm, I guess, good at networking, I'm not a natural extrovert. And so I look at it as a task sometimes. And then to Carolyn's point, I think follow-up is so critical. I'm still a handwritten person, but, thank you for your time. Here's some ideas for you. And then at the end of every conversation, always asking for a couple of more names or contacts. I think it's crazy.
I love that.
Yeah. So if you're on right now, I'd be like, Leslie, by the way, is there a couple other people you think I should reach out to and chat with? And I think that's important.
That's
I also, I think looking at relationships, as so many times I think people go into networking with an objective in mind. And I think sometimes it's just building the relationship, like just having genuine curiosity for what someone's story is and where they're coming from. And that's when I think the things start to emerge about what else they're up to, what projects they have going on, and these connections that you would never anticipate. I mean, how many times have we had somebody like an enterprise contract that is a huge game changer for us, and it just so happens that one of us had crossed paths with somebody 10 years before, and now they're a decision maker for a contract that we're up for. And so you never know where those things come back. And so I think if you just work it into your life, like every time I walk into a business, I'm asking to talk to the owner, and how did the company start, and why did they start, and those conversations just spark interesting things.
And the last thing I'll just say is push yourself outside of what's comfortable. So ensuring that your network does not necessarily look like you, don't sound like you, just ensuring that, both diversity of ethnicity, thought, gender, and industry, I think is really important. So you're stretching who you're talking with.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. And Carolyn, you were cracking me up. You made me think as you were talking that of the importance of being interested and not being interesting. I think we get focused on the wrong thing sometimes.
I think it gets so much easier, right? The more you start just having conversations with people, the more, and you learn too, like where might there be an opportunity and connection that is more genuine and relevant versus where it might not be. We can't obviously stay connected with everyone all the time, but really understanding how to sort of filter and build and improve your network.
Yeah. Any other places other than the Hello Alice website you'd like people to reach out to you? Are you guys super active on the socials?
Yeah, we're both easy. Carolyn Rides and Elizabeth Gore on Twitter, Instagram, and we love meeting founders. It's definitely our favorite thing. We went last weekend. We hit this farmers market where we're at and met, I think, every founder there and heard their stories and learned how we could help them with a very net new society. And but so we love to conversate personally as well. So reach out on Twitter. And I did want to give a shout out to those of you who are looking for funding. We have a funding center on Hello Alice right now because cash flow is so difficult, and we are mining and navigating public funding, private funding, mostly grants that you're not going to have to pay around loans. So check out the funding center on Hello Alice. It's, I think, critically important, again, right now that I know we have application fatigue, but that you are applying for grants.
And that's just at funding.helloalice.com.
So we'll help you with, and we'll guide you through the process. So if it's a state grant, for example, we can help you. We have translation services in Spanish. We are always deploying grants from Hello Alice as well. So I just really want to encourage folks as you're getting back on your feet, or you're just getting started, to really look at the funding center.
Yeah, I love it. Ladies, thank you so much. This has been amazing. And I love the work you guys do.
And thanks to the Power to Fly community.
Thanks.
All right, I just want to say a big thank you to the women from Hello Alice, as well as Leslie, for hosting that amazing chat. Thank you both so much. As we get going into our next session, I just want to highlight, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's chat, you can take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And if you are just joining us, welcome. Thanks so much for joining us for day one of Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual chat series. This month's theme is Tech for Good. And so as we get started with this next conversation, we just want to highlight that for you, all of our attendees, we want to make sure that you are able to participate. So if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to address or send to the speakers during this next session, please feel free to put those into the chat that's on the right-hand side of your screen. And if you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to tag myself or my colleagues that are in the thread as well. I think Arushi is in there as well as Cynthia. So we'll be there to help you if you have any kind of tech issues. We'll try and help you through. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's session, again, we're just going to take a look at that code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And then I'm going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that I'm going to put into the chat in just a moment. It is there to ensure that this talk is a great experience for everyone involved, just like all of our virtual events. So if you are, connecting with your community members or asking questions or posting comments for the speakers, just make sure you're leading from a place of respect and kindness. So I'd love to introduce you to our next speaker. Hannah Olson is the founder and CEO of Chronically Capable, a digital talent marketplace that connects job seekers with chronic illness and disabilities to flexible job opportunities. Hannah's own experience navigating her career while undergoing intensive treatment for Lyme disease sparked the idea for her company, which launched last spring in Washington, D.C. Hannah is known globally for her invisible disability advocacy and was recently named one of the top 100 powerful women of 2020 by Entrepreneur Magazine. So welcome, Hannah. Hannah will be in conversation with our own amazing Mariella Marie, who is one of our virtual moderators. Mariella is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer who has spent a decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence. Sharing the virtual stage with disruptive leaders such as Deepak Chopra, Rock Goddess, and Catherine Zaleski, among many more, Mariella curates meaningful conversations and installations centered around belonging, amplifies underserved and underheard voices, and develops provocative initiatives that bridge our shared stories and connect us to an enlightened state of awareness. So Mariella, take it away.
Thank you so much, Meg, for that beautiful introduction. Thank you, Power to Fly, for hosting this amazing conversation. Hannah, our guest speaker here, is about to drop a lot of knowledge. And Hannah, I just want to say thank you, first of all, for taking time out of your schedule to chat with us today. Let's begin the session by learning more about you and what led you to start Chronically Capable.
Thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be here today, chatting with you all. My name is Hannah Olson. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chronically Capable. I started this business, now I guess 2.5 years ago, after my own experience having navigated the workplace while living with an invisible disability. I was diagnosed with Lyme disease in college, had a really, really bad case, and unfortunately was given a PICC line following my graduation. And for those of you who aren't familiar, a PICC line is essentially a permanent IV. I was hooked up to IV antibiotics for nearly 8 hours a day. And I had a boss who was not okay with this. And so I saw firsthand the real pain point here as a job seeker of being forced to choose between my health and my career. And I thought, this is something that I can't be the only one experiencing. And I'm sure we'll get into the depth of chronic illness and disability in the United States and globally, really. But it was something that I soon learned I wasn't alone, and that there were hundreds of millions of people out there struggling with this same sentiment of wanting to work. And mentally their ambitions being intact and being able to work, but struggling to find and connect with employers who care and who were committed to actually including these people. So that's kind of what really led me to start Chronically Capable, along with my co-founder, who's actually my former boss. And he had really believed in this idea and helped build out all the technology behind Chronically Capable.
Wow. Well, it's fascinating to hear, all of the accolades that you've, acquired since starting out and, starting this business for yourself. So congratulations there. Looking forward to supporting the great work that you're doing. I know it's probably hard to pick one problem that you're tackling. So feel free to, bring to our awareness a couple of problems that Chronically Capable is trying to solve.
Yeah, so I'm going to distill it down to really one big pain point for the sake of time. And, what we see the problem as being pretty straightforward. It's that there's this disconnect between employers who want job seekers and employees to disclose their illness and to ask for support, and job seekers, on the other hand, who want to disclose and ask for accommodations, but are fearing this due to stigma, fear, lack of education and representation. And so for employers, this really results in a loss of employee productivity, lower retention rates, lower revenue, net income, and not to mention that companies are missing out on potential for federal tax credits. And so really that's why we're on a mission to build a better workplace for disabled professionals and the businesses that they support.
Awesome. And can you just let us know a little bit more about the platform and how you work with employees and employers? I know you're slowly but surely giving us the info, but dive in deep. Feel free to let us know now. And for those who are listening live, how can they support the work that you're doing and get involved as well?
Absolutely. So obviously it's a talent marketplace. So there's two sides of our work. I'll start with employers, because it's less fun on the employment side, but all employers who are part of our network really are dedicated to hiring and supporting, not only hiring and supporting, but actually elevating those living with chronic illnesses and disabilities. And so as an employer on the platform, we work closely with talent acquisition and diversity and inclusion teams to really build out custom solutions. And these range from recruiting to 501c3 reporting, education, branding. What we really do is we build these deep relationships with employers and work with them to actually amplify their commitment to disability inclusion. Half of my job is education and really making sure that all folks within an organization understand this problem, which I'm sure we'll get to. On the job seeker side, when a job seeker signs up and completes their profile, we actually use machine learning to send customized recommendations based on that candidate's job preferences and accommodation needs. So job seekers are able to access roles that are fit for their needs. So taking it a step further than just finding a job with your skills or your location, we're actually matching you with jobs based on your accommodation preferences. Job seekers are also able to access our community platform. It's called Club Capable, which is the largest professional community for chronically ill and disabled professionals. And this is a place where you can network, access resources, mentorship programs, and more, and really, an inclusive place, really bringing in kind of that LinkedIn networking aspect of the business.
Well, I love that you have the mentorship aspect involved as well. I would love to also hear your experience there. Why did you decide to have that initiative involved? Can you share, the importance of mentorship? Because I feel like this is a common thread that I hear come up when we're speaking about being intentional and inclusive and leaving the door open and sending the elevator back down and all of these things. Mentorship, why is it important specifically for the community that you want to reach out to?
Yeah, it's incredibly important, and it's something we didn't learn right away, but we saw that there was this lack of representation among leadership. It's something I'm sure I'll get into a bit deeper, but starting from the top of an organization, if folks aren't disclosing and standing up and saying, I'm a leader, who also identifies as having an illness or disability, people within the organization and future employees may feel shame or stigma to disclose and to ask for that support. And so by creating these mentorship programs, we're allowing senior leaders to actually interact with these new entries or folks who may be new to disclosing, and creating a safe space within the organization. Mentorship, we launched our first cohort this spring, which was amazing. And we had folks from about 26 different organizations. And from there, we were able to match people with industry leaders to give advice, get access to the support that they need, and then really, empower job seekers to feel comfortable entering the job seeking process. We're now hoping to build these out with our partner organizations with internal mentorship programs, but mentorship really offers that one-on-one safe space. And it's something that we found to be incredibly important to building our platform. This isn't just a space where companies can post a job. You actually have to be committed to really walking the walk, not just talking the talk.
I love that you ended on that note, because as I love to remind people, there's a lot of lip service happening these days. So I just love to hear when organizations and companies are really taking initiative to practice what they preach. So I appreciate that, Hannah. Okay, so speaking of education, and that knowledge is truly power. I would love for you to educate us a little bit. So in a Forbes article, you mentioned how you were going through Facebook support group posts and taking screenshots of people saying the same statement, which was, I have a chronic illness and I'm having trouble finding work. Can you educate us on the disability and employment rate in the United States and any kind of global aspect you can share with us as well?
Yeah, so I'm going to say some numbers that might shock you all, but this is CDC.gov statistics. So 6 out of 10 American adults live with a chronic illness. That's 60% of our population. And to add to that, 1 out of 4 live with a disability. When we think about this is most people in the United States. And I think it's hard for people to put that into perspective, because 70% of these disabilities are invisible, which means that you may not see that someone is struggling with an illness or disability. So it's important to really first off know the facts here. And the unemployment rate is very, very different amongst those with disabilities and those without. In 2022, this is US Bureau of Labor Statistics. In 2020, about 18% of people with a disability were employed, which is obviously a stark contrast from the 62% of non-disabled people who were employed in 2020. So we're talking about, way more than double that of non-disabled Americans. And so this is a huge problem that needs to be resolved. I think, as you said, I'm glad you liked my walking the walk, talking the talk comment, because it's something that there's been a lot of lip service. We've seen companies come out and put these statements out, but in reality, they're not actually hiring these people, as we see with these unemployment rates. And so it's one thing to say you're an inclusive organization. It's another to actually hire and retain these employees. And so these numbers are drastically different.
So I know that you mentioned, that the numbers might be shocking. For me, it's not shocking. I feel like there's so much taboo around expressing, the truth of, can I share this with my employer? Can I share this with my neighbor? How can I, make sure that I'm not being, set back because of who I am, essentially, and make sure that inclusion is really being practiced. What is the government doing to reduce this gap?
Yeah, so as we most of us know that the ADA exists. This month we're in the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And within this section 503, it is a portion of the ADA that actually requires companies to recruit, hire, promote, and retain individuals with disabilities in their workforce at a level of 7%. So organizations that have at least 100 employees need to strive to reach that 7% within each job group. It also requires contractors to provide employees and applicants the opportunity to both self-identify as an illness with a disability or individual with a disability. But only 13% of companies in the United States have actually reached this target percent of 7%. So this is a huge problem. And the reason is because right now the penalty for not hitting the 7% goal is really a slap on the wrist. And by that, we're not actually forcing companies to realize that this is something you need to do. However, an exciting news back, I think, now 2 weeks ago, I'm looking at my calendar, the Biden administration came out with an executive order that is requiring the federal government to actually hire and include those living with disabilities. And so if we can start at the federal level, my hopes are that we're going to really start to see this push from private companies as well, trying to hit this 7% representation. And I'm just hoping that soon that 7% won't be a goal, but really a mandate.
And what can we do, as folks who work on teams or who are looking to, move into a new industry? How can we make sure that we're holding folks accountable to, move with the times, be with the changes, and that means, be inclusive and putting, certain practices into policy, changing or reshaping value systems? How can we hold each other accountable?
Starts from the top. So I think, I'll bring up 4 points of creating inclusive workplaces, which I think is incredibly important. There's more than 4 points, but start off is really fostering an inclusive business culture. So if we don't see leadership standing up as role models and mentors, people are never going to feel comfortable to disclose. And so it needs to start at the top. We see women, I love being a female entrepreneur and being inspired by women saying I'm a CEO, but I have never in my lifetime seen someone come out and say I'm a senior executive, senior management, and I have a disability. So that's something that needs to start at the top. Number 2, I'd say, is really ensuring that we have disability inclusive outreach and recruitment efforts in place. And so this really involves building a pipeline of candidates. So an example could be working with Chronically Capable and really reaching this pool, this talent pool. Third, I'd say, is really making sure that all external and internal communication of company policies and practices are clear, and they're really showing the commitment to disability inclusive work culture. And this includes providing training, providing resources and support, but making sure that we have these systems in place. And really last piece is to really ensure a barrier-free workplace. And the way that we can do this is inevitably with accessible information and technology, which we've seen happen in just the last year. The world went remote and suddenly we had to create accessible workplaces. And my hopes are that long past the pandemic, we continue to keep these practices in place and continue to have tech accessibility. We've got captioners here today. That's amazing. This needs to exist long past the pandemic. So those are kind of the main 4 tips I have for holding each other accountable.
Thank you for that, Hannah. Okay, so we have a live comment here from Gali, who asks, how do we make self-disclosure a safe and comfortable disclosure for our candidates and employees?
Great question. And something we are really working on at Chronically Capable is to help with disclosure in the workplace. Right now, I don't know if I've said this statistic, but we talked about the depth of how many people live with an illness and disability. But only 3.2% of people disclose this to their employers. That is a huge gap from the 60% that I talked about with an illness. And so there's obviously this huge gap, and people are feeling fear, shame, and stigma in order to disclose. And so with this, we really need to make sure that the process is outlined. Each organization shows how to actually go about this, that HR is educated, and that people feel safe by having leadership actually disclose. And that's why I said from the top down, we have to create cultures where people feel open that this is an organization that's going to accept me. I believe later on I'll get into a bit more of kind of tactical tips about disclosing and talking to your coworkers. But for now, I'd say that it needs to start at the top down and needs to be transparent about the process.
And feel free to dive in now. I mean, you're on a great flow, and I know that folks are submitting some live questions now that I think have everything to do with what you are holding back. So go ahead and let us know what you have to say about that now.
Yeah, so I think in terms of having that conversation, either with your employer or with coworkers, we get this question all the time is, how do I actually have this conversation, and what do I do in order to share my needs? We're working on some tools to help support this, but in the meantime, I've got 3 main tips that I share with all folks in our community. Number 1, keep it simple. You do not have to mention the ADA or use the phrase reasonable accommodation. It can be really as easy as saying to your employer, I need to talk to you about this difficulty that I may have in order to get work done, being that I need to have time for my medication. So really, you don't have to mention too much about the ADA. This is something all employers should be educated on. Number 2 is really to put this in writing. Although there aren't really any formal requirements for submitting requests in writing per the ADA, some employers may have their own paperwork. So you can ask your employer, your HR about the paperwork and really start there and either submit a letter from your medical provider, or you can write a letter and attach your medical documentation. Lastly is really to talk to HR directly. I know it can be very uncomfortable to speak with your direct supervisors. So we really try to advise actually disclosing to HR because their department is in place to actually support you. But just on, last kind of personal note, I think really, you don't have to overshare. I found myself back a few years ago just saying, I'm Hannah, I have Lyme disease and, XYZ, and shooting off my diagnoses. And that wasn't actually important. It was, here's what I need to best perform at work. And so I started to shift that into, I'm Hannah, I have a chronic health condition, and because of that, I have an IV. And so therefore, I need to be able to access my medication at my desk. And I kept it simple, short and sweet. They don't need to know. And again, I want to be clear that it is completely your decision whether or not to disclose. It is an entirely personal decision, and you should not feel forced to, but the benefits often do outweigh not disclosing.
All right, we've got some live questions coming up. I'm excited that folks are engaging with this conversation, so thank you. Allison writes, does ADHD qualify as something that needs to be disclosed? I'm not sure if it is an illness, but it is qualified as a disorder.
Yeah, so again, entirely up to you whether or not you choose to disclose. I want that to be a clear statement I make throughout this presentation, but ADHD is, you are protected under the ADA. And so therefore we do see tons of folks in our community, ADHD, anxiety, depression. These are things that, again, you do not have to disclose, but if you are looking for the support, example is extra time, or, I may need to have a flexible work schedule, that I would recommend, if you're comfortable doing so, disclosing that to HR. And the reason is disclosing isn't just beneficial for the company, but it allows them to really reallocate resources and support that in turn helps you. So for example, if you have ADHD and you may need extra time, if you don't say anything to your employer, they might not be able to provide that for you. And so the reallocation of resources and that support happens from the disclosure level.
Great. And we have another question here from Liza. Liza asks, what types of accommodations, examples of accommodations, can be provided and available without disclosure being an issue?
Yeah, so in terms of accommodations, it really ranges depending on the organization. Something that we do on our platform is we keep all accommodation offerings listed up front. So if you were to go to our website right now and clicked on an employer profile, not only do you learn about the organization, but you also see all of their accommodation offerings, which are listed up front. And this, we try to keep it very transparent because, as a job seeker, there's usually little transparency into this process. And so we want want to keep it as transparent as possible. But in terms of disclosing, I don't think that any accommodation request should be an issue because you are protected under the ADA. It just depends really on the organization and their policies related to disclosure. I don't know if that answered well, but.
Yes, so for our live callers, please continue to write your questions or reflections in the chat box, and I'll flag that to our guest speaker. We've got just about 10 more minutes left. So actually, I would love to just take a bunch of steps back. Let's start by defining what is a chronic illness for the employer to know, and also for someone who might be at that pivotal moment where they are just now realizing, or maybe they are looking for the courage to speak about this publicly.
Absolutely. So in terms of chronic illness, chronic diseases, they're defined broadly, but according to the CDC, they're defined as conditions that last 1 year or more and require ongoing medical attention, or if they limit activities of daily living. So chronic diseases can be things such as heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and these are actually the leading causes of death and disability in the United States. I mentioned this before, but 157 million plus Americans currently live with a chronic condition. That equates to about 60% of our population. And what's pretty alarming is that racial and ethnic minorities are 1.5 to 2 times more likely than white people to have most of the major chronic diseases, which means that if we're talking about solving diversity and inclusion, we cannot forget to include chronic diseases when we're considering this. So chronic diseases like me could be Lyme disease. It really ranges, IBS, rheumatoid arthritis, the list really ranges. And it's actually quite alarming how many diseases qualify as chronic. But for example, anxiety, you may not think of that as a chronic illness, but if you're being treated for a year or more, if it may limit your daily activities, then that is in fact a chronic disease.
And I'd love for you to just speak a little bit to what you've seen in the workplace and on a personal level as well in the past, year and some change since we've been going through this global pandemic. What have been some of the biggest challenges that you see? That, I mean, of course, right now data is being collected right now, so we don't have that to offer, unless you do. I don't know if you can pull something out of your bag right now and show us. But what is just something that has called your attention in the past, since March of last year?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, we launched in February of last year to the public. So obviously a crazy time to launch any business, but then something in the recruiting industry, woof, that was pretty wild. But in March, what happened, it was almost like this magic wand of you can work remote and you can work remote. And suddenly across the board, companies went fully remote. And for the first time ever, the topics of remote work, diversity and inclusion, and health all came to a head all at the same time. And so we started to talk about health in the context of work, which was something that prior to the pandemic, we shied away from because, as we said, there's so much fear and stigma and shame attached to that. But suddenly we were forced to talk about it. And I hate that a pandemic happened, and I wish it never did. But what it did do is it did ignite the conversation around flexibility at work, accessibility, and it really showed employers that we need to care about the flexibility and health and well-being for our employees. And so if I've learned anything from the pandemic is that I think that this started it ignited that match that we needed. And I'm really hoping that these practices that we just learned and these accessibility tactics really do continue past the pandemic, because accessibility is something that will always matter, pandemic aside. And so that's really been my biggest learnings. And I've written a lot about this, so feel free to check out our website. Written a lot about the pandemic. It's obviously impacted our community proportionately higher than those without illnesses. So feel free to check out our site, which the link should be in the chat as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Okay, so speaking of accountability, and companies taking the initiative to create, the accommodation and the necessary safe space for this community, how can they get past the issue of it being too expensive to accommodate someone with a chronic illness, that the ROI of the employee is not matched by their performance, et cetera? How can you debunk these misconceptions?
I'll start by saying they're definitely misconceptions. So first off, beyond just thinking about the cultural and economic benefits, some companies aren't taking advantage of the benefits of disability initiatives. They're concerned about the costs of accommodating, when in reality, these are often minimal and fruitful investments. So there was a study done by the Job Accommodation Network, which is part of the US Department of Labor. And actually in this study, 59% of accommodations cost absolutely nothing to make. And the rest typically cost only about $500 per employee with a disability. So these are very minimal costs. And really what I like to say is that when we actually make the workplace accessible for those with disabilities, we're making it accessible for everyone, for those who have not disclosed, those who may get a disability down the line. But by building these accessible workplaces and policies, we're helping all employees to work better. Also, on top of that, as I mentioned, there's both federal and cultural and economic incentives. On the federal side, there are tax credits for including this population, which do outweigh those costs of actually providing accommodations. These can be up to $9,600 per employee hired per year in tax credits. And then we see across the board, we see higher retention rates, higher net income, higher employee productivity, as well as just an overall increase in employee happiness. So that was a very long-winded way of saying it's a complete misconception, and it's something that's very easily debunked with statistics.
And as with anything, when we're trying to, really practice what we preach as far as being more inclusive in the workspace, that takes carving time out to practice that. So, the intentionality behind it, and not just letting the day take you because you got to get to that profit, you got to get to that number or that data figure. It's like, okay, let me take care of my people first, which means taking the time to connect, practicing a little bit of emotional intelligence, changing some policies and values if necessary, but honoring that time and not just thinking that, okay, we want it, and hopefully it'll happen because we wrote down a sentence or two on our website, right?
Right.
So we've got about 3 minutes left. We have a comment here. Someone is asking, is your organization planning to expand outside the US?
Great question. So we are currently our job seeker community. We represent 152 countries. As I mentioned, we launched just last year. So since then, we've had over 50,000 people sign up completely organically. We have not done a single ad whatsoever. This was just a necessary platform. And so we're really excited about this community. Currently, our employers are all based within the US. However, many have jobs outside of the United States. So be sure to check us out. We've got jobs in Europe, Canada, and hoping, of course, to expand outside of the United States. If you're an employer outside of the US, we've got a lot of folks externally that are looking for jobs. So encourage you to come check us out.
And I know that we're dropping the link in the public chat, but can you just let us know how we can connect with you online, your socials, or whatever website you prefer for us to connect with you?
Absolutely. So our website is www.capable.work, W-O-R-K. Come join us. We've got an amazing community. As I mentioned, we also have a community platform, which is a bit of Slack and Facebook mixed together, where you can connect and network with folks. So if you're not even in the market for a job, but you're looking for that sense of professional community, I encourage you to come join us. We built this with as to be a safe space. And I wish that this platform existed when I was looking for a job. And so my only hope is that we can continue to grow this community, and the more of you that join on, the better. So hope to see you there.
Awesome. And we've got about 1 more minute. I want you to take us out with some food for thought. What can we keep in mind to stay mindful as we move forward after this conversation, Hannah?
Yeah, so I'd say that inclusion and accessibility, it's an ongoing process, and we always have to continue to learn. I did something in this video chat today that I actually am embarrassed about. I didn't describe myself at the beginning of this. I always like to start off and say, I'm Hannah. I would be described as a white woman, and I have brown hair, and I'm wearing a black shirt. That's something I always do to start a presentation. I apologize I didn't do that. But I think, it's things like that we're always learning, and we always have to continue to learn. I made a mistake. I'm learning from it, and I'm remembering that next time I won't do that. So I think to always not get down on ourselves about this, but understand understand that as the times change, we're also learning and adapting with time. So continue to put in the work, keep learning. There are so many great resources out there, and it's up to each of us to put in the work and learn. So again, I really appreciate being here today and hope to have you all join us at Chronically Capable, and thanks to the Power to Fly team as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Hannah. Okay, I'll pass the mic back to you, Meg. Thank you, Power to Fly, and we'll see you on the next conversation.
Thank you both so much. That was absolutely wonderful. Hannah, I can't wait to check out Chronically Capable. So thank you for spreading the word about that. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talks, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. That's what you'll need to redeem those credits for continuing education for the Society of Human Resource Managers. If you are just now joining us, I want to say hi, welcome. Thank you so much for coming to day one of July's virtual summit. For the Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual summit series, we're having a different focus each month, and the focus for July is tech for good. So we're super excited to have you join us for the conversations we're going to continue to have for the rest of the day. Just some quick housekeeping. If throughout the upcoming conversation, we would love to hear from you. So please feel free to add any comments or questions you might have for the speaker in the chat box that's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. And if you have any technical difficulties, you can always tag myself or my coworkers, Arushi and Cynthia are also there. So if you have technical issues that you need help with, please let us know so we can try and assist you with that. Again, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, you can take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And I will briefly refer you to the code of conduct that my coworker is going to share in the chat here in just a moment. It's just to ensure that this talk, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. So just make sure if you are, as you're connecting with your community members and asking questions and all of that good stuff, make sure you're leading from a place of kindness and respect. Now, I'm really excited to introduce you to our upcoming speaker. We do have a last-minute change. Unfortunately, Boski Mukherjee is having a family emergency this morning, so unfortunately, she won't be able to join us. But we do have Kadira Harris, who is the head of global responsibility for Matterport. Matterport is a spatial data company leading the digital transformation of the built world. Kadira has dedicated her career to helping companies be socially responsible and intentionally centers equity and inclusion in her work. Kadira previously held positions at Walmart, AARP, Allstate, and CVS Health. She's passionate about supporting the next generation of leaders and enjoys mentoring and developing others along their career journey. Kadira completed her undergraduate degree at Marquette University and her graduate degree at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. So welcome, Kadira. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are, and thank you for asking. Yes, that was great.
Thank you. So I'm really excited to speak with you today. And we have a couple questions to get us started, but what I want to hear from you first is what are you so passionate about inclusion and diversity in a workplace? You know, it's one of those questions that people come to the practice from very different areas. So I'm really interested to hear what brings you.
Yeah. You know, I think for me, it is the opportunity to get it right. I am shameless about equity. And, you know, I think that, you know, we can look at this a couple different ways. We can look at it and say, wow, the challenges are so big that, you know, we're never going to be able to move the needle on some of this stuff because of, you know, the history of injustices and all the ways that just candidly, you know, as a collective, we may have shown up wrong. But what excites me, especially in the corporate environment, is that we have the opportunity to get this right. And the other thing that really gets me excited is people. People, you know, when I think about my colleagues at Matterport, when I think about the colleagues and the friends that I've made on LinkedIn and other social media platforms, folks are hungry to get this right and work together. And so that is what excites me. I may be a little bit of an optimist around that, but that's okay. I think that that's what we need. And so absolutely, it's, you know, like I said, the opportunity that I really believe that we are on the cusp of really turning, you know, a major corner around this whole diversity and equity and inclusion conversation. And like I said, the way that people collectively have shown up and are excited and jazzed and are like, yeah, the status quo isn't going to cut it anymore. We can make change. That is absolutely what gets me out of bed every morning.
I couldn't agree more. And it's really, you know, Power to Fly was kind of weirdly perfectly positioned for the last year and a half. And it's been so wonderful to see not only so many people who are new to this journey, like come and join and really see the importance.
That's right.
But you're right. It's how it's really kind of reawakened the importance and the, you know, the cruciality of, like, I don't even think that's a word, but of like seizing this moment, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, so if we're talking about companies, you know, as many people are just getting started on this DEI journey, what are some of the practical steps that companies can use to implement, you know, more of these practices? I know that it's vastly different from startups to large corporations, but what are some of the ways that companies can really start, especially if they haven't historically been part of this journey before?
Yeah, and that's a great question. And, you know, my career, I've worked, you know, Matterport, we're 10 years old, but, you know, high growth startup. And I've worked for large Fortune 100 companies as well. And I think, you know, we have to remember there's no cookie cutter approach. I think that's the first thing to keep in mind. But I do think that there's a couple of things to you know, that kind of work across the board. You know, the first is look at the data. Look at who is currently in your organization. You know, it's like sometimes you don't want to look at the report card, you don't want to look at, you know, whatever, but you have to. If you can't, you know, determine where you're headed if you don't know what's going on inside your organization. Look at your policies. Look at how you're hiring. Look at who's being developed and who's being nurtured in your organization. If you're a global company, pay attention to global nuances. That's going to be key. You know, make sure you're talking to those market leaders in your markets outside of the US. Are you paying attention to those nuances? The other thing that I would say is, you know, ERGs, employee resource groups, they're called a few different things depending on the company, but you know, they're a great place to start. I think the one thing I would say with ERGs is you want to be careful not to overburden them with the responsibility, right, for change. ERGs want to be close to the business. They want to advise. They want to help shape some of these programs and initiatives. But again, you want to be careful that you're not expecting them to solve every problem in the company. That really should be a partnership. The other thing, and this is really important for us at Matterport, is talking to our teams and listening. You know, feedback is a gift, right? And so, you know, whether or not, you know, when you get that feedback, you can say, okay, this is a change that we can make happen on day one, or do you put it on your roadmap? But again, you can't make these changes if you're not talking to your teams, listening to your people. And you can do that in various ways: surveys, listening sessions, focus groups, you know, again, all the things that we're doing at Matterport. And so I think that's another big one. And then finally, I would say, you know, leadership has to set the tone. Right? You know, as you are looking to get some of this stuff going, you have to make sure that leadership is bought in. And again, I've been very fortunate to come into a company where I haven't had one single person that has questioned, you know, where our journey. They're like, look, we're with you. Tell us where we need to be, and we're going to stand behind you. And that is really important as D&I leaders or whoever you may have kind of heading this up in a company. They're going to need that support, and it has to come from the top down.
No, you're absolutely right. It's one of those things where as much as we don't like to think of ourselves as kind of lemmings, it's very ingrained that, you know, I mean, I remember different places I've worked where it was not acceptable to talk about, you know, gender inequality when it came to pay structure, or when it came to, you know, representation on, you know, the like at the CEO level.
That's right.
And so coming to Power to Fly, it was really refreshing, right? Because not only is this something that's like core to our mission, but being able to say, like, hey, we're not really walking the walk that we're trying to get other companies to do. So what can we do to keep improving ourselves?
That's right.
Because you can't lead in the space unless you are consistently trying to improve on your own end.
Yeah.
So you talk about how it's so important to get that top-down buy-in, right? What are some of the common misconceptions that leaders might have when it comes to DEI initiatives? Because if you're trying to get that buy-in and you can't quite get there, what are some of the directions that you could maybe kind of take and reroute?
Yeah, so I think again, there's a couple of things I'm thinking about. You know, one that I often see or hear about is, you know, D&I isn't the there's this misconception that D&I isn't the responsibility of the entire company or every employee. And, I often say, no matter who you kind of have championing it, whether it's, maybe sometimes it's a volunteer or someone who's kind of taken it on in addition to their role, or you have a designated person, that person might be the thought leader, around the strategy and all the things, but D&I belongs to everyone in the company. So we have to always keep that in mind. And again, that's probably one of the biggest misconceptions. As I said before, there's no one size fits all to this, right? You really have to look at, of course, there's best practices and benchmarks and all those things, but you really have to look at your business and listen and talk to your people and find out what change needs to happen within your organization. At Matterport, we say it's a million little things, right? And again, there's no kind of one silver bullet's going to solve all of our problems, but it's all those million little things across the entire company that get us there. The other thing, again, the misconception, and we're seeing this kind of rising up in lots of conversation around it, is those performative gestures. We have to be careful about those, right? Sometimes we think that if we can change a logo or, post something about Black Lives Matter, about one post about pay equity, that's going to kind of get us there and again, wave that magic wand. And so we really have to be careful about that as companies and as business leaders. That we don't make those performative gestures and again, then not back up with action. Action is the most important thing. It's just as you said, Meg, you gotta walk the walk and talk the talk at the same time.
Absolutely. And I mean, it becomes, especially when you're seeing these things be implemented in companies that are really new to this journey and new to really, like you said, going outside of the area of performative gestures, it makes a lot of sense why they haven't done these things first. It doesn't absolve them of it, but it absolutely makes sense. Of course, you're not doing a great job at this because that's not the people that you are trying to now help are not making up any real percentage of people at your organization. So you don't know how you're failing those people. You can't expect to grow this population of your workforce when there's nothing there to draw them, when there's no support, when there's no consideration for where they're coming from, right?
That's right. That's right.
So as these companies are really getting started, what kind of challenges do they face? Like we just touched on, the idea of you're trying to support the Black Lives Matter movement, but you don't have any Black people at your organization. So how are you supporting it? What are some of those challenges that can kind of be expected to face?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think there's a little bit of, well, not even a little bit, there's a lot of fear, right? Just in getting started, folks are so overwhelmed. I was actually even listening just at the tail end of the previous session. People are afraid of getting it wrong, saying the wrong things. We don't want to make mistakes. We're afraid that we're going to offend. Did I use the right pronoun? If I, say something to my Black colleague or ask a question, am I going to offend them? And now we're on not only bad terms, but, how else is that going to show up or blow up for me, right? And so, just the challenge around getting started, right? Exactly to your point, we have to be okay. The way that we describe it specifically at Matterport, it's a journey, right? And when you are on a journey, right, whether you're thinking about it literally or, metaphorically, but when there's journeys, sometimes there's detours, you have to take a pit stop, sometimes you have to pause, sometimes you have to ask for directions. Think about, right, your D&I journey within your company kind of is the same way, but on that journey, the most important thing is you got to get started, right? If you want to get to where you want to go. The other thing I would say, that I hear around challenges is, getting everyone on board, getting folks on the same page, it's selling it. When we talk about equity in the workplace, when we talk about creating an inclusive culture, we're really, talking about change, and we're talking about changing the way that systems, again, in any workplace, systems have worked, and now we're asking people to change the way, a lot of times, the way that they may have been operating or thinking or whatever. It really is a paradigm shift. So, again, be patient, getting everyone on board, getting everyone on the same page, helping folks understand, it's about your people, but it also impacts your customers. It impacts innovation, creativity, all those things, right? So, I'm talking through kind of the challenges, but also offering some of the strategies or solutions. The other thing is, just as I said earlier, around these performative, kind of performative D&I work, right? And so making big promises without any action will also be a challenge that companies will face. And so you definitely want to make sure, as leaders, if you are going to come out, even if it's internally, but definitely internally and externally, if you're going to say something to your employees about and make a commitment, right, around your D&I work, if you're going to say to your customers or just say publicly, make these D&I commitments, follow through. And, again, it's okay along your journey to say, oh, we make these commitments and we thought that we were going to end up here on year 2. But here's what's happened, and here's where we really are. Communities, your employees appreciate that vulnerability, right? And so be honest about, the promises you made and then how your actions actually matched up. And then, I think the last thing I'll say is getting everyone to think about their own biases and really think about how does that show up in our own decisions and actions. I always say, I remind people, including myself, we all have biases. We all do, right? And so I can't confront my biases until I can actually admit that I have them, right? So getting people even there. And again, it goes back to that fear that a lot of folks have. Oh my goodness, if I admit that I have this bias, then what's going to happen? But again, the reality is we all have them. And one step further than that, if we don't admit them, the proof is still going to be in the pudding, so to speak, right? Because it's still going to show up in if people, stay at your company. It's still going to be, show up to your point, Meg, about, if we're not hiring people of color or pay equity and all those things. So talk about it. Let's get it out in the open, right? Be comfortable, I always say, with being uncomfortable.
Yeah, and that's a huge hurdle, right? I mean, I love how you tied it back, because you're right. It's the idea of uncovering these biases that you don't want to think about. You don't think about them until they're right in front of you, and that might be very few and far between.
Yeah.
And so you're right. It's getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. It's getting comfortable with saying I'm sorry or saying I messed up.
Yeah.
And at least from my personal experience, those, granted, apologies kind of taste like dirt depending on the situation, but those apologies come a lot more easily when you are truly committed to this work, because it's a lot easier to apologize from a place of, sincerity when the goal is something you are actually trying to reach. And you can see how, okay, well, that was a misstep and that's not taking me in the direction I want to go. So even just from a personal interest standpoint, you need to be ready to keep, keep apologizing and keep admitting when you don't know. And especially in business, that's not something we're taught to do, right? The fake it till you make it mentality runs deep.
That's absolutely right. And I think, that's, there's this whole conversation around, we need to assume positive intent. And that's absolutely right. Because again, we all are on journeys. All of us are on different places in the journey. All of us have things to learn. I don't care who you are. But I love, you just talked about the way I describe it as well. Absolutely assume positive intent. You also have to take responsibility for your actions and commit to, okay, so what can I do better, right? How do I continue to educate myself? So I love how you're talking about that. That's exactly how I think about it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have this really great question from Diana from the chat. So we're going to jump into her for a second.
Sure.
Diana wants to know, do private organizations work together on this very much? She says, or I'm sorry, they say, I feel like nonprofits are not shy to create coalitions to collaborate, and most are perpetually short-staffed, so they need those collaborations. What have you experienced in your work history with this?
Yeah, Diana, I love that question. And I think you're right? Historically, we have seen, for example, in the nonprofit sector, organizations, exactly to your point, because they're short-staffed or, just the way that the work evolves, this needing to collaborate. It's one of the reasons why I consider myself very fortunate that under our global responsibility efforts, our D&I and our social impact are housed together. And it's absolutely something that I'm committed to. I'm starting to see it more as well with my colleagues, but I'm definitely committed to, exactly to your point, of reaching across the aisles and not always looking at another company as your competitor in every way, right? This work specifically is big, and there is no way that one company, for example, can solve it. And so if we can come together and potentially run a research project or put together some sort of coalition or put our dollars right behind solutions, it is okay if we all share in that. There's no reason why one company has to absolutely be out front, as the only one doing this. Again, we're trying to solve not just national, global issues here. And so I think your question is a great one. I think, again, it's something that more companies and more in the public or private sector are starting to think about, is this collaboration and this cross-functional work. So, you're absolutely right. I think the nonprofit sector has led in that for various reasons, but I'm absolutely starting to see it. And again, it's something that I'm definitely committed to. So if there are companies on this call who want to partner, find me, let's talk, because again, this isn't something that any of us can solve or address in a silo.
Yes, completely true. And any links or any information for contact and that kind of thing that you'd like us to share, I'm more than happy if you drop them into the Zoom chat. I can make sure they make it to the website and post them with the recordings of this as well.
Wonderful.
Okay, so as we talk about the support and the action for all of these initiatives and the changes that need to happen, we talk about them coming kind of from a siloed place, right? So can we talk a little bit about why it's important for overrepresented groups to also become involved and be champions of this, this movement and of the importance of these issues?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the terms overrepresented and underrepresented, right? So if the way that I think about it is, if you're overrepresented, in any type of system, any type of organization, company, et cetera, it means that you likely, again, as a group, have some sort of seat at the table, right? That you are likely, because you are overrepresented, again, I'm talking about as a group, not necessarily each individual, but you are likely in positions of privilege to somehow make change, to somehow make decisions that can impact some change, right? And so representation matters, whether you're going to say, hey, I'm looking around and we're overrepresented in this way, who else needs to be at this table, right? Again, it's that analogy we use when we talk about diversity and inclusion. Diversity is being invited to the party, inclusion is being asked to dance, right? And so if you're overrepresented, you have the privilege, the power, the authority potentially to look around and say, who haven't we asked to dance that's at this party, right? So that's really what it comes down to, right? And so looking around at how do we get voices, representation from groups that may have been marginalized or that are often left out of the conversation to the conversation, right? So really thinking about it is, again, if I am overrepresented, again, as a group, how do I use my power, my privilege, my position to bring those who are underrepresented to the group as well?
Completely true. And I like how you focused on the idea of being underrepresented as a group, because I feel like you're right. There's a lot of people that don't feel like they have that privilege. They don't feel like they have that safety or that security to speak from, their own perspective and say, hey, this is something that needs to be done, or hey, we're not doing so well at this.
That's right.
And you're right. It's very much something that you kind of have to take a step back, really assess your position and see where your privilege lies. We all have it. It's just like biases. We all have a certain amount of privilege. It's just where it is and to what extent, it protects you or it serves you. And so it's really important to remember that, you might think that you don't have that much power and authority, but you probably have a lot more than you realize.
Yeah.
So this idea of these overrepresented groups and how they, really need to stand up, this always leads to a conversation about allyship, right? So let's kind of talk a little bit about what allyship looks like in the workplace. I'd like us to start off on like what it means to be an ally. Hopefully nobody's coming to this conversation without ever having heard the term before, because I feel like it's been everywhere, especially in the last 8 to 12 months. But let's talk a little bit from a baseline about what it means to be an ally.
Yeah, so I think about allyship or being an ally is exactly as you just described, Meg, is someone who uses their privilege, their power, those are not one and the same, but their privilege or their power to speak, serve, stand up for those who may not have the same privilege, power, authority, et cetera. That's how I describe it, right? Just kind of in basic terms. And I think about it as a journey. Again, I keep using that word. Allyship is not just, I wake up tomorrow and I decide that I am an ally for another group. It really is, I believe, a lifelong, if not a lifelong, years process. You are constantly having to check your biases. You're constantly having to listening to others, especially those who aren't in the position of privilege or power that you might be in, really decentering yourself, right? I think as humans, we tend to want to say, okay, yep, that's happening to that group. And let me tell you about my experience that is similar to what that group of people is going through, right? It's really, you got to decenter yourself a little bit. Take ownership. Again, look at where you have privilege, Meg, exactly as you said, we all have it, right? We all have it, every single one of us. And so figure out how you can use that privilege, how you can use your voice. And then I think the most important thing is take action. So often, we'll say, well, I'm an ally, but there's no action. What are you doing? And I absolutely recognize, and hopefully we all do, everyone's action doesn't have to be the same. Some people, their action might be out protesting and demonstrating. Another person's, action might be speaking, on a panel for their employee resource group. Another person might be using their action to donate and support causes that they care about. Your action doesn't have to be my action. But if you're going to say that you're an ally, you absolutely do need to take action.
Absolutely. I mean, I tend to approach it from a very similar perspective. And you're right, that decentering, that is huge, because so much of the journey to getting to that place where you realize where your privilege and power lies and where you might have been making mistakes, a lot of that is centered on you. And that's okay, because you're trying to break down these preconceptions or these unconscious biases that you have absorbed throughout the course of your life. And so that makes sense. But then when you move that out into the larger world and the larger construct, it can't be about you. It can't be. People don't give themselves nicknames because it's not a thing that happens. So you don't get to say you're an ally. It needs to be something that you are consistently practicing, that in whatever way you can. Like you said, it doesn't all have to be the same things. But, it really needs to be something that continuously happens. You get to say, that you support these issues, that you support, the Black Lives Matter fight, or you support the AAPI community, but that's fine. But you don't get to just say, well, I'm an ally. And then there's nothing else that goes with it.
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about how to show you're an ally. You have to show up for these things. You have to do what you can with what you have where you are. Mm-hmm. But let's talk a little bit about allyship fatigue, because I feel like in certain ways, this conversation becomes a lot like the environmental arguments, where it's not that everyone needs to be perfect and all like 100% green and whatever. You need a lot of people to do this imperfectly to keep helping, to kind of make that difference. So let's talk a little bit about allyship fatigue when it comes to these social justice issues.
Yeah. Well, I think, keeping in mind, again, that this is a journey. And if you're going to be in it for the long haul, there's a couple of things. You need to prioritize your mental health. I'm a big proponent of that. And you're absolutely right. I mean, especially over the past, let's say 18 to 24 months, the wear and tear emotionally on so many of us around all of these issues. So absolutely, the fatigue is real. Prioritize your mental health. The one thing that I would say is, when you're thinking about being an ally, put yourself in the shoes occasionally of just kind of think about, put yourself in the mental shoes of someone who doesn't have the privilege to kind of take the day off from social injustices. And I'm not suggesting then that that means you should keep getting back up and going at it and again, wear yourself into the ground. But again, when you think about allyship and you're decentering yourself, think about those folks who don't get to take a day off, whether it's because of their race or their gender, or their sexuality, or their, different abilities, et cetera. Right? For me, when I think about where I desire for others to identify me as an ally, that is what kind of helps me kind of work through the fatigue to some degree, because again, I'm kind of taking on their struggle as my own, and I recognize they don't get to, take off a day. There's no days off, right, when I want to show up. But again, I do think, prioritizing your mental health, realizing that there's no quick fixes, right? So I think sometimes people kind of wear themselves out because they're expecting that if I just work really hard over the next year and I really show up, right, that I should be good. And I think sometimes that's also where the fatigue comes into play, because you kind of wear yourself thin, you kind of go at it really hard and fast, for a set amount of time and are expecting all of this change, when really, again, it is calculated and is over time. And so really thinking about that consistency and longevity and not expecting that it's going to be an overnight process is another way, I think, to kind of get over or combat some of that fatigue, because you're not expecting that it's going to be this quick fix that you can just kind of run headfirst into addressing.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, is, protecting your personal mental health is paramount, because nobody else is going to do that for you.
That's right.
And other people don't have the knowledge and don't have the capability of saying, hey, I think you're about to burn out on this, so let's just chill. And it makes a really good point, it's not even that you have to constantly one up yourself even. I'm seeing, thank you to Facebook, what was it, anniversaries, reminders, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot, in my Facebook memories of, the posts that I shared last year, and, the links that I was sharing, and how about you try this? And I went to, all these different protests, and my mental health and my mental state now is in a completely different place. And so while I'm glad that I did those things then, and that was what helped me to really feel more in control and feel like I was adding to the positive column, doing something, that was fine. But the fact that I don't feel like doing that now, okay, that's fine. What else am I doing to move the needle? What else am I doing internally? Is what I'm trying, I kind of think of it in the street painting sense. This might look really great and be, super, Instagrammable or whatever, and I hope it's going to spread, but is it really helping the people that I'm trying to help? Is it really helping the people that need it? Or is this something that is, more about performance and awareness when there's already awareness? If somebody's not aware of this, they are willfully not aware. So
yeah, that's right.
Absolutely. All right. So I've run us over on time. I'm so sorry. I hope you didn't have a hard stop. But Kadira, it was absolutely wonderful to get to speak with you. And I just want to say huge thank you for sharing, sharing with our community. If you want to send me any links, I'm happy to throw them in the chat there. Is there anything you'd like to say before we bounce to the next chat?
Wow, just thank you, Meg. This was amazing. Thanks everyone for just, I think the first step is just the hunger or the desire to learn more. And so the fact that the folks on, this session or that are tuning in, you've taken a huge first step, or wherever you are in that journey. And this is about becoming. We are becoming a diverse and inclusive, work space for all of us, right? And so just think about it as a long game. But thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. This was fantastic.
Thank you. All right, as we move into our next speakers and get them onboarded, I just want to say hi and welcome to anyone who might just be joining us. We are on day one of Diversity Reboot 2021. The July Summit's theme is Tech for Good. So we are super excited to have you join us for this upcoming conversation. If you'd like to participate, please feel free. Add any comments or questions you might have for the speakers in the chat. We will be passing them along to them, so hopefully they can get to them as time allows. And if you have any questions or technical issues, please feel free to tag myself or my colleagues Arushi or Cynthia. We're all in the chat there on the right-hand side of your screen, ready and willing to help you if you have any kind of tech issues. So I'm super excited to introduce our speakers. First up, we have Alana Berkowitz, who is a founding partner of Springbank Collective, which invests in early stage companies building the infrastructure to enable working women and families to thrive across career, care, and household consumers. She's also on the steering committee for Power to the Polls, which registered 700,000 plus young Americans to serve as poll workers in 2020. Joining her in conversation is Jana Meyerowitz Turner, who is the president of Style House, a mission-driven strategic communications and business development consultancy. She also serves on the board of A Call to Men, a violence prevention organization working to create a world where all men and boys are loving and respectful, and all women, girls, and those at the margins of society are valued and safe. So welcome to both of you. I will turn the stage over to you.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hi, really good to be with you all here. Nice to see you, Alana. Excuse me, I got some frogginess today. Well, let's kick it off because this community always has really great questions, and I want to make sure that we leave a lot of room for them. But Meg did a great job of introducing us. I mean, Alana, you've had, even at such a young age, an illustrious career that crosses the public, private, and social sector in a way that is just so pertinent to this and every conversation. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that thread and then the founding of Springbank Collective?
Sure. First of all, it's wonderful to be with everybody today, and also there's about to be an enormous thunderstorm here in New York, and there's people fixing my roof. So if you hear all sorts of weird sounds, apologies in advance. So for me, I'm a bit of a multi-sector athlete in my own career across, as Jana mentioned, the public sector, private sector, social sector, and to me, part of that is because the biggest, most interesting problems that we need to solve as a society and as a country just cannot be solved by one alone. I think we see that in all sorts of challenges, whether it's in healthcare and climate change, and increasingly in the care economy. And so throughout my career, I have tried to build big things at scale in different ways, and sometimes that means building progressive movements, whether it's for civic participation or youth progressive engagement, which was my first job at Center for American Progress, or whether it's working in the Obama administration and sort of on policies and programs that you hope can have really large impact. And then, when it came to Springbank, it was interesting. I had, I had my first child a couple of years ago. She is a very cool, small, dance party in a box. And, it was very interesting as a woman who had worked in a lot of challenging environments, too often been, the only woman in a room, worked in 12 countries in 3 years, and kind of did all the things of all of a sudden seeing this yawning gap of what I think of as this sort of missing infrastructure for working women and working families. And that was part of how we came to Springbank. I've always been passionate about female founders, and I mean that both, as social entrepreneurs, for-profit entrepreneurs, everything in between. And I'm passionate about being a woman on a cap table. I am a woman on many cap tables and want to see many, many more women doing that. But to me, those are often symptoms, not causes, of this missing infrastructure for working women. And we see it in all sorts of ways, right? Here it is, however many decades, after we started talking about the wage gap that is obviously particularly profound for women of color, it has not shrunk very much at all. And obviously this year during the pandemic was one of the most brutal years for women's workforce participation. It's going to take us an unbelievably long time to dig ourselves out of. And so, when we thought about Springbank, so I'll tell you a little bit about sort of the sectors we focus on, and then the kind of community we've tried to build around it. And of course, we've been really lucky to have Jana as part of our community since day one. So, for us, there's 3 buckets. We think of it as career, care, and household consumer. And part of it, we see them all as really mutually reinforcing. Because for instance, we can't solve, making work, more flexible and more inclusive when so many folks who are sandwich generation, who are caring for a young child, are caring for their aging parents, can't get the care they need. It doesn't matter how inclusive your workplace is, and sort of vice versa. So I think we see this as kind of this ecosystem. And so, for us, career is, investments in companies that make it easier to, to work flexibly, to upskill throughout your lives, to access benefits and economic opportunities if you are a sort of freelancer, solopreneur, kind of gig economy worker, which so many women are in that bucket. And then of course, for care, it's childcare and it's elder care. It's also underserved areas of women's healthcare. as well as sort of other areas of healthcare focusing on lower and middle income communities that we think can really impact sort of real American families. And then of course, household consumer is, the things that make it faster, easier, cheaper, more environmentally friendly to be a working woman who often has, people who are expecting, meals to be served, who have financial, household financial services to do and things like that. And so we've done about 20 investments, mostly seed and A. And we're actually raising Fund 1 now. But so what's interesting is how part of the way we've done so many of these investments is via deal by deal SPVs with our amazing Springbank Collective community. And we now have around 100 members, and that includes large family offices, awesome angel operators, and they will invest with us sort of deal by deal once a investment passes our investment committee. And it's been, hugely valuable for our companies because frankly, some, the amazing women and also men who invest in our SPVs are bringing a ton of value for the companies we work with, everything from having kind of a major company CFO, helping a tiny company figure out how to hire their first finance hire, to a former, top newspaper editor editing the press release of a seed stage company and kind of everything in between. So that's kind of the collective we've tried to bring and build, and we hope to continue building because frankly, these categories around sort of women, workplace, care are only growing more and more every day. And, just one last note on that in terms of some of the macros, first of all, even in a sort of recessionary environment, at least for me, caring for my elders and caring for my child will be absolutely the last thing I sort of drop spending wise, and also we're seeing 10,000 folks in the US alone turning 65 every day, which means we're having this sort of enormous older generation that will need more and more and more and more expensive care kind of coming online. And what we saw coming out of this year of COVID is people saying, I want to age in place. I want to age with my community. I don't necessarily want to go to an institution. And there's a sort of, that creates a lot of challenges and a ton of opportunities for what our housing looks like, what a smart home looks like, what remote healthcare looks like, how we can improve, and build supply for home healthcare aids and a ton of other stuff in between. So obviously I'm pretty excited about the space. I'll pause there.
I love it. It's so wonderful. And for those who are watching, who are curious about Springbank, make sure you go to springbankcollective.com and sign up to get their email newsletter. I'll say for myself, as someone who started angel investing, and it's a great way to get your feet wet in the ecosystem, in the founder funder ecosystem. And as Alana said, to bring value to companies and seed companies that you really want to help and that you want to get behind their mission. And the other thing I wanted to make sure that we talked about, because we talked about this in our prep call, is this idea of gender lens investing, and this idea that that doesn't just mean investing in female-led companies. Let's talk about that writ large and how we see that in the grand scheme of equity, because it comes into, child and family stuff has always been seen as women's issues, and that's like a whole paradigm that we need to change. So let's unpack gender lens investing and let's talk about that.
100%. And to be clear, obviously there's so many different ways to look at this, right? So, for really large investment funds that might have like an ESG screen, they might do it as environmental and social goal screens. There might be a negative screen of saying we won't invest in companies so they don't have X% women on their boards. Other people might say our version of gender lens investing is like there has to be at least one woman in the founding team. Others might say it has to be a product or service that is exclusively for women. And in our portfolio, we have a mix, right? So we have some companies, we're invested in a company called Origin that does women's physical therapy, or a company called Alife that does sort of machine learning for all the most challenging decision points in IVF. But then we also have a lot of other companies that are for everybody, but where we believe that if they reach the scale we think they can achieve, will disproportionately benefit and impact the lives of working women and their families. So as an example, we're invested in a company called Wealthy with 2 L's. They actually just announced they closed their Series B. We've been along the ride very gratefully for a while, so it's really awesome. But they basically do care coordination for all the non-clinical layers of care for those caring for a long-term ill or aging family member. So now a lot of Fortune 1000 companies basically offer it as a benefit to their employees. Anyway, it's not only for female employees. I will say the founder is a very wonderful woman. But part of it is that we know that the vast majority of unpaid family caregiving responsibilities fall to women, as do the vast majority of paid caregiving responsibilities. And so we feel like any tool that really up levels how the efficiency and the carefulness and the quality of that care really does disproportionately impact women. So that's just one example, but I think, beginning to think more creatively about, what is gender lens, because, we have a lot of work to do. So.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Wealthy. I participated in the Wealthy one too. And I think especially, our friend Eve Rodsky would say that's the invisible labor, right? The mental load of thinking about the logistics. My husband just moved my father-in-law from Baltimore to Florida, right? And it's like just all the things that one has to deal with that historically has not been talked about in the care situation, which also was often called childcare, and to ignore the men that also take care of people in their lives that are older than them. So let's talk about the article that you wrote in Fast Company on paid family leave when the Biden administration was elected. You discussed how paid family leave or inclusivity varies across different, places in the states. So let's talk about what's happened since then, and any changes that have been made since then, and what are things that companies are starting to do that you see that are interesting.
Sure. So it has been. It's been an interesting roller coaster ride. There's a lot of women who I think of as real kind of sheroes of mine who have been, talking about care and have been talking about paid family leave for a really long time with, frankly, without it really taking center stage. And I suppose the most minor silver lining of a overall pretty tragic year is, some of these issues around paid family leave. And again, I mean, paid family and medical leave, I should say. I think we people saw very up close and personal in all of their Zooms this year, and obviously also for workers who were not able to work from home. So previously it had been kind of a state and city-based patchwork. I believe at the point at which I wrote that article, there were 9 states that had passed it and the District of Columbia. And, what's happening right now is for the first time in a while, like there's real federal momentum around this. There's a number of very kind of influential senators who are continuing to drive it. And of course, the Biden administration had included it as part of, how they think of the infrastructure package. And sort of as folks may have seen, what they really brought together in that idea of infrastructure was sort of hard and soft infrastructure that I think of all of it as sort of critical underpinning. So obviously bridges and roads enable our economy to work, but we also saw what happens when women and all family members do not have the opportunity to appropriately provide care and find care that they can afford. The economy also comes to a halt. So anyway, so there's quite a big push for that, federally now. I have no crystal balls and, cannot say what's going to happen, but I will say 2 organizations that we are lucky enough to work with quite a bit who are great advocates here. So if you're passionate about kind of staying at the forefront of what is happening on paid family leave, there's one organization called Plus that's the largest nonprofit advocating for paid family leave nationwide. Folks should sign up. They've done some great action opportunities like Zoom lobbying days with your senators. If we're a small business owner in certain key states. And then also Time's Up has a care economy business council that I think both of us are members of, and a number of our sort of friends in the startup community are members of. It's now over 200 companies, and it ranges from, McDonald's and a bunch of, Fortune 100 companies and also startups working in the space. They are welcoming new members. So if you are a business owner listening in and are interested in kind of both having opportunities to learn as a group from some of the top policymakers out there who are sort of really in the weeds in DC, it's a great place to do that. And then they'll sort of also share some advocacy opportunities as well. I do think, because I know given the Power to Fly community, I'm sure there are a lot of solo entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs of all shapes and sizes on this call. And I will say, one of the things that has always been a challenge with paid leave is, increasingly for those of us who work in and around tech, where there's a constant kind of war for talent, we see for folks who are full-time, frankly, mostly knowledge workers, really generous leave policies, and people are competing on leave policies. And we're seeing more and more employers say we want to sort of spend more to do leave and care benefits right. And I think that's amazing, but the challenge is it needs to work for all Americans, not just for those of us working a very small sliver of the tech economy. One thing I think we saw during pandemic, and we'll see to what extent it extends, was, as companies were starting to feel the burn of people dropping out of the workforce, we were starting to see more folks thinking about, better leave benefits, who have a more kind of mixed workforce. I think the picture is still a little cloudy for kind of employers of 50 or less. And this is part of why I'm really hoping that this is where the federal government and states step up to kind of level the competitive playing field so that, small dynamic growing businesses, have the government support to make it easier to offer the same kind of leave to their employees.
Yeah, exactly. As a small business owner myself, I can say that's challenging.
Mm-hmm.
I want to leave time for questions, but there's a couple other things in here that I think I want to hear you talk about, because I think the community will enjoy hearing about it. You have been the innovator in residence at CARE, and I think, in my personal brand alignment work that I do, I say the goal is always to help people get paid to be themselves. And I feel like you very much get paid to be a lot of work. And so I think for people out there who are like, how can I bridge all these different sectors? And what would it like? I would love to be an entrepreneur in residence or an innovator in residence somewhere. Talk to me about that for a bit, and then we'll hit some questions.
Sure. Well, in that case, I was very lucky. For those of us who were, so I was an early Obama administration person across the Obama-Biden transition in 2008, and then two agencies, the FCC and the State Department. And I will say, the Obama crew, I've been able to have kind of amazing lifelong, experiences with a lot of the folks who I kind of organized with and whatnot in that world. So that's actually how I ended up coming into the CARE sphere. I think something like I've always just been kind of mission and impact first, even since I was a little kid, probably to an extent that was like a grieving to my parents at times. So, I think the method and mode of how I deliver that impact has changed, but the kind of North Star on it has not. And so I've got to sort of pick up along the way a lot of amazing, other friends and impact. And I will say too, with the CARE work, CARE is one of the world's largest humanitarian organizations. They work all over the world, and I was very lucky to get to serve in a lot of really interesting places with them, and that was a sort of part-time role. And I think some of it was for me, when I had left government. I think that we are seeing this move towards sort of how do we do more kind of lean innovation, where are digital first solutions most appropriate, becoming more and more of a conversation, obviously, in more and more social sector organizations. So it's nice kind of feeling like that skills were transferable from things that on paper felt really, really different. And I will say too, I think some of these multi-sector things. So for instance, there was a project I worked on with CARE. I'd been sent to a refugee camp in Jordan called Azraq, Syrian refugee camp. And I actually thought we thought we were going to sort of work on on scoping out a tech product they needed to build, sort of do some camp management, kind of a SaaS thing. And as soon as we got there, it was actually clear that was not, the community did not need that thing. And basically the kids council or the youth council in the camp said, what we want is a storytelling camp. We all have phones and we want to know how to make movies on our phones. I can safely say this is not like, I'm not a filmmaker by training at all, but I will say it was this kind of amazing thing, right? Of like, if you've been a multi-sector athlete in your career, all of a sudden we had like Adobe donating all of the editing software, and like friends who I knew from sort of a very different professional moment were flying in, were helping us find local Jordanian editors and producers to come into the camp and teach. And it was this kind of amazing thing of what happens when you've just been at it for a long time, where sort of you kind of have these serendipity moments where people come together to do amazing things. I will also say too, at that point I was, I think, still secretly pregnant. I remember it was, I outed it because on the 7th day of 108-degree heat and shooting and filming, I was like, all right, guys, I can't carry this thing anymore. But anyway, but yeah, and I think too, I think one thing we're seeing right now, just when I look at the data of how many people are either currently leaving their jobs or are thinking about where they want to go next in this post-COVID moment, it's really interesting because I field a lot of requests from wonderful people who are trying to figure out how do I take the skills I've built over either a short career, a medium career, long career, and apply it in a more mission-driven direction. But to me, just based on the volume of those requests I get, it's sort of, to me, it's a real signal for employers that you need to be offering work that offers meaning and value and community to your employees, because it is a very tight talent market, and those folks are looking around and seeking new meaning. So
absolutely. We'll send those folks my way. That's what I do. I help
Love it.
the words to do that. And I agree. There's, we were reading about the Great Resignation. I started doing this work years after the 2016 election, when people were all of a sudden, like overnight, once Trump won, they were like, I don't know, like the stuff I was doing yesterday doesn't matter anymore. Like, how do I continue to show up in the same way when the world has changed beneath me? So the other thing that came to mind is this idea of the rise of the generalist, right? I think that there's something very patriarchal about, like, you are a specialist and you're an expert and you are the expert in this thing. I mean, thought leadership in general has a lot of white patriarchy wrapped up into it. So I wanted you to tell that story because I think it's important for people to see how translatable these skills are and how much that matters right now to actually get things done, because these things are so complicated and interwoven. And what's the phrase? Problems can't be solved with the same tools that we're used to create them. Right?
100%. And I do think too that, like in all of these, right now, obviously starting a new fund, I am, I'm doing work that ranges from CEO to janitor to tap dancer to everything in between. And I think in all of these, all of these jobs and experiences, there's when you're sort of wandering around a refugee camp looking for a roll of duct tape for a very long time, because that's what people who are far smarter than you at making films need you to do in that moment. And there's these sort of higher order things. But I think, excuse my language, but like, I'm someone who likes to get shit done. I don't need to talk about the stuff I got done. I want to do it. I want to be helpful every day and like go to sleep knowing that I was really helpful. And so I do think that sense of like, what does it look like to be executing every day? And, obviously in like a private sector tech company context, it could be like you're shipping something every week. Obviously in a policy world or, an more sort of advocacy oriented world, that looks different. But I think always being clear on what it looks like to be moving the ball forward in a substantive way. Because, not gonna lie, like in the government or in large nonprofit organizations, or even, in super large companies, I think we can all lose a little bit of sight of what it means to actually do the real work instead of the work talking about the work. So anyway.
Totally. So many of my clients who are in corporate or come from corporate, it's diluting the Kool-Aid on what you're actually trying to do and what the goal actually is and what really matters, because it can get very, very muddied. All right, we have two questions here. I feel like I read ones that, especially in developing countries, that investing in women-run businesses led to a much, much larger investment back into the community. That's true about educating girls too, and other things I'll say. Do you feel that also applies to organizations here? My gut says yes. Yes, I mean, women-run businesses, I think Anu Jugal from Female Founders Fund has data about women-led businesses outperforming.
No, I mean, totally. So, I think there's been, studies in a number of contexts, obviously around, for every dollar a woman-owned business what are they reinvesting it in, right? That, reinvesting it in their children's education and community-run businesses, and, the extent to which it has a real like multiplier effect on each dollar spent, which I think is great and really important. I think, I both do in my gut agree with that about most of the businesses that I see here, but I will also say too, that I think it's really important for us to change the picture of, what kind of women-owned businesses, what kind of women's businesses people are building. And obviously, like in Springbank, we invest in specific sectors. And I have some folks who only invest in women-owned, CPG, consumer packaged goods businesses. But there's, women starting businesses in AI, in robotics, in like really deep tech. And so I think we sometimes like get into not every business owned and run by women needs to be like an explicit social enterprise. Do I think that certainly just like building potentially game-changing generational wealth in underrepresented communities and communities of color and women, first-gen immigrants, I do absolutely think that has sort of a profound and transformative effect. I think I grapple a little bit with, investing in women isn't charity. Investing in women is great business. And so I think I also invest in mission-driven businesses, but I do think we sometimes toe this line, which is that I am really excited and passionate about the sort of social impact and power of wildly accelerating the growth of women-owned businesses. But I think we also need to be careful, which is at the end of the day, the dollars that are going to come behind you in most subsequent rounds, those are dollars seeking out the highest return they can in the market. And so I think I sometimes feel that tension in how I hear this issue talked about.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, everything we're talking about is about power and equity and who makes the decisions and who decides what we value and what we care about, which leads to the follow-on is to this is, do you feel like that is undue labor on women, and what are your feelings about it? So this is kind of in the context of when you invest in women, you get outsized returns. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I would say yes.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm just looking at the question again.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, the sort of undue labor of expectations of, if I invest in you, will you not only grow your business, but also save your entire community at the same time? Like, while also doing 2x as many hours of unpaid labor as men in your household. Yeah, that's a lot to shoulder. That said, I think many women are doing it, but I very much take the point here.
Yeah, I think also, and we're coming up on the hour, but when you have more women on cap tables, and Black and brown people as well, you need more perspectives in those rooms where decisions are made. And it all comes back to power and equity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's leave people with, what are you reading right now? What's a book that you recommend to the community?
Guys, can we all be honest with each other? My ability, I used to do, crank through a book quite frequently. And then during pandemic, I think my ability for long form went out the window a little bit, but I have been actually doing the Annie Duke book and workbook around sort of cognitive biases and how we decide. And I actually, this is embarrassing to report, but my husband and I decided we were going to have a 2-person book club, and he picked the next book, and I don't remember what it is. So I will update everybody later. Sorry.
I love that. I'm going to get Ethan to do that with me. I'm reading Heather McGhee's The Sum of Us right now.
And that's so good.
Oh my gosh. I find myself staying up way too late because I only really get time to read before bed. And I've been staying up way too late reading, like marking stuff up. But the solid.
If you're not falling asleep, accidentally hugging a book. if I'm not falling asleep accidentally hugging a book, then I'm falling asleep accidentally probably hugging an iPad. So but yeah, and I love your book. Yeah.
No more tech in your bedroom. Tech for impact means getting it out of your bedroom.
Very true. Fair point. Take it.
Unless you're meditating. So good to be with you, Alana. We'll have to have a walk in Brooklyn soon, and looking forward to seeing everyone from the Power to Fly community soon. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thanks to both of you. That was a really great session to get to sit in on, and I really enjoyed the conversation. So thank you. As we move on and get our next speakers onboarded, I just want to say, if you are looking to earn credits on continuing education credits for these talks, you can take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. Those are good for the Society of Human Resource Managers. If you are not part of that group, then don't sweat it. You don't have to worry about the codes at all. As we're bringing up our next speakers, I just want to say hello and welcome to anybody who might just now be joining us. My name is Meg Alexander. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and I'm so happy that you came to join us for day one of our Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual chat series. The focus for July is on tech for good and tech for social impact. So throughout this upcoming conversation, we want to make sure that y'all are able to participate as much as possible. So please feel free to add any questions or comments you might have into the group chat. It's on the right-hand side of the screen in front of you. If you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to tag myself or my colleagues Arushi and Cynthia. We're also in the chat there to try and help you out if we can. Arushi is putting the code of conduct into the chat right now. That we are going to briefly refer you to it just so that this chat, as well as all of our virtual events, are a great experience for everyone involved. So just make sure as you're connecting with your community members and interacting with the speakers, just make sure you're leading from a place of kindness and respect. All right, I'd love to introduce you to our next speakers. First up, we have Diana Zhang, who is the CEO and co-founder of NeighborShare, a rapidly growing direct giving approach that empowers our community's frontline heroes to help families through critical moments of need of $400 or less. Prior to that, she spent 15 years in strategy and operations as an executive at Bridgewater Associates, which was a premier asset management firm with $150 billion AUM. Outside of work, Diana is passionate about food. You can find her on Twitter at Zangsta Eats, ZHANGSTA_eats, and advocating on behalf of those who lack access to food. Diana serves on the board of the Connecticut Food Bank as well as FoodShare. She will be joining conversation with Hunter Canning. Hunter is a performer, photographer, and theatrical producer. He has acted on Broadway, TV shows, and various voiceover projects. Hunter is one of the producers of Mondays in the Club, which is a diverse group of traveling artists, musicians, and singers who perform free shows that foster community and bring folks of all walks of life together. Welcome, Hunter and Diana. I am so excited to hear this conversation and turn the floor over to you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Meg, for that fantastic introduction. Hi, Diana. How you doing today?
Hi, Hunter, and thank you so much, Meg. So wonderful to see you, Hunter, and just thank you, Power to Fly, and everyone for just having me today.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here. I'm really excited to jump in with you. So Meg talked a little bit about the company that you're the CEO of, that you started, NeighborShare. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you do?
Absolutely, absolutely. So what is NeighborShare? I like to start with this sort of mind-blowing statistic that the Federal Reserve published in 2019, which is 40% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency without spiraling into debt. That's crazy. And think about that. That was also a stat that was published before the pandemic. And I think we would all bet that the situation is way worse than even today, right? So NeighborShare's mission is really all about helping families and individuals through these critical moments of need of $400 or less that would otherwise go unmet, right? And then as Meg explained a little bit in her intro, we do this by really empowering what we call our community's frontline heroes, right? This is the population of folks who have dedicated their lives to helping their communities. It could be the case manager or the social worker at a nonprofit. It could be the teacher at a school. We wanted to really equip this population with a new resource that they can go to help families work through these pivotal moments of need when they've run out of other options. And so what we do is we basically partner with wonderful nonprofits all over the country, and their staff, their nonprofit, their frontline heroes, they work to basically identify and validate these cases of need that then they post onto our platform. And from there, NeighborShare basically works with our awesome donor base to really work and get these needs fulfilled and helped with. And once we get that money donated through, the money ultimately goes back to our sponsoring nonprofit, and the money goes directly to the person in need on the ground. And that's really what NeighborShare is all about, right? It's about connecting neighbors to neighbors and doing so in a trustworthy way so that every single need you read about on our website, it's a real person, it's a real need, and there's like a real case manager or social worker or just someone awesome on the ground who's vouching for that person and saying, hey, we're working our butts off to find them as many local resources as we can, and this person just needs that little bit of a helping hand. Please help us today. And to give just everyone a bit of a sense of the types of needs we're talking about here, that could be everything from that, unexpected $300 car repair that, for the typical person might walk around being like, okay, not a big deal. But a $300 car repair that you can't afford can literally destabilize an entire family in just a matter of days, right? Just think about that. If you can't afford the car repair, you can't make it to work. If you can't make it to work, you'll likely lose your job. If you lose your job, you can't pay your bills. And then all of a sudden, a family can go from barely making ends meet, staying stable, but a little bit fragile to, all the way going to the brink of crisis within a matter of days, right? Or it could be, the $75 fee that someone needs to get a driver's license in order to qualify for a new job, right? Or maybe it's the mother that just needs $200 to keep feeding her children while she waits for her SNAP application to get approved. Or, I mean, in this summer, right, with all these national heat waves, maybe it's $150 to get an elderly person an air conditioner so that they can basically survive this heat and hopefully with some decent level of comfort. And so the list of examples are endless. I can go on, but I just wanted to paint for our audience a bit the types of everyday needs that we're trying to help connect people to. And that's why I'm just so incredibly passionate about what we do and why I'm so excited to get this audience today.
Wow, that is an incredible list of resources that you offer. So you were you used to work in hedge funds, right? And so can you tell me about this pivot from hedge funds to wanting to start a company that helps families? Help me with that crossover there. How did that happen?
Absolutely. So as you kind of described, I like to think of my normal day job as an executive at a hedge fund, right? Been there for 15 years, basically grew up with the place, helping to manage various parts of the company. And, I frankly started NeighborShare a bit unexpectedly, right? This was, just like, let's like zoom back a year. This was like last April, the pandemic first hit. We were all sent home to work from home and saying things like, we'll be back in May. Don't worry, I'll see you soon. And then as we were sitting at home with the world shutting down, we were kind of just watching basically parts of the world kind of just falling apart. And what happened was a small team of volunteers and I just felt this insane sense of urgency and energy to do something to help our community as all of this was happening, right? And so that's what we did. Basically, pulled together a team of volunteers, and within the first 7 weeks, we had our website up and running. We had some partner organizations lined up, and we're just kicking off a pilot, right? Because the thought was, go help people in need, do so in a way that can hopefully prove out to be sustainable, because certainly the needs that we're talking about, they existed before the pandemic, they're only getting worse during the pandemic, and they're gonna stay really bad post the pandemic, right? And then, long story short, what happened was, then throughout all of last year, I basically continued with this ever-growing group of volunteers to, in a nights and weekends passion project type of way, continued building the business, right? Constant research, building, pivoting, debating, etc. And then ultimately got to an interesting fork in the road where I think this was late last fall, where there's enough momentum going that I really had to do a step back and figure out, okay, who was going to take this awesome seed of an idea that we made a ton of awesome progress on, and then really be able to run with it and do it real justice, right? Because at the same time, of course, still had my job that was way more than full time, on the full time job end. And at that point, I actually started to reach out and recruit for some CEOs, right? Like I was literally in the market being like, let's go find someone who can go build this thing. And I think it was like a friend who brought it up. Like she was a close friend who really just pushed me and said, was like, wait, why are you going out and recruiting for CEOs? Why shouldn't it be you? And that's sort of like the unexpected fork in the road, where it's like all the unexpected things that hit us in 2020, that's sort of what happened to me on the career side. And, ultimately after a lot of soul searching, I decided to take that leap of faith, and it wasn't, I said that it wasn't as much a decision to leave my previous career, right? I love my job, I love my company, and I wasn't actually actively looking for a change, right? But it was much more though, like a decision to step toward this new passion, right? I was having a hard time shutting down my mind from, right? Like I literally just wanted to live and breathe NeighborShare and really just give our mission a real go at it, right? And then I would say, also at the same time, I also loved what was happening to me and what I was learning in these endeavors, right? Like getting to really personally grow as a first-time founder and CEO, building a startup from scratch. And so it also just felt like the right time to just take on an adventure, right? And invest in social impact, invest in this experiment. And, basically when I really stepped back on it, the risk profile hunter was like perfect, right? Like the worst that can happen is that we end up helping not as many people as we'd like, but the best thing that happens is we really crack this nut and we achieve our moonshot of really galvanizing like a national movement of neighbors just helping neighbors, right? Imagine all of us being able to come together to create this awesome safety net for folks whenever these small everyday needs like these can just slip through the cracks and have really pivotal impact. And so that's what I'm doing. I've had the pleasure of, starting from January 1st of just living and breathing NeighborShare with 125% of my time. And I'll have to probably figure out long-term path and whatever else. But so far, I'm super proud of our progress and haven't really looked back.
Wow. Yeah. It just sounds like you've been going in this whole time. And I love what it sounds like you had a lot to overcome yourself. There were things that you were figuring out. And then what really resonated just now is you were talking about is giving directly to the people in need. You know, I feel like there's a lot of systems in place. I have to apply for this, someone has to apply for that. There's red tape, there's waiting periods, there's all this stuff. There's all these hurdles just to get by for a lot of people, like you were saying, just to get their groceries, right? So when people are encountering those hurdles, it sounds like NeighborShare follows like a direct giving approach, right? To empower these community people. Can you tell me about how that works?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So by direct giving, we simply mean the following, right? Which is getting the impact of your dollars directly to the person in need, right? So that means that the money you're donating doesn't go toward a partner organization's overhead. And in fact, doesn't even go into NeighborShare's overhead. We're largely volunteer based and have tiny overhead, and we have a separate fund for that. And it's also not spent, translating into like a program of some sort that the partner organization might be doing. The way we do the direct giving is you read a story of need on the site. You read that this mother needs, $150 to get groceries for her children. Once you submit that donation, that money goes directly to that sponsoring partner organization. And they work to then directly just get that money directly to the person that they spotlighted on the platform. And this last step, actually, just to give a bit of color, we set it up this way because we realized that in the same way that we were relying on our frontline heroes to inject this notion of trust into our system, right? We're basically, if you think about it, relying on their proximity and expertise to help donors identify these moments of need that are slipping through the cracks. We're relying on them in the same way to really get the funds to the people we're trying to help in the best way possible, right? And there's all these intricacies in it that I know I didn't appreciate as just like the average donor before I started jumping into this, right? So, for example, if we're working with a nonprofit with a largely unbanked population, the worst way to help that population is by sending them a check. They're going to get completely screwed over by banks who are going to charge them 18% just to be able to cash out that check, right? Or certainly if we're working with domestic abuse shelters, of which we have several partners in the system for that, they literally need to do everything possible to protect the identity of that person to make sure that they're still protected from their abuser and attacker, right? And so that's why we set up NeighborShare the way we did it, which, to your point, Hunter, I love that you brought that up before I did. Super low bureaucracy, super low red tape. It's about 3 steps. Let's get you onboarded onto the platform. Let's verify that you're a great organization. And from there, it's a simple link to a Google form, basically. Start submitting the needs. As we get money to you, we just rely on you to act as that pass-through and get that money to the person in need in the way that you deem fit based on your proximity to the person that's on the ground. And that's what we do.
Wow, that is truly incredible. So can you talk more about like those people on the ground, like these volunteers say like, okay, I want to get involved with NeighborShare. I'm signing up today. What might I expect after I sign up? What happens next?
And so thanks, Hunter. And just so I can clarify the question a bit, do you mean the volunteers on my volunteer team, or do you mean maybe the partner organizations or the frontline heroes?
I was thinking about the frontline heroes in this circumstance, but I'd actually love to touch on all 3 of those.
Perfect. Right. So as the frontline hero, as a partner organization, as I described before, the experience is very simple, right? So what we do is we connect with wonderful nonprofits all over the country. At this point, we have over 100 partner organizations who have said, yes, we want to be part of your network. And that network spread across 26 different states at this point. And once they've said, yes, this sounds awesome, I want to be a part of it, how do I get help to my community? We basically just onboard them very rapidly into our platform. We'll go through a few things like, the legal services agreement. We'll ask the organizations to verify a bit of their good standing, just to make sure that we're still protecting the goodness of our network, right? Because once again, trust is such an important element of our ecosystem. And then from there, as a frontline hero, the thought is, as just you're doing your day job, as you're going day to day, meeting your clients, meeting the people in your community that you're working to help, as soon as you run into an issue that you're unfortunately going to have to say no to that person on, I want you to think of NeighborShare. Go to that link, submit that need, and we will hustle and work our butts off on our end to get you the funds that person needs, right? And so to give you an example, imagine the caseworker at a nonprofit who might be, really focused on human services, and they're working with a family on the ground who's working through food instability. right? As a case manager, you might have a number of different resources available to you. You might say, hey, client X, I can help you by, first let's help you apply for a government assistance program, like the SNAP program, which is the new name for food stamps. And in the meantime, by the way, I can refer you to a great food pantry that's 2 streets down. So it's a local resource for you to get food. By the way, we also have this great donor for our organization, and I have a couple of extra, gift cards to the local grocery store lying around. Let me help you with that. That's beautiful. That's the case manager working through their resources available, et cetera. What happens way more often that I certainly appreciate in our country, though, is the following, right? Where the case manager might be saying, hey, I'm going to help you apply for SNAP, but for some reason, it's going to take you 6 months to get approved, and your family's going hungry now, right? Or that local food pantry is really great, but they limit you to 2 bags of groceries a week, and that's not enough to feed your entire family, right? Or that gift card fund, really awesome, really generous of the donors, but I have 2 left, and I have a population of 200 to help. In the typical case, the case managers run out of options. I want this new world to say, hey, that's okay. We have NeighborShare to go to, right? I click a simple link, I add a couple of sentences about this person, and boom, it goes onto our site. And from there, it's sort of shared and blasted out to our donor base. And it's just really as easy as that.
Wow. It's really impressive. I mean, I haven't heard anything that makes helping and receiving help as easy as this. It really is. I mean, it's pretty incredible. So props to you, and thank you for doing this, because I'm excited to get this out there. Watch out. I'm going to be signing up tomorrow. What can I do? How can I help?
I love it.
Yeah. So you've talked about, I mean, it's also sort of amazing that this came out during this incredibly tumultuous year that we've had. Are there, I'd love to hear about, how NeighborShare has helped these communities, mitigate through NeighborShare's initiatives. How have you been doing that?
No, absolutely. And I have to say that I'm really proud of the impact that NeighborShare has made so far. And I'm really also just excited about everything to come and everything that we've been building up toward over this past year. And then another thing I'd just emphasize before I give you some specific examples is I really want our audience to hold on to this notion that, look, the types of everyday urgent needs that we're helping with, they existed before the pandemic, they got heightened during the pandemic, and it's going to still be really bad for a long time to come as people recover from this extended pandemic, right? And I really emphasize that because there's this like sexiness to like donate during the pandemic, like all these nonprofits experience a surge in sort of like, donations and giving and whatever else. And then as the world moves into, now we're opening back up, moves on to other crises and whatever, the thing I just really want to emphasize that the need is still there, right? And so I'm really proud of all the work that we did during the pandemic. And then like the big thing I really want to build out is a sustainable model that continues to enable neighbors to help neighbors in an ongoing way, right? As we work within an ecosystem that's trying to drive at some of the longer term root causes behind some of the needs that we have. But to give you some examples of how we helped throughout the past 12 months, at this point, we've helped hundreds of families across, over 24 states at this point. And, even as we're talking now, there's probably profiles of need flowing through my inbox, coming in from frontline heroes. And I'm not exaggerating. I probably set aside at least 15 minutes a day, just kind of like tearing up and reading through the profiles that come through, because the need is just very real and it's very visceral, right? And so there's everything from, we had Jimmy, a 3rd grader who was part of an after school program that's a partner org of ours. And during the pandemic, his parents literally couldn't afford $60 for Wi-Fi for him to continue his remote learning. And what happened was, of course, schools had shut down during the pandemic, and he was going to the local library to stay on top of his schoolwork. But then the public library shut down too as the pandemic worsened. And so, so that was like a case, like $60, like really, like it's sort of like, I wouldn't remember the $60 probably a week from now, but it helped that kid sort of continue his education throughout the months of the pandemic, right? Or we were helping this 17-year-old named Teddy, who got kicked out of his house by his stepfather and has been, working with one of Connecticut's local youth groups to really work hard to avoid the path of joining gangs that basically all of his childhood friends had progressed. And he, through working with the program, had identified a really awesome opportunity to become a carpenter's apprentice. And then unfortunately, the thing that was standing in his way was $200 to get OSHA compliant boots. Like he literally needed steel-toed boots to be able to do his new job, which would get him health insurance, which would get him a savings account, which would get him going. And he was stuck. And the partner organization didn't have that funding. Boom, NeighborShare came in and unlocked his future path for him, right? And then, I mentioned domestic abuse shelters before, just heartbreaking stories flowing through all the time, right? Of mothers working with shelters to sort of break out of their cycle. And they were literally needing a couple $100 to hide in a motel for a couple of nights from their abuser, and then to get an additional $75 to change their locks so that they can go home safely and lock out their attacker. That's just like a spectrum of the types of things we've been helping with. And now we're trying to build at scale and at volume, because those everyday things that people face that, once again, the typical donor might not be aware of, happening every day in our own backyards, right?
Yeah. There's so many different needs, and there's so many instances that we might not be aware of because it's not our personal experience. And I think it's really important that we talk about this and we hear about these other experiences to get us outside of ourselves, and then to reach out and help another person, right? Because this is something like that, I never would have thought of boots, right? But that is actually a life-changing moment for this person. And NeighborShare is helping enable some of the things that to other people might seem like a simple thing, but this is actually a really big deal.
Exactly. That's so well said, Hunter. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Well, so can you talk more about, I've heard, you talk about also I'll point out, we have a few minutes left. If anyone has any questions, you can ask in the chat there and it'll be relayed to us. So if you want to mine from this really incredible resource here, please do chime in. We'd love to hear from you. Can you tell us more about you were talking about how it's a lot of volunteers, right? There's a lot of volunteers that really keeps us going. And so what would that look like for someone to sign up and be a volunteer, or if someone wants to, or a company that wants to partner with NeighborShare and be one of those contributors?
Absolutely. Thank you. So as I mentioned before, we're, almost 100% volunteer powered. We actually just hired our first full-time employee a couple of weeks ago. So that was an exciting milestone for us too. But basically at this point, we have an incredible volunteer team of over 30 people across the country who have helped me build this thing from scratch. And, we're constantly looking for just incredible volunteer talent to join in and help us build. And so if you're in any way excited and inspired by our mission, and also excited and inspired by the notion of building basically a tech startup, we're still early stages building a tech startup, but very much oriented toward a nonprofit social impact mission, I would love to talk to you. And basically, because we're really building and going full force across all types of different functions, everything from operations to designing the next iteration of our website, to thinking through how do you fundraise for the bigger dollars, to et cetera, we can really look for folks, we're really looking for folks of almost any and all backgrounds, right? And so I would say, don't self-limit. If you're interested, I would love it if you can reach out. And, what we do is we have a conversation. I'll tell you about what we're up to, the different priorities we have. And then pretty quickly, within a week, probably get you up and running and really just carrying a really key responsibility for our team.
Awesome. Excuse me. It sounds like we have a question here also from someone named Diana. And they say, love hearing about NeighborShare and what it's doing. Do you feel like you are facilitating something that should be more common, communities and neighbors helping each other? Or do you feel like this is a kind of money matchmaking? Is it just kind of making up for other issues, or both? Thanks.
Yeah, great question, fellow Diana. Thank you for that. And I would say it's a bit of both, right? I think there's sort of this broad vision that I have for NeighborShare, which is this notion of bringing back the notion and concept of neighborliness to our communities, right? By creating this sort of trustworthy ecosystem where you're able to really tangibly connect to what's going in your own backyard in the way that, Hunter, you were describing earlier. That's a way of really just galvanizing everyone back to, wait a minute, even if I only have $5 or $10 to spare and to help pay it forward, I can make a real tangible impact on someone 2 streets down from me today. right? And so this notion of facilitating something that should be more common, but unfortunately isn't as much anymore, right? These communities and neighbors helping each other in this grassroots way, like absolutely. And then to the second part of, is this kind of money making that's making up for other issues, the fact that there is 40% of Americans who aren't able to meet a $400 emergency. Of course, that's speaking to a number of fundamental issues that exist in our society, our country, all these different things. And the way I think about it is sort of, I want NeighborShare to be almost like an extra layer of safety net to help folks work through these moments of need that are slipping through the cracks while the other bigger things are at play, right? Sort of like I think of ourselves as a supplement to all the awesome partner organizations that we work with to basically, provide the longer term programming and sources of systemic change to get folks in a longer term way out of poverty into more stable situations. And then what happens oftentimes is it's almost like if they're on this like gliding path upwards, what happens is, the $300 car repair happens and threatens to knock them off that path completely. I want NeighborShare to be the guardrails. Stay on track. You can keep on doing it. Keep on working with those awesome programs. And then in the meantime, let us provide you a way to keep on focusing on that North Star, right? So that you don't get completely derailed.
Yeah, that's what we all need, right? We need that North Star that guides us, and then we need to ask for help, right? We need to be able to ask for help. And sometimes we don't know where to turn. So it's really great to know that NeighborShare is hopefully, if we get the word out there, people's first place to turn for help. Can you tell us how, as we're wrapping up now, we just have a minute left, how people can get the word out? How can they help? Where should they go? What's next for NeighborShare? Anything else you'd like to share?
Awesome. Thanks so much. And the 30 minutes just flew by. Geez. So there's so many different ways that people can really jump in and engage. First and foremost, please go check out our website. We're at mbshare.org. I would love it for you to take a look, select a neighbor, and help them out today, right? So that's like an immediate way you can really just impact your community as we speak. As I mentioned before, we're always looking for just really awesome new volunteers. We have an incredible network, a world-class board, a world-class advisory council, and we're sort of like a tightly knit group that's sort of focused on building the startup, but helping each other sort of also progress their paths and their own careers. And so it's like a great sort of pay it forward type of ecosystem. And I would love to see folks from the Power to Fly community join us in that effort. And so for that, please go ahead and email me at diana@mbshare.org. I would love to talk to you and tell you more. And then last but not least, just talk about us. Like follow us on Insta, follow us on LinkedIn. We're just at NeighborShare. And, text a link to a friend today, or tell, in conversation at dinner, tell them about this new startup that's there and out there to sort of change the world. And we'll just really appreciate any type of word that can help us get out as we work to really build this national movement.
Fantastic. All of that info to connect with Diana and NeighborShare is just posted in the chat. Please do that. I'm going to be following you, emailing you, and thank you so much for this talk. I really enjoyed speaking with you.
Thank you so much, Hunter, and thanks so much, everyone in Power to Fly. I hope you guys have a great rest of the summit.
Thank you so much to you both. That was a really great conversation. So thank you for sharing that with us all. All right, as we round out this last session and move into our final session of today, I just want to remind everybody that if you are looking to earn SHRM credits or SHRM credits for today's talks, you're going to refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. If you are just joining us, you are joining us for personally my best part of the day. We are going to end the day with some joy with songwriter and comedian Evie Joy. Now, before we get into that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been joining us for day one of our Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit Series. July's focus is on tech for social good, and hopefully you have enjoyed these conversations just as much as we have. We've got 2 more days of them, followed by a virtual job fair on Thursday. So before we lead into this upcoming conversation with Evie, I just want to highlight that if y'all would like to participate or have questions that you'd like to ask her, please feel free to share them into the group chat on the right-hand side of your page. If you have technical difficulties, please feel free to tag myself. My colleague Cynthia is also in the chat. So if you have tech issues, we'd like to be able to help you. And I am going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. We're going to put it into the chat here in just a moment. It's just to make sure that this talk, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. So as you are connecting with your community or reaching out and talking with the speakers or anything like that, just make sure you're leading from a place of kindness and respect. All right, now I'm really excited to introduce you to Evie Joy. At just under 5 feet tall, this Manhattan multi-instrumentalist uses her ukulele, named Ed, a keyboard, bass, and multiple percussive instruments, along with a loop pedal, to build vocal and instrumental arrangements in live performances. She also has a comedic genre that she performs called ukulele rap. Joy gets the crowd laughing alongside her by adding funny one-liners in between verses. She says there's a sadness in everything, but that's where we should find humor. Joy credits her foundation in operatic vocal training and jazz performance experience, and was a recipient of the Johnny Mercer Fellowship. For those of you who don't know who Johnny Mercer was, he co-composed the song Moon River that I feel like pretty much everybody is aware of, along with Henry Mancini. So Evie, I'm so happy to welcome you today. How has your day been going? Are you really excited to join us today for this end of day wrap up?
Yes, can you see me?
There you are. If you want to stop sharing the screen, there we go.
Cool.
Awesome.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm so happy to get to meet you.
Thank you. I'm so glad to meet you as well.
We're so happy to have you here today. Is there anything that you'd like to kind of tell our audience before we get started? I know we're going to talk. We're going to do some questions for a little bit and then let you go in and play. But is there anything else that you'd like to share with our audience before we get started?
I mean, we can lead right into it. And I think what I'll talk about will just like lead into the music as well. So I'm an improviser, so hopefully.
Awesome. All right. So can you share with us a little more about you and your career journey so far? Reading your bio was absolutely amazing. And obviously we can't fit everything into it. So yeah, why don't you share a little bit more about yourself with our audience?
Okay, cool. So I am a multi-instrumentalist and a singer-songwriter. And I've always used tech as a way to support my music goals and career. And so that's kind of always been something that I did. I started with opera. I moved on to musical theater and songwriting because I realized that I didn't want to fit anybody else's idea of who I was supposed to be. I'd rather make that for myself. And as time has gone on, most recently I won the New York Women's Fund's grant, and I'm producing a documentary on love, so basically, it's a documentary on love's evolution today, featuring unconventional couples and relationship scientists and gender experts that urge you to reevaluate your idea of what love is and how you tend to get into relationships.
That's wonderful. Oh my gosh, it's so exciting.
Thanks.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about your musical background, but what really inspired you to become a songwriter and a comedian? I love the idea of telling your own story and not really being beholden to what someone else thinks you should fit into. But how did that come to fit in, especially the combination of songwriting and comedy? Right. So songwriting, they all kind of came together in different ways. I was always kind of comedic to make everybody else feel better. It started all with a family tragedy. We all come from a hard place kind of. And then I would be the humorous relief for the entertainment. And then as life went on, I never intended to do music on my own so much. It was more something that I realized it's harder to make music now as a band, to make money doing music as a group than it is to do it solo. So I started learning all the instruments probably 2011 was when I really started to get seriously into different instruments so that I could kind of support myself in that venture. And the songwriting I was always a poet. I loved writing. And as life goes on, things are just so serious. You get sick of standing up there and being a wallflower. So I started saying things. Maybe it was also because at bars, people weren't listening. And then I would bring out this raunchy, maybe a little bit song that questioned people's ideas of what they thought things should be like, or it was also relatable. And people really liked it. I would get people's attention, little me by myself on the stage. And suddenly everybody wanted to listen. And I was like, I've always liked comedy a lot more because people feel a lot better. Not that I avoid the other types of songwriting. It's just, I really do enjoy that a lot. I think people enjoy different, that. Right? Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, there's a lot of people that can learn to play instruments. There's a lot of people that can learn to write songs, but that having that gift for combining it with humor is rare in my opinion. I mean, I know comedy and songwriting is something that I find very appealing. I mean, going back to like Stephen Lynch when he was doing this like 15 years ago. But now we've got more people in songwriting coming up. I'm thinking of like maybe Bo Burnham or Lil Dicky that are coming into these genres, various though they might be, from a place of humor. And it really, you know, it lends itself to not only expanding your reach for as far as your audience goes, but it also helps you explore these topics, right? Because most people rely on humor to get through really hard things. And I absolutely love that idea.
Yeah. It's also honest. It's incredibly honest. People can relate to honesty more than you think. You might think that you're a weirdo or that you do this thing that nobody else does, or that why have 3 of your boyfriends been gay after they dated you? Like, why? Like, that's some of the songs that I write about, you know, like, you're not alone, you know, I had a lot of arm hair growing up. It's fine, you know, like, I don't know.
I'm really glad to know I'm not the only one with several gay ex-boyfriends on my track record. No, it's absolutely wonderful. Okay, so as you were really like developing your musical style and understanding, you know, kind of where your inspiration comes from, are there any songs that are really like still impactful to you, either newly impactful or songs that you have loved and cherished for a long time?
Oh my goodness, that's so hard. The songs that are like deeply impactful to me would have to be, I mean, recently Sarah Bareilles like paired with, I don't know what his name is though, and they did this new song that's out and it's all about togetherness. Wonder. It's called I Wonder. And I don't remember what the main artist's name is, but it's a beautiful song about how we're all feeling disconnected from our bodies. That's been a recent thing that really touched me. Like, I cried when I watched it. I was like, that's how I feel. Like, you feel like no one hears you, especially when you're stuck inside all the time, you know? And so I really like that. But Carole King obviously she was my first person that I really listened to on repeat.
That's absolutely amazing. I love all the references too. Sarah Bareilles has always been one of my faves. I had the supreme luck to get to see her in concert in like this tiny dive bar in college, and it was so great. It was wonderful. All right, so we've talked about how you're a multi-instrumentalist. Can we talk about, you know, the different instruments you play? And I'm personally interested to hear, like, you know, how young you were when you started learning these, because I've gone through piano, flute, and guitar over the years, and I play none of them now. So, you know, how did this start for you?
So voice was always what I did. I did voice. I studied voice. I sang everywhere that I went. And I always kind of self-taught myself piano. My dad was a pianist, but he was also a computer scientist. That's how I got into computers as well. But he would just give you things and say, learn it. You know what I mean? And so I, out of maybe the boredom of living on a farm, would like play with the piano and sing with myself. I never thought I was a songwriter though. That just like developed later. And then the instruments, I think it must have been like 2010 or 11 that I got my first ukulele. My parents hid it around the house with little clues on where to find it. It was so cute. And I played that and I was like, oh, this is so much better than the guitar. Because I'm so small, carrying the guitar around was like, with an amp and everything, and the ukulele was so much easier. And then I was like, oh, there's all different kinds of ukuleles. You could have one that's deep and you can restring it so it sounds like a guitar. Don't tell anyone. And then I have like a bass over here. And then I like to loop things. So I'll lay down a bass track and then I'll lay down like maybe some piano on top, and then I can sing and put little harmonies. And so that's kind of what I do. I like to create a live accompaniment. If you've seen like Ed Sheeran ever live, he does like a live setup with his own accompaniment. So you have like an imaginary friend band. You don't feel so alone.
No, I love that description, right? It's that imaginary friend band, because you're able to create these different sounds, layer them, get them to repeat so that you can support yourself. You can become that one person, that one man band. All right. So you said you started this fairly young. Is there any advice that you would give to your younger self looking back on, you know, your career, your personal journey? Anything that you would say to that younger you?
Man, I would say like, learn to sit still. Love yourself no matter what. It's okay. Like, it's okay to sit still. It's okay. Like, meditation has helped me hugely. And you need to just love yourself. The time we look back at yourself 10 years ago at how thin you were, And then think about that. Were you happy then with how thin you were? Probably not. And I remember, like, I was always critical. You will always be critical. So just move through it. You know, like I have a good poem because there's a pineapple tattoo on my arm with like flowers on the inside. And the poem is, a pineapple takes 2 years to grow, sometimes more. So have faith in you because you're all you know. Have faith in process because it's all progress. Just try to go with the flow. As we grow, we bloom from within. Remember you're blossoming even when you can't see the fruits of your labors. Still keep a thick skin, always stay sweet. Make yourself your favorite person to meet. It's about you. Everybody else matters, just not as much as your opinions do.
I absolutely love that. I'm very, very simpatico in the idea of, you know, you are going to be with yourself your entire life. Make it time that you enjoy spending, because otherwise this life is going to be a lot longer than you want it to be. So yeah, completely love that. All right, in the couple minutes we have before we launch into what I've been looking forward to most, can you tell us a little bit more about where we can follow you, where we can learn more about what you're doing, all that good information we love to share with our audience?
So if you go to eviejoymusic.com, or if you go to that on Instagram, you can follow, and if you subscribe on the website, I'm going to be putting out a whole bunch of information about the documentary that will be coming out. And also in 2 weeks, on July 28th, a song called On Repeat about the bad relationships that we just kind of tend to go back into over and over again because they feel so good. That is coming out in 2 weeks, and you can pre-order it next Wednesday. So that's called On Repeat. So exciting.
I can't wait to hear it. That's going to be absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. Okay. You have a lot to share, and obviously, you know, the music is why we brought you. So what would you like to start with?
So I'm thinking that I might start with a love song that I wrote a long time ago, unless you want to hear some comedy. And I'm wondering if maybe that's, you know, and it's a love song too. I'm into love, if you cannot tell.
Hey, it makes the world go round, right?
Hey, and during the pandemic, it was hard to find love. So what if a plumber was where you found love? Just a question. That's what this song is about.
Excellent.
All right. Should I just go off with it?
Take it away.
All right. I keep wishing you just take it off. I have my imagination, but it's just not enough. And I know that it sounds wrong, but you've got too much on. I want to see you wild and free. The first time you came, I learned your name and about your stellar plumbing skills. And while it felt so draining, you said at least it paid the bills. And as you pump my kitchen, you vent that you're a musician. And you turn your back, and I notice there's no crack. You see so much pressure here, and I say, you say you have to flush it out, but I'm flushed right now. So it comes out way too fast, and I say that I can't help but wonder what your mouth looks like when you smile. I won't tell no one if we take our masks off for a while. And if hindsight's 20/20, then I'm not a visionary. It's all a blur, but one thing's true. I could see myself with you. I've called you for the 5th time in a row. It's too often in 1 week to plunge a toilet bowl, I know. You suggested a doctor who could help with IBS. Now I have to find a way out of this mess. I feel my heart sinking as you walk to the door. And I need to buy some time, but I could fall through the floor. Cause it comes out way too fast when I say, wait, do you smell gas? Oh, and I'm stuck on what's under, and I can't help but wonder what your mouth looks like when you smile. I won't tell no one
we take our masks off for a while, and if hindsight's 2020, then I'm not a visionary. It's all a blur, but one thing's true, I can see myself with you. You're finding leaks I never even knew existed. I said my knobs work fine, but hey, now you've insisted. I can only do so much to fix my garbage disposal, when all I'm dreaming of is a lover's proposal. And I can't help but wonder what your mouth looks like when you smile. I won't tell no one if we take our masks off for a while, and if hindsight's 2020, then I'm not a visionary. It's all a blur, but one thing's true, I can see myself with you.
That was amazing. I can totally hear the Carole King influence as well as Sarah Bareilles. That was great.
Thank you. Thank you so
absolutely
much. It's
love
a new
it.
song, actually. So I was
Yeah?
like, ooh. Yeah, you can't
The
find it
comments-
anywhere yet. I'm sorry, but you're the only ones that have heard it. So.
Oh my God. Yeah, the comments jumping off in the chat are insane. Rachel is loving it. Sanmaya said she's hilarious and melodious at the same time. I absolutely can't agree with them strongly enough. That's so great. All right.
Thank you very much.
Do you have another song you'd like to share with us?
I absolutely do. And what I will say is, so in case you're wondering what this documentary is really about with love, it's kind of about the idea of amatonormativity, which is the idea that we all have one idea of love, which is false, right? There are many different kinds of love, and there can be different kinds of family too. And with the way our climate is, it's okay if you choose not to have kids. It's okay if you decide to be an allo parent. You mentor kids in your community. All of these are options, you know, like, and people shouldn't feel like they have to subscribe to anybody else's social norm. It's you, it's what you feel like. And so like, now that we know that men and women are more similar than different, the executive functions of the brain are pretty much the same. That leads us to problems with dating. How do we approach dating, right? And we think, okay, it's this passionate thing that strikes you and it's maddening, but actually, it's something that needs to be thought about a lot more, because when you interview and when like social scientists interview expert couples that have been married for more than 15 years or just together for more than 15 years, those couples are predominantly 83% best friends and egalitarian. So what that means is they're equal in that role. So the documentary will like show you different models of different people so that you can feel a little bit better about that. And also our culture really values independence, but it still values this age-old idea that love should complete you, when really two people should have their independent sense of self. And when you have that, these expert couples form this self-expansion, which is this duality of identity, and you still maintain your own. It's very important that people understand this, you know, because you have to, in order to get down the road of independence, it is so helpful to have somebody by your side that you can depend on and that will support you. Love should be a secure thing. And we need to start valuing this, because within 1 to 2 years, love evolves to companionate from passionate. Not that the passion goes away, it waxes and wanes. So just an idea so that you can know what you're getting into. All these different myths, we're gonna like combat that with different ideas, like a couple that's been married 9 times, a couple that has 9 kids, a couple that biologically engineered their children. Let's take a look at these options, you know, like, and why, and how it could look for you.
Carole, you are speaking my language. I absolutely love that. No, and I think you're right. I think it's really amazing to take a look at, you know, both the traditional view of love, right? The heteronormative, cisgender, really kind of narrow, you know, lines that we've had drawn forever about, you know, this is what love looks like, and this is, you know, the specific order that you do things in a relationship and whatever. And getting to look at that from different perspectives and see like, no, and it's not that you need to like throw out everything from, you know, that traditional background or, you know, what people want to think of as traditional.
People can have traditional roles.
Yeah,
equal.
pick what works for you. Pick what makes you both better people. You know, pick what helps you and helps you become a better person in the world.
Exactly. And everyone deserves a good relationship. So if you're not in it, go find it. Don't be stigmatized. Don't feel like divorce is a bad thing. Go. Yeah. It's better for everyone, even the kids. Scientifically. Yes.
All right. So what do you have a song that plays into this or something you'd like to share? Or are we going in a completely different direction?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that old love song. It's called Verbatim. It's still under my old name, which was Evangeline Joy. If you do want to look for it, you can find Verbatim on Spotify. This is called Verbatim. It's about when you can't find the words to say how you feel about somebody. I have a way with words. My vocab has surveyed terms. This is not one of them. I have superlatives. The helling can explain how I'm feeling. I lost my expressiveness. What gerundial phrase can I use to explain what's happening to me? What possessive noun could I find written down to help me gain some ground? Let's start with sounds. You, yeah, I love you. Why couldn't I find from the start these little words in my heart? Just say what you mean to me. You aren't as safe as my words, not as immutably secure. At least I don't know where to start. You give me premature ventricular contractions that cause my heart to have these palpitating reactions. I can't escape, and you're to blame. Yes, it goes without saying. You, yeah, I love. Rap breakdown. I hope you can keep up closed captioning. I'm conjecturing every word within rhetoric for a lexeme that's practically prehistoric. Just sleep with the words and suppose of the balls like I'm pounding my scandalous of ineffables. You repeat my locution, my normal nuances, and induces sequential chemical responses. I see you freeze like the day after tomorrow. Heels are so high, the top Kilimanjaro. My frontal cortex of my brain just shuts down. Or tastes so much dopamine I could drown. This is multiplied by the trickle quick until I have as many hormones as McDonald's chickens are wasted to find this determined psychosis. Heart melting brain with the simple prognosis of a Disney film score near big ultimatum. The answer to this vertigo was verbatim. I love you.
Oh my gosh, the call out to the closed captioner was fabulous.
I was watching him type and I was like, good job. And then I was like,
Yeah. They had you for a while. I think then they ended up going with rap in parentheses. So, no shade to the closed captioners. We're all doing our best out here today.
Man. I really tried to get you a little. Sorry.
That was good. Okay, so we have about 4 minutes left until the end of the day. One of the questions I actually wanted to ask you, somewhat selfishly, what is your favorite instrument that you use? It might be one that's more fun for you internally versus, in performance, but yeah, what's your favorite? Your voice?
It's my voice.
Yeah.
If I was to lose my voice, I know that's not a great instrument to say, I guess, but
it absolutely is. It absolutely is.
It soothes me. It heals me. I feel like when I've sung to people in hospitals, I feel like I can heal with my voice. That's my gift. I'm a bearer of good news. That's what Evangeline means, my full name.
Yeah.
Just don't know.
And it's so true, right? Music really, it brings people together. It can evoke all these emotions. it has such power. And if I sounded anything like you do, I would be singing constantly all day, every day. As is, I mostly just sing when only my dogs have to hear me. But yes, it's absolutely wonderful. So I just want to say a huge thank you for coming on with us today and sharing your gift. It's so absolutely amazing. All right, do you want to run us out with a song? We've got about 3 minutes left. I don't want to put too much of a crunch on you.
No, sure. I'm just going to choose a shorter one. I was going to loop, but if I loop, it might be a little longer. So I'm just going to do a song about when you're moving on to something better, you got to leave something else behind. It's that bittersweet feeling. This is called Happy, and it is sarcastic, but not funny, unfortunately.
All right, let's take it away.
This will be coming out in about 2 months. I'm so happy that you're gone. I'm so happy because I know that this is how it's meant to be. For you and me. And I'm so glad you were untrue. I'm so glad just to be one instead of two, because I know the love I felt cannot make up for what you put me through. I know I feel it, can't pretend that I had wanted it to end. I thought, baby, baby, someday I won't see your face in passers-by and want to cry, and maybe, baby, someday I won't breathe the scent of cigarettes and not be able to forget. Someday soon I'll take my heart back just for me, maybe. And I'm just thrilled to be alone. I'm just bored hanging out all on my own, because I know that I can't disappoint myself when I'm not the one changing. So it's perfect that you didn't change my mind. It's great that you just didn't waste my time, 'cause I might take you for more than you are. We both know that love is blind. I know I'm feeling, can't pretend that I had wanted it to end. I ache like maybe, baby, someday I won't see your face in passers-by and want to cry, and maybe, baby, someday I won't breathe the scent of cigarettes and not be able to forget. Maybe, baby, I will hear Bohemian Rhapsody and forget how we sang through the streets of Queens. Maybe, baby, I won't think of every word you ever said and wonder what it means. Someday soon I'll take my heart back. Ooh. Go to EBIEJoymusic.com. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there.
No, that was absolutely perfection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. This was honestly the highlight of my day. I'm so happy I got to meet you and learn some more about you and your music. I can't wait to go download Furiously and get on your mailing list. So thank you so much for sharing that info.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we're so happy to have you. All right, to round us out for the day, I just want to say a huge thank you to spending time with us. I know that our community is always appreciative of amazing new jams. So thank you so much for sharing your music.
Thanks, guys. You can see the on repeat acoustic on YouTube until the live one comes out, the full official video comes out. 2 weeks.
Awesome. Yay. All right. So I just want to say a huge thank you. We'll round out the day with that last performance. That was amazing. I hope that many of you join us for tomorrow for day 2 of our Tech for Social Impact Summit. And we're so, so happy to have you with us. So hopefully we'll see you there tomorrow starting at, I think, 10:30 a.m. So we'll see you then. Bye, everyone.